All right, guys, let's get straight to it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, today we're going to get into a media analysis, and we're going to see, are Trump voters having regrets? And it is a bit funny how, well, the left choose to go to liberal media to how we're feeling. I know, right? But let's get right into it, guys. And let's go ahead and start with Press Secretary Levitt's meet up with Tom Homan. And I'm going to say it's a meetup because, yeah, they got together and they definitely cooked the crowd. Oh, there we go.
On this Monday morning. As you know, this week marks the first 100 days of the Trump presidency. And President Trump's first 100 days have undoubtedly been the most monumental and historic of any administration.
I mean, it's historic to the Trump support. It's historic to us. But to them, it's been the most controversial 100 days ever. I mean, I guess if you're an independent, it's controversial. But if you're on the left, it's been the most chaotic 100 days of your life, which is hilarious. All right, let's go, guys.
In American history, President Trump has already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to the American people, and we will continue to talk about all of them throughout this week. Tomorrow, I will host a press briefing at this same time, bright and early again, to highlight the Trump administration's economic accomplishments with our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And tomorrow night, President Trump will travel to Michigan to discuss all that he has achieved on behalf of the American people.
Oh, wow.
On Wednesday, the president will host an open press cabinet meeting where each cabinet member will discuss their success thus far and their plans for the future.
Hey, yo.
Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus.
If y'all want to talk about, where are the results? I mean, they're about to spend the whole week just giving us results. Hey, y'all, this is what the Liz been complaining about. Well, pay attention, guys, because all this week they're going to be laying out their results.
It's on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years.
I mean, yeah, and then when you try to cover it up, there was a lot of, illegal immigrants and, illegal children that were here. So non-citizens who were here that got deported with zero due process under the Biden administration. And we ain't heard nothing about that. But then we bring it to, Trump's trying to get gang members out of here. There's a huge problem. But y'all had nothing to say when Biden was doing it to, little kids.
Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. America's borders are now secure because of President Trump. He has restored the rule of law, enforced our immigration laws, and defended America's sovereignty. The president immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion.
I mean, one key accomplishment, too, is that all these gangs that were operating like terrorist group, well, he made them terrorist groups.
Bruh.
I mean, hey, y'all want to act like it? You might as well get the name to suit it. They are now terrorist organizations, as they should be, like the cartel members in certain Latin American gangs. Y'all want to act like one? Congrats, you had to earn yourself the name.
And ended reckless catch and release policies. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. Between President Trump's inauguration and April 1 of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States. a staggering 99.99% decrease from the more than 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Biden during the same period last year. The number of unaccompanied illegal alien children arriving at the border has also hit a record low. Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March. Just listen to these incredible numbers. In March 2024, under Joe Biden, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. 1 year later, in March 2025, under President Trump, Border Patrol encountered just over 7,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. That's another 95% decrease from the prior year.
I mean, yeah, they heard we had a new president who's not leaving the border open. They're like, yeah, let's not try it. Because you're dealing with, look, immigrants, illegals. If you were thinking about coming over here, you're dealing with the old border, okay? You're thinking of you're going to deal with Biden's border. No, this is Trump's border where we will send you back. We will keep you right there where you're at, okay? We're not just going to let you come in here, give you a court date, and let you right into America. Nope, we're not doing that no more. Sorry, but change of policy.
The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Laken Riley Act, which requires illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearings instead of being allowed into our country while they wait.
Exactly.
The president has also—
that was the flaw in it. Like I said, it was like instead of just letting them in and then giving them court dates and then letting them out into America, we're just going to keep you there in Mexico. We're going to wait for a court date. We're going to hear your case out, and then we're going to deport you because most likely you don't have a really good defense on why you're trying to enter America legally. Like most likely.
Also restarted construction of his signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across the southern border. The Trump administration, as you know, has also ended the disastrous CBP-1 app, which Joe Biden exploited to facilitate the migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched this as the CBP Home app to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden—
which is fair. We're pretty much saying that, look, the same app you illegally came here through, you're going to find yourself a legal way to exit to. Okay? So yes, go ahead, do the app, deport yourself. We'll pick you up. We'll deport you. And then guess what? You can go ahead and reapply. Because if you go through this deportation app, is what they've honestly said, that, yeah, you guys are eligible for reapplying. But if we got to go out there and find your ass, yeah, you're never coming back here. So it's best you guys deport yourselves, please.
Weakness in open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control, through a campaign of terror, rape, and brutal force, nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border. President Trump has put a stop to this in record time. He designated these heinous cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and invoked the Alien Enemies Act to immediately apprehend, detain, and remove these massive threats who have flooded our country with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. The Trump administration is working 24.
And like I said, when they want to talk about due process, I mean, did Biden give those illegal children due process? No, he did not. He just shipped them up out of here because he had a quota to meet. And he wanted to hit that record of, oh, well, we got more illegals out here than Trump. I know, because y'all let in the most. And then when y'all was on a rush order to kick him out, you didn't give him due process. No lawyer, no day in court, no due process. And the left had nothing to say about it. Mainstream media had nothing to say about it. And this was like low key during the end of this was honestly during the end of his term. So we're talking about December, November time, and there was no reporting on it. But here's what they did report it on. Oh, Biden deported the most amount of illegals ever. Yeah, with no due process. Why didn't y'all cover that part?
24/7 to successfully arrest and deport these illegal criminals and foreign terrorists from our communities. We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history. Over this past weekend, it was announced that through Operation Tidal Wave, a joint effort between ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies. Nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days.
Oh, and if you want reference for that story I told you about, you know, how Biden, well, not story, but the facts about how Biden literally allowed, the Biden administration literally allowed the deportation of kids with no due process, UCLA or some, yes, UCLA Law School. That's who pretty much exposed it.
Alone. Among those arrested were a Colombian murderer, alleged MS-13 and 18th Street gang members, and a Russian with a red notice for manslaughter. And on the other side of the country, in the early Sunday morning hours, DOJ and DHS together launched a joint raid of an illegal alien underground nightclub used by Tren de Aragua in Colorado Springs, Colorado. DHS took more than 100 illegal aliens into custody, and many drugs and weapons were also seized. Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners to get...
To pull up at a nightclub and have that many arrests is absolutely, like, it's crazy. Because, like, damn, y'all was all just in here partying. Knowing that you're being looked for, you're just in here partying? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Don't y'all live a carefree lifestyle. It's time to put y'all on notice.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Criminal illegal aliens off our streets.
They too come.
As always, President Trump and our entire administration are grateful for the courageous law enforcement officers who are putting their lives on the line every single day to protect their fellow Americans and to keep our country safe. After 4 years of being vilified and hamstrung by the Biden administration, heroic ICE and CBP officers finally have a president who has their backs and is allowing them to do the jobs they signed up to do. There's no person who can attest to that more than our incredible border czar here at the White House, Tom Homan, who has dedicated his professional career to protecting our country and enforcing the law. I will let Tom deliver some short remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions today. Thanks for being here, Tom.
Thank you. Just a few things. Look, I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president ever worked for took border security seriously, because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right?
Yeah, the fact that we just let that flow through, we let all these illegals flow through. We don't know what they got on them. We don't know their ties or anything like that. We just let them through. Yeah, that was a threat to national security, and we paid for it. I mean, there are victims of this.
President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. That's just a fact. We handed the Biden administration, after President Trump's first administration, we handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he unsecured it on purpose. Now, President Trump and this administration here, their success is unprecedented. We beat Trump's first administration on border success. Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the numbers prove it. President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. There's been studies done that says 31% of women that make that journey through use of cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump...
I mean, he's not lying, though. And here's the thing, though. Look, it's not just about letting in these illegals. It's what we're allowing these illegals to subjugate themselves to, trying to get in here. And the thing is, think about it like this. They done paid all this money. Some of them done got raped just to get in here. And we're sending their ass right back out. I mean, trust me, my heart hurts for y'all, but you got to understand, man, we got a law to uphold here.
Trump has illegal...
This is why we should stop it. We shouldn't even allow people to even think this is an option.
Immigration down 96%. When 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this nation?
Facts.
How many known suspected terrorists aren't making it into this country?
Bruh.
How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting into this country to kill young Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked? Under Joe Biden, sex trafficking is up 600%.
Yep.
We had 4,000 aliens dying.
I mean, what the hell you thought was going to happen when you opened up the fucking border? I mean, sorry, excuse my language, but yeah, what do you thought was going to happen? What do you think these cartel members do? It's like last time I checked, these guys been involved in human trafficking way before this border thing became a problem. So the fact that we just open up the border and now this is just a key thing they can use for it is like, bro, drugs and human trafficking, drugs transporting and the transporting of humans have been up. And you can say human smuggling as form of, oh, well, they're just dropping people off here, or human trafficking to where they're selling them. It gets grimy in both directions.
In that journey, we had 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl that came across the open border. President Trump's policy saves lives every day. Even the border wall saves lives. The people want to hate on the border wall. Every place a border barrier has been built, illegal migration's declined, illegal drug flows decline. But you know what no one talks about? The border wall saves lives because the most vulnerable, the women and children, can't get over that wall, which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the United States Border Patrol who will take care of those humanitarian needs, the health needs right off the bat. We just rolled the numbers. Now, let me talk about a few numbers that are important to me. Under the Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, even some days 15,000 illegal entrants in the United States. 15,000. You know what the number was the last 24 hours? 178.
Damn.
15,000 to 178. Unprecedented success. On average day in the Biden administration, known gotaways. People we knew crossed the border because they're on video.
I mean, it was almost like an echo around the world, pretty much saying that our borders open. Hey, if you don't like your country, you can rush into here. And everybody heard it and everybody rushed in. Now that Trump came into office and everybody heard his, executive order, we're shutting down the border. I mean, let's be real. He was running on this before the election. So even all the illegals in here kind of knew what it was when Trump won the election. They knew that they were going to be put on notice. You know, it's actually hilarious. The fact that there was a whole bunch of them out there partying in Colorado, knowing that, hey, yeah, we're coming for you. No, at least they can find comfort.
Drone trafficker, central traffic. Cross the country, across the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. Average day under Joe Biden, more than 1,800 gotaways. Yesterday, 38. 38 too many? We'll get that to zero. But we went from 1,800 to 38. And finally, that was said earlier, under the first 100 days, or it was actually January 20th to April 1st, last year, 184,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. Under this administration, 9. 4 of them were material witnesses in a criminal investigation. We need them here to testify in a serious criminal trial. 4 was extreme medical condition. We couldn't return them because they were in such bad shape. And 1 was a humanitarian issue. This is unprecedented success. The border secure. President Trump saving lives. President Trump has proven no one does this better than President Trump. There is no equal, it's not even close. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE who strap a gun to the hip every day, put on a Kevlar vest.
And it's so funny. I'm like, why would we have any regrets about these results? Remember, this was a huge problem across the board. I mean, high crime. It was messing with American employment. Like, what? Yes, we are very happy that this is getting cleaned up. I mean, dog, it's working so well to the point that certain, certain small businesses who are pretty much only hiring illegals or undocumented workers are out of business. They ain't got nobody because they wanted to cheat the American system. And now look where you're at. Now I have no pity in my heart for them. I'm be honest with you. A lot of these, I would say even corporations took the hit. A lot of these corporations who took great pride in trying to hire, illegals or non-citizens through temp services, bruh, a lot of guys ain't show up to that first, second shift and they feeling it. Why? Because you try to go outside the system. You try to undermine the American people. I mean, karma's a bitch, is it not?
To not only secure our border and protect our national security, but the ICE agents in the interior, they're removing public safety threats and national security threats every day. While you're all sleeping at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there are men and women out there enforcing the law and making this country safe again.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to keep doing it. It's full speed ahead. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. And thanks for all your great
shout out, man. Because, I mean, he's doing a man's job. I mean, like I said, And what I mean by a man's job, bro. The whole world is mad at this man damn near except for us. But everybody has the harshest criticisms of it, but he understands the mission and the greater good. And he's like, bro, I don't care what you guys think. Like liberals, you can hate this man all you want. He's protecting you guys. He's ensuring that your safety. Remember that part.
Great efforts. We do want to open it up to questions. If you have border related questions for Mr. Homan, and I'm also happy to take any non-border related questions. I'm happy to take border questions too, but Tom is here offering his time, so we encourage you to ask him questions. We'll start with our new media seat today. As always, Rogan O'Hanley, former Hollywood entertainment lawyer, I didn't know that, Rogan, who got fed up with the far left ideologies of California and now posts conservative political commentary online for his more than 7 million followers across all major platforms. He joins us today from the great state of Florida. Why don't you kick us off today, Rogan?
Thank you, Caroline. In Trump's first 99 days, we've seen a coordinated assault on the rule of law by radical judges. We're thwarting his agenda with an unprecedented number of national injunctions.
Yep.
These judges are providing more due process to violent MS-13 and Tren de Aragua illegal aliens than they did for American citizens who peacefully protested on January 6th. As Stephen Miller's
But I mean, here's the thing, guys, and this is why the libs, they don't know that the January 6ers, like a good amount of them didn't get due process. They did not know that. A lot of them, I give it that. I'll give y'all that grace. A lot of libs don't know that, y'all over here trying to talk about no due process for gang members. But you didn't want to talk about January 6ers. And okay, I get it. Okay, it's F January 6ers. You don't care. All right, fantastic. Let's talk about those kids that Biden deported with no due process. Yeah, you can go look that up. UCLA Law School. They did a whole investigation into it and factually found out that, hey, yeah, the Biden administration were deporting kids and other immigrants, non-citizens out of here, no deportation. So when y'all give a damn? Tell me, because y'all done ignored the whole due process twice. Twice has been not done. Twice has been violated, and y'all ignored it.
Highlighted, it would be utterly ridiculous to have full trials and appeals for the more than 15 million illegal aliens that came across our border under Joe Biden. Many are now calling for Trump to circumvent these radical judges and consider suspending the writ of habeas corpus solely for these illegal aliens in accordance with the terms of Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which explicitly allows for such a measure when there is a rebellion or invasion. There's strong precedent for this action, being that it was exercised by three of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR. All three of which are not only celebrated by historians, but are immortalized on our national.
I mean, I always did say, man, if you're looking at January 6th, logically, it was a protest that turned into somewhat of a riot. A protest turned riot, okay? Let's just be honest. It was a protest turned riot. Now, the way y'all try to frame it as an insurrection is beyond me. I'm like, hold on now. We're talking about insurrection. I mean, damn, where's the guns? And why are we just going after a Capitol building? What are we trying to seize the White House? Trying to take out the head power here? Isn't that the whole point of an insurrection? Trying to overthrow the government, not just the Capitol building? Like, what's that really doing? You're not really overthrowing the government with a Capitol building, guys. So how y'all turn that into an insurrection in y'all mind is beyond me.
Currency with their faces on there. Furthermore, all three used it against American citizens, where in this instance, we would only be using it against illegal aliens. I think almost every reasonable American would agree that 15 million illegal aliens coming across our border under Joe Biden counts as an invasion, especially since many, as you highlighted, are now robbing, assaulting, raping, and killing American citizens. Historic assaults on our republic require reciprocal action from our government. Can you please let us know if and when the Trump administration is planning to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to circumvent these radical judges who are infringing on his Article 2 powers and to start shipping out illegals en masse?
I have not heard such discussions take place, but I can assure you that the president and the entire administration are.
I mean, the way he broke down that question is crazy. I'm like, okay, bro, you know your shit. I'll tell you that right now. You know your shit. I don't even think Caroline Levitt expect him to be like, oh, wait, hold on, man. You're quoting some things that I didn't even know. It's like, okay.
Certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation's borders.
I mean, yeah, and these courts are holding us up, but really with no real power to it. It's absolutely wild, because even the Supreme Court pretty much said that, yeah, the district judge trying to get the president to turn around planes, Yeah, you can't do that, G. You can't do that. Now, if you want to talk about Diego Garcia or Mr. not Diego, but Kilmar Garcia, I'm sorry, I do get a bit racist when it comes to that one. But yes, you want to talk about Kilmar Garcia, the man received due process twice. It's not like Mr. Garcia's case is not about due process. It's about, well, a clerical error of us sending him to El Salvador, I guess, instead of Guatemala.
And I also agree with the premise of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens into this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce our nation's immigration laws and is facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're complying with court orders, but as Tom Homan has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign, and the president is open to all remedies to do that. Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested a judge, Pambani.
I mean, we did just arrest the judge. Wait, hold on, no, we arrest 2 judges. Our bad. We arrest 2 of them. Okay, so and there's a reason why we arrest 2 of these judges. And here's the most wildest part: it's like the left, y'all cook yourselves, bro. Y'all are defending these judges that we arrested for good reasons. One was, bro, this man was on trial for abuse of beating an American citizen and beating a woman. And this judge tried to help this man escape through the back. I mean, what do you think was going to happen? One other judge, him and his wife. Now, I ain't gonna lie, this sounds like some old swinger party BS, but had a whole illegal sting with him, like giving him guns and all that wild stuff. Like, what? Where are we at in America where we have the left, mainstream media defending this? Like, where are we at now, guys? I really want to know whose side y'all
on. Impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their community safe.
Yep.
Because any public official, whether you're mayor, city council.
I mean, it's crazy how we gotta force you to make you keep your city safe. Like, think about what we're honest. Think about what he's saying. We have to force sanctuary cities to make their cities safe for their own people. I mean, like I said, I never thought I'd hear today that where our government has to pretty much make cities protect their people, look out for the interests of their own people. I just beyond me, guys. It's like, we're libs. Really? Are y'all sure y'all want to go down this? Like, are you sure this is what you guys want to defend?
Councilman, the governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. But I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ice bed? Why not put them in an empty ice bed, $127 a night, rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in an ice detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings can be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals, and what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. Yep. They can warrant amnesty to millions.
That's pretty much what it is. It's like, yo, yeah, let's wait them out. And that's what these Dems are trying to do. That's what the courts are trying to do, honestly. They're trying to pretty much say, look, we want you to give them due process so they can appeal, hold up the entire court process so we can hopefully get in a Democratic leader and, they'll go ahead and, give them amnesty. That's the play here. This is literally the play. They're trying to like blur the lines between what it means to be a U.S. citizen and a non-citizen. And they do it through the 14th Amendment as well. I mean, they've been making plays through it. If you read the 14th Amendment all the way through, you understand it. But when you just take out the equal rights part and just put it to every argument for non-citizens, I mean, you can make a lot of compelling points that kind of blur the lines between what it means to be a U.S. citizen and a non-citizen.
Well, selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
Yep.
Harry.
A question on Abrego Garcia, if I can. The president recently said when it comes to facilitating his release, he's leaving that up to his lawyer. So just to be clear, have there been any negotiations between the U.S. and El Salvador?
I mean, look, sweetheart, if we can get that man, if Bukele, yes, President Bukele, you ask that man, okay? Don't ask us. Like I said, the American government has no jurisdiction over an El Salvadorian man in his own country. We're asking that guy to give up one of his citizens. Don't ask us. Like, it's up to Bukele at this point. Shout out to that man.
Over his release or facilitating his release.
I will tell you what the president of El Salvador told all of you in the Oval Office.
Okay, so we're going back to that. Okay, thank you. This man literally said in front of us that we're going to keep him. He's us. They're not giving him up. This is El Salvador. So you guys can blame Trump all you want, but I ain't gonna lie, and I'll even play into the lips point on this. It was a checkmate situation. You guys can sit there and cry all you want about his facilitated return, but we can't make the El Salvadorian president go like, hey, we're gonna force you, my man, to send over one of your citizens just to get deported somewhere else. And this guy's a criminal, and he's committed crimes in El Salvador. It's one of the reasons why he left. So yeah, I don't know if y'all want to keep sticking up for this man, Mr. Kilmar Garcia. Nope. Move on, guys. Trust me. That what was it? The guy who got pretty much a black bag for speaking out against Israel. That's a better case for y'all than this guy. I'll tell you that right now.
El Salvador does not intend to smuggle a designated foreign terrorist back into the United States. He is an El Salvadorian national. That is his home country. That is where he belongs.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is his home country. We cannot tell them to just, hey, give us your citizen. No, we can't do that. Just like no country could tell us to give up our citizen, we can't tell them to. And I know how y'all want to go into Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, I get it. I get the argument. But even the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction on what goes on outside the United States. We can all agree to that one.
And the administration intends to comply with what President Bukele said of El Salvador. He does not intend to send that individual back.
So that's a no. There's been no talks.
What I have told you is that the president of El Salvador has made this quite clear. Kate.
Caroline, can you tell us more about the meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky over the weekend? Did that meeting change anything? Did Trump leave that meeting thinking any differently about negotiations and next steps on this?
Look, the president talked about this after the meeting himself yesterday when he took questions from reporters on Air Force One. He thinks that he is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries. He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire. The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. And I do think that the president meeting with President Zelensky shows that he is exuding a lot of effort and time into this because he wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was in his first term. He intends to do that again. And this is an incredibly difficult situation and conflict that President Trump inherited from President Biden, who allowed this war to start in the first place, but he's focused on solving this problem. Does anyone have border questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. If border crossings are at a record low, why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across.
That was a very distant, like, well, if you fixed it, then why is it considered an emergency? Because now we got to sit there and calculate how much damage has been done, how much human trafficking has been done, how much fentanyl. Like, yeah, I mean, that's why it's still an emergency, because we may have closed it up, but we don't know the damage is still. We still don't. That's why it's a national emergency, because we still don't know how much terrorist groups, how much criminals from these other countries are still operating in the United States. This is why. Even though we closed up the border and we're stopping them, we still let in hella to where it's still a national like emergency here. It's like, yeah, we still got hella criminals out here and we don't know what they did in their countries. All we know is that they just jumped over here.
Quarter to kill Americans.
Yeah,
the president has
cool.
declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization along with MS-13 TDA. They killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. Is it an emergency till we shut it down? Is it an emergency till the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth? President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. To turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice.
I mean,
Get a free hotel room. Get 3 meals a day.
It was
Get free medical care. Get work authorization in 90, 120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted.
Yeah.
We arrested over 400 people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southern border.
I mean, like, bro, look, one thing you guys don't want to admit is, I'll tell you this right now. The reason why these people didn't want to get vetted is not just because they were running from well, I'll say it like this. Let me reframe the argument. The reason why a lot of these people that left is because they are criminals in their country. It's not because they're running from their government. Like, yeah, most of them are running from persecution, but persecution because they're criminals. Like, yes, persecution because they committed a crime, not because they're a political criminal, not because of their sexuality, but no, because they committed an actual crime. And instead of having that interview with us, they rather just, subvert that and just jump over the border. And that's why they're willing to pay shady organizations like the cartel. Only reason. But all right, though, let's get right back to it.
4 years. How many of the 2 million came? How many of the 2 million came from countries sponsoring terror? You think it's zero? Then you're ignorant. Oops. This is the biggest national security failure this country's ever seen. This is the border emergency until we end it, end all of it. We're making good strides. Right now, it's still an emergency until we shut it down.
Go ahead. This is a question for Mr. Homan. Late last week, there were 3 U.S. citizen children who were removed with their mothers who were in the United States illegally. There have been a federal judge in Louisiana who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was, quote, no meaningful process. Are you concerned that due process, at least for
no meaningful process? I mean, all right, well, what did you want? Due process for the 6-month-old? Like, what did y'all want with that one? Because look, we're talking about a baby here, right? And we're talking about the mother's an illegal. Well, usually in court battles with parents, we usually leave it to the mother. And especially if, it's an infant and the infant usually needs its mother for breastfeeding and all that good stuff. I feel like you should low-key be on the side of this. Like, what did you expect? If the mother wants to take the kid with her, I mean, it is what it is. I don't see outrage, to be honest with you guys.
The U.S. citizen children is being flouted and that the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to errors, as was the case in the Kilmar-Abreu Garcia case. And then also, if you could give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration and whether you're pleased with them.
First of all, I don't accept the term error in Abreu Garcia.
Nope.
There was an oversight. There's a withholding order. But things have changed. The facts around the withholding order has changed. He is now a terrorist. We're seeing the withholding order set aside.
Thank you. A lot of people said, but there was a withholding order. Yeah. And then we designated the gang he's a part of as a terrorist organization, what makes him a terrorist. And then, bro, this withholding order, let's talk about the multiple crimes this man has committed. Like, was that before or after we told him, it's the withholding order? I'm pretty sure those are key things that would change certain things there. And like I said, Kilmar Garcia, through being a gang member, through being part of MS-13, Aliens Enemy Act kicks into effect. I mean, we didn't even have to give him due process, but he got it. He got due process. I mean, he got investigated a lot too. Seeing the fact that he was around gang members all the time for some reason. I mean, he even got caught in a car with an admitted human trafficker. So I don't know what else y'all want, bro, at this point. This man is, as you say, cooked.
The gang he was fearing from being removed out of El Salvador no longer exists. So the facts around that case are totally different. I'll let the lawyers litigate that. But as far as the three USC kids, I'd said from day one, that if you enter this country legally, it's a crime. If you remain in this country legally and you ignore a judge's order about deporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position.
Facts.
You put your family in that position.
That's what I'm saying. I remember he brought this out to us before. It's like, dog, we can deport them together, but there's only going to be two things that's going to happen. We're going to flip it back on the immigrant or the illegal. It's like, all right, cool. Well, your child is an American citizen. Congratulations. But you can't stay here. So either you're going to take your child with you, or hopefully you're going to leave it with I don't know, maybe you got a relative who's an American citizen, because kind of wild. Then that we really want to ask you how the hell you got over here at that point. Or the father maybe is an American citizen. But look, let's say you and the father aren't American citizens, but you just had this kid. Well, the only person that's an American citizen is the kid. So yeah, both y'all gotta go. And at this point, the mother chose to take the kid with them. And I'm pretty sure if there was a father that could step up and do so, I would hope that mother would give it to the father. I would hope. But you know how these custody court battles work. It always works in the favor of the mother. So, hey, if y'all want to bitch about that, I mean, this would be a great topic to talk about, you know, how unfair men get treated in custody court. But y'all want to ignore that, though, until it involves an illegal is hilarious.
What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision, parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today would be Trump administration separating families again. No, we're keeping families together. So when a parent says, I want my 2-year-old baby to go with me, we made that happen. They weren't deported. We don't deport U.S. citizens. The parents made that decision, not the United States government. But I don't hear any questions about Laken Riley had a mother. She's never going to see her child again. Rachel Morin, she had 5 children. Those children are never going to see their mom again.
Yep.
This administration doing the right thing.
I got all the compassion for these illegals, but y'all ain't got no compassion for the victims. Like, is so crazy to us. That's why we're not listening to you guys. You guys don't understand why you guys are, well, sounding a bit crazy, because you guys are speaking up for lack of a better word, the evildoers, the people who commit crimes against U.S. citizens. You're speaking up for them, but you refuse to speak on the victims. I mean, I have never heard mainstream media pick up on the victims like Lincoln Riley. And I know y'all hate hearing about it because it's pretty much the evidence that the Biden border policy was a complete fail, because there are other stories just like Lincoln Riley's that aren't as publicized. So we can cut the crap and just stop saying, oh, well, that's just Lincoln Riley. No, there's a lot more stories, hundreds.
If you threat, we arrest from this country and move them. This country is much safer. So parents will make a decision what happens to their child. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send the entire world, enter the country legally. It's a crime. Don't worry about it. Get order removed by an immigration judge. Don't worry about it. No one's looking for you. And have a U.S. citizen child, and you're immune from our laws, you're never going to fix the border.
Yeah.
People will keep putting themselves in harm's way. More women would die. More children would die crossing this border. We got to secure a border by enforcing laws. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws under statute enacted by Congress, and it's the right thing to do.
Can you give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration?
Mr. Homan.
What are you asking for? We just provided the
Update on
numbers.
the number of deportations that have occurred under this administration, whether you're pleased with that.
Last number I got was 139,000 deportation. Am I happy with the number? Numbers are good, especially if you look at the ICE numbers. The ICE arrest removals are far beyond Biden. But I read the media. Oh, ICE, the deportations are behind Biden administration. Well, why? Because they counted border removals. We don't have 10.5 million people crossing the border.
Bro.
We don't have border removals. So Joe Biden could have deported 5% of his encounters, and numbers will still be higher than us on the border removals.
I mean, yeah, that's what I said. When you let in so many people, it's like, bro, you could have just took 2% of that, and it has still been record numbers. That's the funny part. So the fact that you guys have that disingenuous argument is hilarious. I'm like, oh, well, he kicked out the most. He let in the most. I would hope he'd have kicked out the most. And then let's not forget where, like I said, he kicked out a lot of these guys without due process, children and regular non-citizens. So we're talking about this. the Biden administration, towards the end of his term, was just rushing out a whole bunch of illegals, a whole bunch of non-citizens with no due process, no representation or nothing. This is all documented. And like I said, y'all said nothing about it. I mean, you didn't want to speak up for the kids, but y'all want to speak up for gang members. I might want to check yourselves on this.
So we have a secure border, the most secure border in the history of this nation. Compare apples to apples, ICE arrests and deportations are far more than Joe Biden.
That's right.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Homan, talking about the border wall, can you give us an update as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to?
Well, first of all, I'll answer that question because I already answered it in my opening remarks. To date, since January 1st, there's been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. The president has made it clear to Congress that we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also to support our ICE agents and our Border Patrol agents who are on the ground facilitating with this mass deportation effort.
So he's clear that Mexico is not going to pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
Let's address that. Trump said Mexico won't pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way, have they not? Putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did remain in Mexico. They didn't have to do that. They're doing it. Putting military on the southern border. Have moved illegal immigration to a record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because the action.
See, and look, I ain't gonna lie. It's misguided people like this guy up here, like you, my friend, where a group of racists, I mean, you know, and if you're talking about MAGA, right? I'm pretty sure you're talking about MAGA. Yeah, you know, there's black people in MAGA. There's Hispanic people in MAGA. I mean, there's this black people on the left. There's Hispanic people on the left, but we don't call y'all a racist group. We don't call y'all bootlickers or all that good stuff. It's like, it's kind of weird how, I mean, how could you sit there and have that stance and say that, oh, a straight up racist group? I mean, dog. The Democrats have said the most racist shit all year, like straight out of Joe Biden's mouth. I don't even know how y'all have that stance anymore. But yeah, how is it a racist group if they're inclusive of blacks, Hispanics, like all types of ethnicities are under MAGA? We know this. Bro, there's people who aren't even living in America who are MAGA. So how is this a racist group? Like, bro, it shows that you do not operate outside your echo chamber. You're in an echo chamber, my friend, because if you sit there and make a statement like that without considering the fact of, hold on now, how can I call them a racist group? And they're including all members, not like they're the KKK and it's just whites, but they're including all people of all ethnicities. I can't call them racist. I mean, if I disagree with them, maybe I can call them misguided, but racist is a bit of a stretch, my friend. And it shows that you live in an echo chamber. Sorry.
To Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? Yeah, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So actually, yes, they're helping to build the wall.
John Miller.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Mr. Homan, a question for you. You're the border czar. Can you give an estimate as to how many individuals are in the United States illegally? That's number one. I'm sure you're very familiar with that number and estimate. And the second question is, I have a list that the White House put out of individuals, 100 ICE arrests since the beginning of the president's term, and the people are arrested for various very serious crimes: first-degree murder, convicted of rape, convicted of murder and aggravated burglary, sexual assault of a child. How many of the individuals that are in the United States illegally are people like this, really bad people?
Well, first of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. Here's where'd you come up with that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know of? I talked about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas, where there's no technology, how many 1,000 people dig across through there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, you know, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing. Them and national security threats.
We'll go to the back row.
You know what, Libs? If y'all could be generous enough and just show me what y'all see, because I want to know what you guys see. Because y'all say y'all see cult gatherings and all this good stuff. I mean, Yeah, I went to one of them Trump rallies, and yeah, it was a whole lot of white people, but they were cool. They were cool. But then again, I live in Ohio, and like, I'm gonna be real with you, got some pretty friendly white people out here. So I don't know, maybe that's just my experience, but show me what you guys are seeing, because what we see over the internet is you bro, during the election, if you had Trump gear on, you couldn't even get into a Kamala Harris like rally. But if you had Kamala gear on, bro, people at the Trump, I would just ask you questions like, all right, well, why you support her? So I really do want to know what have y'all seen? What videos have led you guys to this cult? Well, this cult answer. Like, all right, when you see MAGA, it equals cult to you. How'd you guys get to that? What have you guys seen? And let's be real, do you even know what an actual cult is? Have you studied cults throughout the history to understand what you're saying? That's also what I want to ask too. Like, all right, but like bring up your favorite cult and compare us to them, because you're gonna see that a lot of things are missing, my friend. Because last time I checked, cult meetings, they're private. You just can't walk into them, especially anybody who just in public. You just can't walk in. So that argument already fails there. But please, $5 and up, I'll go ahead and entertain it. Show me any video, any article that proves that MAGA is a cult. I'll entertain this. Why not?
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
For Mr. Homan, I'm Taylor with Spectrum News. We have a station up in Rochester, New York. It was reported you're visiting there tomorrow. Can you talk a bit about the purpose of your trip? I know the Trump administration is suing the city over its sanctuary city policies, how the executive order Caroline alluded to ties into it, and what your message is for communities and community leaders who say, we're able to establish our own rules here. We're worried about this input from the federal level. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, same thing I talked about earlier. I don't think any elected mayor, any elected governor should want public safety threats, those illegally in the United States, public safety threats walking through the community. And what happened in Rochester, HSI agent called for emergency assistance. Officers of Rochester PD responded to a call from emergency assistance from a federal law enforcement from a federal law enforcement officer. They responded, then they got disciplined. I don't think anybody can come up with one instance where an ICE agent, a Border Patrol agent, didn't respond to an emergency call from assistance from any law enforcement agency. Cops need to help cops, especially in an emergency situation. But they got disciplined. And I met those officers down in Nashville soon after that. I think it was a couple of days after it. And I told them I stand with them. They did the right thing.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Daniel Welch. He actually told me about that whole thing in Nashville before Tom Homan even said it. So, hey, yo, shout out to my man out there. He's real officer out there putting in work, keeping y'all safe.
Law enforcement responding to emergency assistance from law enforcement. So I'm going up there to support the men and women law enforcement, the men and women who carry that badge and gun every day. They're working the streets at 2 a.m. while we're all sleeping. I'm going to give my support, and they just announced a lawsuit, and that's one of many. Sanctuary City is going to be sued on this administration for flouting immigration law. I mean, the law is clear. And they're violating it, and this administration is going to take actions. I'm going up there to show my support and men and women law enforcement. I started as a cop. And the community, I'm showing support for them, because the community wants their police officers to be officers too. The communities don't want public safety threats walking around their communities either. And that's what it's all about, and that's why I'm going.
Caroline. Mr. Homan, how close are you to housing migrants at U.S. DoD facilities like Fort Bliss in Texas?
Well, we're already housing at Guantanamo. Fort Bliss is being ramped up, so in the very near future. I don't have a timetable because things need to be done, construction needs to be done. We'll make sure the facilities are ready to accept. We'll make facilities are able to care for the people. They're going to be detained, so I don't know the timeline right now. It changes every day because of various issues, but we're working on it.
Are you intending to hold families there, including families with American citizen children?
Family residential centers are for families. They're not jails, they're open air campus built for families, which means they have child psychologists, they have pediatricians. And why family residential centers? Because we want to make sure that child is with a parent. Unlike the last administration who stopped DNA testing, who many investigations of children being smuggled in the country with some that wasn't related to them claiming to be a parent. So we're going to make sure children are with parents. We're going to make sure that's actually a family and that child ain't being trafficked. That's the main reason.
Regarding the executive order on sanctuary cities, is the administration planning to pursue any more investigations or prosecutions like was done against the judge in Wisconsin against local officials?
Well, we'd have to defer you to the Department of Justice, obviously, for specific prosecutions or cases against individuals. But as I said in my remarks, the executive order the president will sign later this afternoon does direct the Attorney General and also Kristi Noem, our great Secretary of Homeland Security, to provide a list of sanctuary cities in which local officials are not complying with this federal order and are not complying with federal immigration laws.
I mean, whoever these cities are and whoever these mayors are, I mean, you got, look, people of these sanctuary cities, you got a choice to make. You guys got to start picking people who will actually care about y'all and not people who care about more illegals over you guys. Remember that, like, because this is kind of your fault in a way. Let's be honest. You voted in some radical leftist who now is putting illegals over y'all. I mean, and trust me, Chicago is hearing it. I mean, they're at their mayor's neck right now. They're going like, bro, you're black. You're mayor of Chicago, and you're over here like shaking ass for the Venezuelans. It's like, what? You're showboating for them. You're giving money to them, but you're ignoring the people of your community. Yeah, I mean, it's like that. It's like that in almost every sanctuary city. It is.
It's quite simple. Obey the law, respect the law, and don't obstruct federal immigration officials and law enforcement officials when they are simply trying to remove public safety threats from our nation's communities. The American public don't want illegal alien criminals in their communities. They made that quite clear on November 5th. And this administration is determined to enforce our nation's immigration laws. And we're happy to provide the text of that executive order. And as I said, the president will be signing it later this afternoon. Sure.
Excuse me. I want to talk about farm workers. The president said earlier this month that there could be leniency for some undocumented farm workers. I'm wondering, where do things stand with that? And I'm also wondering, does that at all undermine his message on immigration, that it's okay for some undocumented people to be in the U.S., but maybe not others?
So the president was referring to our H-1B and H-1A visa programs.
Yeah.
And there have been no final decisions on that at all. But the president, I think, what he was intended to speak about, what he was speaking about, is ensuring that we have a clean, legal immigration system that is being respected and obeyed. And the mass amount of illegal immigration that we've seen over the past 4 years in our country completely undermines our legal immigration system, those seeking citizenship, but also those coming here on a visa to legally and lawfully work. And the president wants to make sure that those programs are respected. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. My question is for Tom.
Yeah, an H-1B visa. I mean, look, that's mostly being used to undermine, like, well, tech kids or these high, I would say this high skill positions. They kind of use H-1B visas to kind of subvert, or I would guess in a way, I would say this. And the reason I'm having trouble like saying it, because it kind of pisses me off the way they do it, because we have a lot of kids who go to school, work hard to get these degrees, U.S. citizens who do this, put themselves into debt, and they go out into the workforce and their job's been given to some Indian overseas who only went to school for like 2 years while you did the whole 4. It's like, yeah, it kind of pisses me off. I'll be extremely honest with you. It does. But yeah, that's my whole gripe against the H-1B visa. This is why I hugely agree with Elon Musk. I mean, you guys think that we don't disagree with Elon Musk, but yeah, we do. I said that man was low-key just kind of going into his own interests. I'm like, dog, you should be trying to hire more engineers coming from American schools and not just trying to get them from India, because you can pretty much hire them for less. You can threaten their damn near job through also threatening their work space. Well, I would say their living space, because H-1B visas, they come over here to work. If they lose this job, they can get sent back home. I mean, that's not a very healthy boss worker relationship to me. It's not healthy at all, but this is what we allow. Like crazy.
Tom, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. Over the weekend, ICE arrested 2 illegal immigrants for allegedly stealing Secretary Noem's purse over the weekend. What can you tell us about these individuals' immigration history as well as their criminal history?
I don't have the criminal history, but I know the one.
I'm gonna be honest, and like I said, the reason it irritates me to the point where I couldn't even find my words is because I know so many kids like that. Like, bro, so many guys going out of college, they're going like, bro, I ain't got shit. Like, bro, there ain't nothing out here. And then like I'm checking in with the recruiter and they giving it to Indians. I'm like, damn, well, what was the point of you putting yourself through that? And shout out to my man Castro. He said, now one set should be sent out of the country until all Americans are off the streets. The first making millions can use their own money if they really care. Yep. I mean, yeah, the ones making millions can use their own money if they really care. Facts. Facts. I mean, not 1 cent should be sent outside of America no longer.
So the purse is supposedly in the country legally, but pick the wrong person to steal first from. I mean, Secretary Noem's a strong secretary.
I mean, y'all don't believe in the American people. It's obvious. I mean, the way y'all talk down American workers and, you know, our education system and all that, it's complete lies. But it's obvious you guys don't believe in the people.
I've been talking about the success of men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, but under her strong leadership, she's a game changer. So I'm happy to work with her, despite the media I've read that me and Christy Noem have differences. Me and Christy Noem are attached at the hip. There's no daylight between us. We're both going to push the president's agenda. She's a strong secretary, and I'm glad she's in here. And I'm glad, but again, that illegal alien, pick the wrong person, steal first from. I'm telling you.
Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions, one for Mr. Homan, one for you on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'd like to start with you, though, Tom Homan. This list has a very high number of sexual assaults on a child. Can you comment on that and why there's so many crimes against children committed by illegals in this country?
I don't know why. It's sick. It's the worst crime in the world when you sexually assault a child. I mean, the most innocent of us all. But that's why I made a statement that one time I was going to go to Boston, bring hell with me. And the media went crazy. Tom Homan says, we're going to Boston, bring hell with them. I was going to bring hell to illegal aliens that rape children. There's not more heinous crime. And as you can see, the amount of child rapists we've arrested under this administration, that could have been arrested under the Biden administration. They were out there. They had their final orders. They were out there, but they didn't go look for them. They were too busy releasing millions of illegal aliens in this country. And the numbers prove it. The removal numbers of criminals was the lowest. ICE had the lowest number of removals in the history of ICE under Joe. At the same time, you had historic illegal immigration on the border. ICE had the lowest numbers in the history of the agency. That shows the difference between two administrations. We're looking for every one of them. People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time? I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll rest.
Thank you so much. And then Caroline, really quick. Alex Thompson said at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I'm going to read his quote. President Biden.
I mean, that's what we need, man. A man on a mission and not just a man taking a position. Like that's exactly what we need.
Its decline and its cover up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of the party, is capable of deception. We, myself included, missed a lot of this story, and some people trust us less because of it. Can you comment on those remarks and whether you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that assessment from Alex Thompson, who I understand won an award for writing a story months and perhaps years after the American people already knew that story to be true. Millions of Americans watched our mentally incompetent president struggle with his day-to-day duties of this office. We watched our country be ran into the ground as a result, and nobody in the media wanted to write about that, talk about it. There were many reporters, I will say, right-leaning reporters who did talk about that, who didn't get awards, didn't get coverage. In fact, they were lambasted for their coverage. And I remember being on President Trump's campaign, talking about Joe Biden's clear mental incompetence and being accused by people in this room of manufacturing deep fake videos, trying to persuade the public into not believing what they saw with their own eyes for many years. And I think it's about time the legacy media finally admits that was one of the greatest cover-ups and scandals that ever took place in American history. And certainly it did contribute to the decline in the trust that Americans have for the legacy media.
I mean, hell yeah, they didn't want to report that. They don't want to report on the border crossing. They didn't want to report on the state of the economy and how, like, a whole lot of stocks were plummeting. But like I said, though, hey, don't believe your lying eyes, guys. Do not believe your lying eyes. I know all the prices are going up, so inflation is through the roof, guys. Housing is damn near unaffordable. Yeah. Oh, and we got hella immigrants coming in by the day, illegals, like non-citizens coming in by the day. But ignore all that, guys. This is the best administration you've ever been in. Like, bro. It's like, man, bro. It's like, talk about, like, I ain't gonna lie. The Biden administration was like an abusive boyfriend, beating on the girl, pretty much telling her this is the best you gonna ever get. This is all you deserve. And then she goes out and find better. It's like wild.
Peter, which, by the way, is why we've made many changes to this briefing room in this White House. It's long overdue. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. A few things. You guys arrested a Milwaukee County circuit judge for allegedly helping illegal immigrants get away. As you guys look at other judges, would you ever arrest somebody higher up on the judicial food chain, like a federal judge or even a Supreme Court justice?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. Again, I defer you to the Department of Justice for individuals that they are looking at or individual cases. But let's be clear about what this judge did. She obstructed federal law enforcement who were looking for an illegal alien in her courthouse. She showed that illegal alien the door to evade law enforcement officials. That is a clear-cut case of obstruction. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. And so anyone who is breaking the law or obstructing federal law enforcement officials from doing their jobs is putting themselves at risk of being prosecuted. Absolutely.
You guys have at least 18 written trade proposals. We still don't know who they are from or what they contain. What is the holdup with that?
There's no holdup. We're working around the clock. The trade team is working all day. I was on the phone late last night with Secretary Lutnick. I was on the phone this weekend as well with Secretary Bessent. I mean, the entire team is working 24/7 to get these trade deals done. And I think you'll be hearing more about them this week. I don't want to get ahead of the trade team or the president in announcing potential deals, but certainly I can assure the American public that this administration is full speed ahead in cutting good and fair trade deals on behalf of the American worker.
Actually, I just asked them this. I mean, like, all right, guys, if y'all want to do some real honest investigative work, which they don't, why don't you ask these countries? Ask these countries how things are going. I mean, if you don't want to believe us, talk to them. Because, I mean, here's the thing. That guy asked that question, all right, well, what's going on with these countries and all that? And she could have gave him a list. I mean, trust me, there's a list out there. We got a lot of countries lining up. But if we told y'all, y'all wouldn't believe us. So why don't y'all just go ask the countries then? I'm talking about mainstream media. Yeah, cool. Go hit up the trade advisor of these countries and call our bluff.
And one more. After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shadur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, all I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Peter. We'll go to the back row in the middle to the blonde.
Not the president got okay, you know what? It's kind of funny because now the left really can't say nothing. I mean, the man was going undrafted. He kind of deserved it. Like, yeah, what was his whose son is that? Isn't that Shannon Sharp's son? Yeah. So, or is it Deion? No, Deion Sanders' son. Okay. Deion Sanders. Yeah. His son's an ass. His son was pretty much acting like he was above everybody. He didn't need to do nothing. The position should just be given to him. Y'all should just give me that slide. Why should I have to earn it? And I'm going to be real with you. That pissed off a lot of GMs. And I guess apparently somebody caved to his outrageous demands. But honestly, y'all should have left that brat right where he was at, to be quite honest. And shout out to my man Hellbat. Appreciate the support.
Hello.
He says earlier today, acoustic. Wait, he said what? Launched a rocket. Oh, okay. Autistics launched a rocket at a U.S. Wait, really? Autistic launched a rocket at the U.S. aircraft, resulting in the death of a U.S. soldier. Okay, I have to make sure I read that right though. Okay, so earlier today. Okay, hold on. Launched a rocket at the U.S. aircraft resulting in the death of a U.S. soldier. We shall see what happens next. All right, let me make sure that one, though.
President Trump has said that Secretary Hegseth will get it together. Does he think that Hegseth doesn't have it together right now?
Look, the president has made his position on Secretary Hegseth quite clear. He absolutely has confidence in the secretary's ability to lead the Pentagon. It's why he nominated him for this position. It's why the Senate voted to confirm him in this position.
Okay, autistics? Like, hold on. I mean, wait. Who are you referring to? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of slowed it down. I'm like, what people are you referring to, my man?
And look at the success that DOD has had thus far. Their successful operation against the Houthi terrorists in the Middle East. You look at the recruitment and retention levels for all branches of our armed forces are on the incline, which is exactly what this president intended to do. Secretary Hegseth has completely wiped out DEI from the Pentagon as well. And so he's going to remain focused on standing up for our war fighters, on implementing President Trump's peace through strength foreign policy agenda abroad, and the president supports him in his role. Sure.
Many are wondering how these 10 or 20 million people are working. Is there some efforts to clamp down on employment because they're working somewhere to keep staying here?
The number of worksite enforcement actions have tripled this year, and it's going to triple again. Because in sanctuary jurisdictions, especially, if we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, and they're going to release them into community, that means we go into the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at their.
All right. So what my man Hellbat was saying, yes, the Houthis, launched a rocket at a U.S. aircraft, resulting in U.S. soldiers' death. Man, I mean, you want to know what else is crazy? I mean, as we're having negotiation talks with Iran, Israel decides to attack Iran's ports. So trust me, G, we're in some hot water right now in the Middle East. I know it's like the story does not get better out there for some strange reasons, but every time I check in on the Middle East, it just gets worse and worse. I mean, like Israel, bro, chill for like a month. Calm y'all asses down. You just got done beating on the Palestinians. Like, bro, just give us some time to work with the Iranians. Don't bomb their fucking ports.
Their work site. We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. Like, there's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country. So worksite enforcement is going to increase even more than it already has. And another reason for worksite, the last administration stopped worksites. Where's the number one place we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking, and work sites? So not only are we going to enforce law on work sites, we're going to save victims of trafficking. That's another reason we've increased worksite enforcement.
Awesome. Well, go ahead, Brian. Sure. We'll take one more question.
This is for Mr. Homan. We all walk by these heinous yard signs that are along Pebble Beach.
Heinous.
What is some of the feedback that your ICE agents are getting in the field from the community as they remove these individuals from their families, their neighborhoods, their schools?
They're criminals, bro. What? Okay, look, let me show you what's been going on. These guys at the White House, which is absolutely freaking hilarious, have put out little signs with names and their, crimes. Yes, names and crimes of illegals that they've deported. So yes, you'll see their face, their name, and the crime of what they did and why we sent them the hell up out of here. Yeah, I mean, that's all we did. And then, this guy's framing, you're showboating the separation of families. Don't you feel bad for separating these guys from their families? Bro, did they care about breaking our laws? Did they care about selling fentanyl to the public? Did they care about trafficking children? No. So sorry, but
we do not care. All the places in their community, what's been the reaction that your ICE agents have gotten from the people who live amongst these individuals?
The morale of ICE and Border Patrol is at all-time high.
Why wouldn't
because they're getting to uphold the oath they took, and they're enforcing the law. Border Patrol and the Biden administration, I met with hundreds of them. They felt like Uber drivers and tourist agents. These men and women joined the ranks of ICE and Border Patrol to enforce the law, make the community safer, and protect national security. I hear it all the time. There's a lot of people in this country who don't like me. I don't care. But when I walk through an airport, I have many people walking up to me and thank me for what I'm doing, and I'm not taking credit for anything. The success of the border and immigration enforcement is President Trump and the men and women wearing that uniform. God bless each and every one of them. But I take a pleasure in seeing it because in 40 years of doing this job, people always want to say, why are you so emotional when you testify? Why are you so emotional on network? Because if they wore my shoes for 40 years, they'd understand why I'm emotional. Yeah. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by the cartel members. And then when you get to your knees and you talk to that little girl and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her, when you listen to the Lake and Riley, 17 minutes, that young lady fighting for her life, don't just think, okay, a young woman died. Think of how she died, the terror that she went through, and these children that are sexually assaulted. I stood in back of a tractor trailer and 19 dead people at my feet that baked to death.
I mean, damn, I ain't gonna lie. I've read those reports as well, though. I've read those reports as well where, they're going into these trailers and, bro, there's no heat control, no air conditioning. So a lot of these people died a slow death, a very slow death of heat exhaustion. Like, I mean, shit. I wouldn't want this on my worst. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. On my worst enemy, I wouldn't wish this on. So yeah, this is one of the main reasons why we want to stop immigration, because we're not just protecting American citizens, but we're also saving these people from themselves. Yes, saving them from themselves.
Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. And so every sick person we take off the streets, especially child rapists, it makes this country much safer. Every illegal alien we arrest, public safety threat, one at a time, makes this country safer. But I got one thing I need to say real quick before I leave.
Take your notes from me, Tom.
Take my notes from me. I'm going to read it. I don't want any misinterpretation when I'm reading to you. The registration requirements under 8 U.S.C. 1302. If you're illegal alien in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older, you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing that address. Failing to register with DHS and failure to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses, and they're going to be treated as such.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Starting today. Make no mistake, if you're in the country illegally and you fail to do what the law requires, we will prosecute you, you will go to jail, then we'll deport you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Second law, penalties for failure to depart, 8 U.S.C. 1253. If you're alien inside the United States who has a final order, this message is for you. If you have a final order, the Trump administration is committed to enforcing our immigration laws, especially for those aliens who have received final orders of deportation. There are currently around 1.4 million illegal aliens who've been ordered removed, but remain here in violation of the law. We will aggressively prosecute, consistent with longstanding law, those aliens for failing or refusing to depart, or who takes other related actions aimed at hindering their removal. You cannot open the door. You cannot answer our questions. You cannot open your car door. You can consider it to evade law enforcement. If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day.
Damn. 900, damn.
Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order or removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute, then we'll deport you. Get your affairs in order. If you're in the country illegally, work with ICE, go to CBP 1 Home app, and leave on your own.
Yep.
Because we have to find you, deport you, and prosecute you. You'll have a bar placed on you, and you won't come back to this country.
Yep. Ever again.
You won't be able to come back on a visitor's visa, a tourist visa. If you have a U.S. citizen child, can't petition for you.
Damn. He said not even your U.S. citizen child can petition for you. That's how down the river you are if you just don't deport yourself right now. I mean, if you're an illegal, listen to this, or bro, your homie's an illegal, dog. You might want to just go like, dog, look, I get it. It's F Trump, but it's best you deport yourself so you have a chance of getting over here again, instead of just, evading and thinking that you're just going to get away for 4 years until Trump's out of office. Like, nah, it's not going to work.
If you're in this country, well, you get your affairs in order and work with us and get yourself removed from this country. That's what law requires, and we're going to enforce that law.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. You can get back to work now. Look, he's already leaving.
I mean,
he's got a lot to do, a lot of illegal immigrants to deport. But thanks, everyone, for joining us bright and early this morning. As I said,
and I'm ain't gonna lie to you, could see this gets really emotional for Tom Homan because he's actually been out there in the field. He's seen the worst of the worst. He's seen the end results of this. And the end result is, yes, you getting down on the knee going like, hey, yo, little girl, what are you doing here with all these men? And she tells you how she's been violently raped by all these men. And you're like, well, hold on. And then when you figure out that this isn't just like a rare case scenario, this is what happens to a lot of, female, like we're talking about women just in general, when they try to go over into the border. Yeah. And it gets really grimy. I mean, I've heard stories of, you can't make the payments, you pay with your body. So, bro, y'all don't even know what y'all really are allowing by saying, oh, yeah, just come over here into this country. You don't know what you're allowing. You're allowing some very evil things to go down. But as they say, the road to evil is paved with good intentions. And y'all have all the good intentions in the world, don't y'all? Let's get
right now outside of the Milwaukee. You're looking live right now outside of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Now, this is a group of Latino activists. They're protesting the arrest of Judge Hannah Dugan. And as you'll remember, the FBI arrested Dugan Friday for allegedly trying to help an illegal immigrant evade ICE. She allegedly let Eduardo Luis Flores outside of a door. It was a private door at the jury room. People don't go in and out of there. Defendants certainly don't. But in this case, Eduardo Flores Ruiz did. That's what the government's telling us. He's facing charges for almost beating his roommate to death and punching his girlfriend in the head. He was in the criminal courtroom for that reason when he was let out. Now, Judge Dugan knew those details, yet she's accused of letting him escape through that door, and the left ignored those facts. And instead, what did they do? They quickly defended the judge while blasting the Trump administration for the arrest.
Now they're arresting judges, and the first felony criminal charge brought against Judge Hannah Dugan in Wisconsin is interfering with a legal proceeding, which is essentially what they've been doing all along.
I think this was a distraction from the first weakness on the economy.
If federal enforcement agencies come to your courtroom and you help a guy escape, that is two things. One, it strikes me as maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic.
The arrest of the judge in Wisconsin, again, not isolated, felt jarring.
They relish the opportunity to go after judges.
It's not like we didn't know it was going to be terrible, and it is terrible. He really did have a judge arrested today, arresting a judge today.
I mean, and that's the most dishonest way of putting it. Like, really, you can go to Rachel Maddow and we can hear these guys pretty much defend it. And they don't tell you the details about, oh, well, he arrested a judge for what? Why did he arrest the judge? Please explain that. Oh, no, he just arrested a judge. And we don't need to tell you. Just know that Trump is going against the government now. He's arresting judges. It's like, no, that's not what Trump is doing. These judges try to subvert the law. This guy was on trial for heinous crimes, and she tried to sneak this man out the back. That's why she got arrested. And as the left loves to say, nobody's above the law. And we agree with you on that. Trust me, we definitely do. And we're upholding it, unlike you guys.
Essentially what they've been doing all along.
I think this was a distraction from the first weakness on the economy.
If federal enforcement agencies come to your courtroom and you help a guy escape, that is two things. One, it strikes me as maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic.
The arrest of the judge in Wisconsin, again, not isolated, felt jarring.
They relish the opportunity to go after judges.
It's not like we didn't know it was going to be terrible, and it is terrible. He really did have a judge arrested today, arresting a judge today.
But why, though? But why? Do y'all want to throw that in there, or y'all just want to just, mislead y'all people? All right, then. I mean, this is why we say mainstream media is pretty damn misleading. You kind of see how they cook themselves. If y'all just gave the facts behind it, y'all wouldn't look so bad.
Are you kidding me?
But not so fast. I thought no one was above the law.
No American is above the rule of law. The same rules apply to everyone.
No one is above the law. The basic concept of the rule of law in our history has been the idea that no one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
Okay, Letitia James is hilarious, seeing that, she's getting caught up on fraudulent charges. Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas.
One is above the law.
No 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 one is above the law.
So that was all for Trump, but the illegal immigrants, they are above the law for these leftists. Interesting how the tune has changed. But Border Czar Tom Homan is standing firm.
I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. What I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch.
I just heard something very dishonest in the chat. They say, what you mean? The Democrats or the libs don't even watch mainstream media anymore. All y'all talking points are mainstream media. So if you ain't watching it, you're reading it for sure. And remember, there's still a way mainstream media can get to you through, certain news publications that y'all love to enjoy. So I love the dishonest talk when y'all like to say, we don't even watch mainstream media. But then y'all talking points are mainstream media. Y'all are, y'all are as ill-informed as mainstream media. So come on now, guys. Cut the BS just because I'm calling you guys out in your shit.
You can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien device, you will be prosecuted, judge or not.
Emily, the facts of this case are shocking.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. That was really disingenuous in the chat. Well, we don't listen to mainstream media. Bruh, all your talking points are mainstream media. And maybe you do need to listen to mainstream media then if you can't see that all your talking points are right out of mainstream media. Like, wouldn't that be creepy if everything you're saying right now, I can show you a political pundit on mainstream media making it? What would that inform you? What would that tell you? That, oh, even though I don't watch them, somehow I'm still getting fed that message. Where though? I mean, be honest with us. Where? Because if you're not watching mainstream media, how would you still have the same talking points? Like, explain that.
I was filling in for Laura Friday, and her team did a great job in getting the arrest report for Luis. And here's what they found. He intentionally, without consent, struck someone multiple times in the body and face, causing pain and scratches during a verbal argument. And in fact, grabbed the guy's neck so the person couldn't breathe for 6 seconds is the allegation. And then went to hitting.
And then, see, guys like this. Kilmar Garcia isn't officially a gang member. He is officially a gang member. It has been proven by a gang unit, Department of Homeland Security. Like, there's been 2 sources that have verified him to be a gang member. It's not from S.E.T. Like, bro, look up Prince George County. Prince George County Police gang unit. Look up them if you want to be honest with yourself. And I've been showed the evidence hella times. I say, don't believe me. Don't believe Fox. Don't believe that man Waters. But go ahead and look it up. Prince George County Police Department. Like, bro, you guys are so disingenuous. It's like, here's the thing. Just because I say it, I mean, like I said, I'm going to be real with you guys. And I always said this doesn't mean it's facts. Go look it up. Just like I look it up.
A woman. So this is the individual the left wants to defend, and the judge wants to let out the back door.
I would have prosecuted that for attempted murder, by the way. If you're choking someone out for 6 seconds plus, that's attempted murder. I will say this. The fiction brush with which the media is using and these sobbing liberal talking heads are using, they are totally isolating and saying, a judge was arrested. Correct. And we've seen in this country, irrespective of vocations, plenty of people arrested for felonies similar like that. It doesn't matter what your day job is, guys. What matters is your behavior. And if you engage in felonious or illegal conduct, you're going to be arrested. It is laughable to me that they are somehow insinuating, and their hundreds of viewers are thus receiving the message that a judge was arrested for refusing to comply with President Trump's or the law enforcement agency's executions of the orders. That's not what happened. A judge was arrested for breaking the law. And I would love to see, final thought, an interview, not with talking heads or bleeding liberals or any of these people, but I would love to see the interviews of those 2 victims, the one who was almost beaten to death and the girlfriend, so they can testify as to how it feels to have the perp be let free because someone has a conscience.
Yeah.
I find it despicable.
Molly, this isn't the first time this happened. I was really struck by this passage from NBC. Here's what it said. In 2019, during Trump's first term, the U.S. attorney in Boston charged a Massachusetts judge and a court officer with obstruction of justice for allegedly aiding an undocumented immigrant in leaving the courthouse through a back exit to avoid arrest. But listen to this. Prosecutors reached a deal to drop the charges in 2022 under then President Joe Biden's administration, with the case instead going to...
Let me educate you guys on something real quick, because y'all seem to... Look, I'm tired of you libs. Oh, drop the link, drop the link. You can't drop links in chats. You know that, right? Like, YouTube, it's not me, but YouTube specifically blocks it. So you want to know what you do? Have the article. I mean, just put out the name of the article, the date, the author, and we'll be able to Google it just like that. Let's be a little bit more educated on when we tell people to link stuff, okay? Okay, you just do the name of the article, who is by, and we can look it up. You could be able to comment that, but sending a link in the chat is not it.
Review at the state judicial commission. So President Biden just let this person off.
Yeah, this is fascinating. It started out in 2018 when Judge Shelley Joseph was accused of working with the court officer.
Hold on, man. Shout out to my man Fox Chase. Appreciate the support. He said, "What up, MAGA?" And well, first off, shout out to all supporters, Hellbat and Daniel Castro. A little fast paced tonight. So appreciate y'all.
Her courtroom to help an illegal immigrant who was there in her courtroom that day, a Dominican man that was facing drug charges, slip out of a Sally Port door. It took weeks for ICE to catch up with that individual. In the case with Dugan, they got him down the street immediately that day. In this case, the individual was on the run for several weeks at least. Ultimately, she was charged. This judge in Massachusetts, Shelley Joseph, was charged. It was conspiracy and obstruction of justice charges. She went in and out of the federal courthouse, reporters all around. Those charges, as you mentioned, were dropped, and she went to this judicial commission where she was ultimately put forward as willful judicial misconduct by the commission that's looking at this case. It's fascinating. And Lelling at that time had said, this is the most fascinating part, that he does not believe that this was the only case. He believed there had been other instances potentially that had occurred.
Wow. And you
Really?
No, I was just going to say
that. I mean, yeah, other cases where ICE didn't pull up and she was able to get this off. So pretty much got a judge who was out there, subverting justice, pretty much showing out for the illegals. And if that's the case, I mean, somebody check her bank account, because I don't think this is just somebody operating out of a, rebellious spirit. I'll tell you that.
This Judge Dugan, I thought the ICE and DEA agents had an arrest warrant for the illegal.
They did. That's why they went there, and she put them down
It was
the
an
hallway.
administrative warrant, yeah.
So therefore, her job is not a judicial decision, certainly not an ideological political decision. All she had to do was administer the warrant.
Right.
So therefore, she's in a heap of trouble. I don't know how anybody can argue against that. Just a simple fact. They can't. You walk in, here's your warrant. Under Section 287G of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, the local officials are permitted to work with the federal agents. So the federal agents did everything according to Hoyle. It was the judge who spoiled the party and let him out the side door. And my last point is, I wanted to meet the ICE agent who beat him on foot.
Look,
he could run a 220 or a 440.
Yeah, it's impressive.
He could be an Olympic type runner.
The 287G is the very part that sanctuary cities and jurisdictions are frustrating right now.
Right.
That's the part of the law that they're stepping on. That's why it's such a big deal.
That's why.
To make a point of we're going to do it differently now. You're actually going to have to follow the law.
She can't interfere with that.
We don't even need new law on that.
That's
right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We don't need nothing. We just need the law to be followed. So it sounds like we just need some new judges in that area, because that is wild. Wild as hell. Like I said, we got one who was just sneaking them out the back, and then we got the other judge who was having the illegal live with him and his wife. And like I said, that sounds like a swinger type of situation. But all right, guys, let's get into the next video.
The week we reach is a milestone. The first 100 days of Donald Trump's second term. Democrats, the state-run legacy media mob, they're not taking it well. They need help. They need therapy. On Sunday, Spartacus and several other Democratic lawmakers sat on the Capitol steps for 12 hours for a public therapy session. They had singing and everything. Take a look.
This is a time to choose. And we're either going to choose the side of the American people, or we're going to choose this cruel budget that Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people.
We can't keep doing things like business as usual. We have to think of creative new things to do. And so Hakeem and I thought, let's sit on the steps of the Capitol.
Think about what.
Let's think of some new things to do. Sit on the seats of the. Okay, that's new. I've heard many people do that before, but okay. Oh, that's cute.
The framers did to try to make the president not a king, not to have a unitary executive. And Trump is doing the exact opposite.
And what Grant said is there are but two parties in America right now: patriots and traitors.
I will build. Really? Patriots and traitors. You know what? I wish to have like an interview with some of these guys. Like, bro, defend that, because you can say anything in front of a crowd, but when somebody holds you to that, like, okay, cool, defend that. All right, cool. I'm MAGA for this. Tell me how I'm a traitor, because have I spoken out against my people? Have I told my people to accept illegals? Like, no, but you have. I mean, what's more treasonous than that? I mean, y'all damn near putting illegals over the U.S. citizens. Y'all are pretty much helping out judges. Y'all are in favor of judges helping out illegals, and then you won't even report the story accurately. What's more treasonous than that? You're pretty much lying to the American people and then trying to get them to go with a narrative that's not true. Really want to talk about treason?
Build this world from love.
I will build this world from love.
Not too bad.
And then y'all went and pulled out the gay rabbi? Like, what are we doing? What are y'all doing? This is why nobody takes y'all serious. Instead of coming up with some good arguments, you got the gay rabbi singing songs. Like, what? Y'all are freaking hilarious, bro. Y'all are like kids at a certain point. No offense, but like, really? Let me sit in front of the steps instead of making compelling points to the people. I'm just gonna sit in front of the steps with the gay rabbi singing songs. Like, God damn it, guys.
Emotional damage.
Bro, that's exactly what y'all got.
Okay. Cruel budget that robs from your children and grandchildren. You heard all that right. Amid all the singing and the whining, the highest ranking Democratic member of the House said, quote, there are but two parties in America right now, patriots and traitors. Which party am I a part of? I'd like to be.
I ain't gonna lie, you Dems make my night sometimes, bro. Oh, God, as they repeated to sing, bro. Oh, man. This is why nobody will take y'all serious, okay? Remember this. Stuff like this is what you guys are not taking seriously.
Be a patriot. But wait, it gets worse. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has big dreams of one day becoming president. By the way, he'll be about as lucky as Gavin Newsom. And over the weekend in New Hampshire, the governor all but threatened half the country with violence. Take a look.
Please.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox.
Cruelty? Please explain. I mean, what we do? We're just sending these illegals back home. Is that the cruelty you're talking about? Like, I don't know about that, guy. I don't know about that, but please explain the cruelty.
And then punish them at the ballot box.
Not a moment's of peace. None.
I mean, hold on.
They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
Not a moment's of peace. None. Can we point out the obvious here?
I mean, bro, y'all kind of been doing that already. Like, bro, give us something new. Like, your Democrats say we're just gonna keep continuing what we're doing. I'm like, well, I would presume that. I would actually assume that you would do that. I'm sorry, but I thought you was gonna give a different strategy here. But you're pretty much saying we're just gonna do more of the same. What we've been doing since day one. I'm okay. Like, bruh, this is why nobody takes y'all seriously.
Democratic Party is not democratic at all. After losing an election to President Trump, after he was shot and survived 2 assassination attempts, 2 would-be assassins, Democrats have since invoked a civil war. They have called for chaos. They have encouraged their followers to riot, applauded acts of violence, and frankly,
I mean, let's be real though. Y'all Dems is sounding a little insurrection-y right now. Y'all might want to calm that down. You feel me? Because, yeah, I mean, all it takes is for y'all to what? Oh, you know, be crazy. Imagine the Dems actually did an insurrection. I mean, no, these guys outside the White House with guns ready to attack the White House. That's an insurrection. I mean, it's kind of crazy how y'all call January 6th one when it's really incomparable. You really can't compare it. Like I say, riot, I would say protest turn riot. But I'm just saying, though, if y'all really hit an insurrection, it would make sense. It would make sense. Why? Because look at how y'all speaking. Nothing this man is doing is right to you guys. You don't see the good in what he's doing because, well, y'all being lied to. Y'all being lied to your political pundits. And now y'all going to go run yourselves into a burning building or run yourselves off the cliff. For what? To go against your own self-interest? Like, I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. Like, please, you have the freedom to do so. But I'm just telling y'all right now, you ain't going to like where y'all end up.
domestic terrorism against Tesla's, their owners. Low-level far-left judges have also waged an unprecedented level of lawfare against our Constitution, the executive rights that are endowed to a duly elected president, and the Trump agenda. And of course, Democrats, they have already filed impeachment articles against the president. Yet again. What a shock.
Again.
Take a look.
And that's what I'm saying is like, dog, again, y'all are running the same script from the first term, and we're tired of it. We are tired of it, guys. Like, the American people is no longer listening to you guys. And then you want to talk about, oh, well, Trump's approval rating, like MAGA's having regrets. No, we're not. And here's the thing, though. You guys are listening to mainstream media about us. You're listening to mainstream media about us. I'll run a poll right now. It'll be the most honest poll you get, since I mostly got, you know, MAGA supporters. Hey, you guys feeling any regrets? And they'll tell you they don't. So the fact that you're going to go to mainstream media and listen to them, people that, let's be real, disagrees with MAGA, don't even like MAGA, is hilarious. It's hilarious. And it shows that you just look in dishonest places. Like, sure, you could have just came to us and asked. I mean, you can always ask us. Instead, you went to the left to go get your echo chamber good news and make you feel good about yourselves. Like, about what? How we feel about President Trump? Really? You could have just asked. Like, we're right here, guys.
Look.
This is Congressman Shri Thanedar. Donald Trump has already done real damage to our democracy. But defying a unanimous 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, that has to be the final straw. It's time we impeach Donald J. Trump. Today, I introduced a resolution to impeach Donald J. Trump, outlining 7 articles of impeachment.
What type of Asian Indian fusion is this? Like, the hell? Like, bruh, I don't know if you Sanjay or like Kakashi, bro. Who are you?
I won't be silent, and I'm calling on all my colleagues, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to stand up with me. Enough is enough.
And shout out to Fox. He says, "Set. They kind of created Trump. Kamala sucks, bro. I mean, karma sucks. Oh, my bad. You said karma sucks. Yeah, they did kind of create Trump, and karma sucks. Yeah, I mean, the way they attacked this man, the way they did everything they can. I mean, before the first term, they was on his ass. And now we're talking about that he wins. They kind of finessed him out of an election. He comes through again. And what do you think was going to happen, Dems? What do you think was going to happen? You stopped the man's first agenda. You pretty much just what? I ain't gonna lie, assassinated this man's character throughout the media for 4 years straight, and you're still doing it. Like, you guys created Trump. Honestly, you guys also created MAGA. So yes, karma is a bitch. Karma's a bitch. And it's a slow cooker. It cooks slow. I'll tell you that right now.
Enough.
Okay, it's not just the idiotic Democrats in the House and the Senate. Georgia Senator John Ossoff is also calling for the president's impeachment. Look at this exchange.
Why are there no calls for impeachment? This is
because like, you guys are ignoring half the fucking country. Like, do I need to remind you how many people voted for Donald Trump? Do I need to not remind you about the electoral blowout that we got? Like, understand this. Like, bro, there isn't enough of you guys to honestly get this going off the ground. Like, not all of us are feeling the way you do. You believing mainstream media lies, thinking that you got MAGA supporters with you guys, but you don't. Like, oh, even MAGA supporters are outraged. We're not. We're not. Okay, guys, we're doing just fine over here. We're happy. We're happy people in general. It's you guys that want to fear monger and do all this wild stuff and have this pessimistic view of everything that Trump does. And we'll leave you to it. But don't sit there and act like you know what we're thinking. Don't sit there and act like you know what we're doing here. Like, please, we're in support of Trump and we're all the way through with it. Don't sit there and tell us we got regrets. So, like, what, 3 months in? Like, gee, calm down. Yeah, I'm a bit overzealous with y'all opinions sometimes, or a bit overzealous with your accusations.
acceptable. I will not live in an authoritative country, and neither will any of these people. You can do more.
There is no doubt that this president's conduct has already exceeded any prior standard for impeachment by the United States House of Representatives.
I mean, damn. Brian Kemp. You know what's crazy? I mean, lying. I mean, can you imagine a president like lying about his cognitive ability? I mean, just out there in front of you, parading, pretending like he's running the world and all that good stuff. Like, isn't that Wouldn't that be on grounds of impeachment? You lying to the American people about your mental health? Wouldn't that be crazy, guys? Wouldn't that be absolutely insane? I know, right? Because we had it already. We had it, and it was Biden. I mean, bro, what has this man done? I really wanted to hear y'all point. What has he done, guys? Because you want to talk about that Supreme Court ruling, and I'm just like, dog, we can't make El Salvador give up a prisoner. Bukele already told us no. So not Donald Trump going against the Supreme Court. It's Bukele going against the Supreme Court. Get on El Salvador's get on their president's ass about it. Leave us out of this one, okay? It's his citizen at the end of the day.
People wipe the floor with him. They literally do not care at all about the quality of your life or the will of the American people. Instead, it's day in, day out. Democrats obsessed with getting revenge, overturning the results of the last election. The Democrats, they have their first 100-day verdict, and that's in. And it is a disaster. Multiple polls now have them in the 20s. The country has witnessed nothing but a bunch of petulant children embracing irrational anger, extreme radicalism with pointless sit-ins, chanting and singing and dropping F-bombs.
Bro, that's how we see you guys, as fucking children. No offense. But I get you guys are trying to make some adult arguments, but you look like children. You go about it like children, kicking and screaming, crying. Everything but coming up with a better solution. Everything but coming up with a good argument. Nah, just kick, scream, cry, and ask for the man to be impeached. Like, bro, come on now. You guys got to be able to do better than this. Like, and I'm being honest with you guys. You look like children. Like, bro, when Biden crashed the economy, like, bro, we weren't kicking, scrying, and creaming, talking about it's the end of the fucking world. No, we didn't. And it was in a lot lower place than it was when Trump did it. Or when it went down under Trump, and then it went right back up. But y'all didn't want to talk about that part. But please, like, we didn't mass panic under Biden. Can y'all just chill the fuck out and act like adults? Like, please. We dealt with Biden for 4 years straight. No mass panic. Okay, guys? No rioting. Okay? Y'all be okay.
Bomb after F-bomb after F-bomb. And of course, their bingo paddles.
Of course, if you leave out January 6th.
And their inability to stand for mothers that lost children or a young man that beat cancer. And perhaps no one in the entire country has been more obsessed with getting Trump than the congenital liar himself, Adam Schiff. But recently, after a short stint in his own state, he went to Target. Somebody robbed his car. Imagine that. Even Schiff seemed to realize that his party has gone completely off the rails. Nice of him to finally go to a Target. Take a look.
I went to this Target in South San Francisco, 10 o'clock at night, and I'm getting the toiletries I'm going to need for my next 2 days in the city.
So pretty much the city that you guys completely destroyed through your reckless policies, and of course immigration and with homeless. So you got an immigration problem, a homeless problem. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. That makes sense.
I had to get the clerk, which is hard to find, to unlock the shampoo or the whatever. So that's one thing. And then I get to
yeah, I mean, welcome to the cities that you guys created. Welcome. Yes, you got to get the clerk to unlock your basic like necessities. Because people are really effed up around in these liberal cities that you guys claim is oh so rich, but have high amounts of crime. I mean, it is crazy how the left does it repeatedly ignore the poor, but just want to, obfuscate to the rich. And like I said, a lot of money is pushed in through these inner cities, but let's be honest, though. I mean, the most crimes happen out these inner cities. Let's not forget that. And all these inner cities share one thing, though. Share one key thing. Liberalism. Liberalism. So you guys can cry about this all y'all want, but when y'all go in y'all own cities and experience what y'all have done, it is honestly hilarious to me. I ain't even gonna lie. I feel bad, but I honestly crack a smile sometimes because I'm like, maybe you'll change your ways now that you see how your policies can affect you too.
the cashier asked me if I want one of those Target bags with a little bullseye on it. And I said, yes, that Target bag is going to be my luggage for the next 2 days. And she asked me what happened, and I told her, and basically said, in not so many words, yeah, Democrats are. And I thought, if the cashier in South San Francisco at 10 o'clock at night believes that Democrats are.
Because they are. Because you don't care. You guys, all the policies that y'all put in action hurt the poor. Literally hurt the middle class. And you don't see that, but y'all spent your whole fucking campaign talking about we're for the poor, we're for the middle class, but all y'all policies have hurt them. That's why they look at y'all as assholes, because they see what it is. It's like, bro, you talk about the poor, but really you're for the rich. I mean, what? Y'all hear yourselves. Y'all are really for the rich because you've enacted all types of atrocities among the middle class and lower. Not just through immigration, as we were talking about with Tom Homan, but through economic policies as well.
Because the
Inflationary Reduction Act, anybody want to discuss that one? I thought not.
Who was locked up and my stuff got stolen out of the trunk. We've got a major problem.
He's a senator from the state. How could he not know all that was going on in his state? And I have bad news for my friends in California.
Bruh.
Nothing's going to get better with the likes of Adam Schiff, radical Gavin Newsom, or any other Democrat.
And shout out to my man Green Bean. He said $2 make you holla. Appreciate the support. And yes, $2 is going to make me holla. And with any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, guys. Appreciate the support. Other than that, double tap the screen and enjoy the show.
Democrat in charge of that state. Their policies, their beliefs are insane. And as we speak tonight, with few exceptions, there are really only two types of Democrats: far-left losers obsessed with hating Donald Trump and are petrified of their ultra-radical woke base. And that ultra-radical base, led by the Squad, AOC, Grandpa Bernie, Jasmine Crockett, their bizarre focus is on Green New Deal communism, the so-called.
I mean, I'm be honest. Like I said, and I will always say this: I feel bad for those on the left, bro. I feel bad because what was it like that Asian girl in her story? Was it Lindy Lee, the girl who was working with Biden, who came out about all the stories about the administration? I feel bad for her because that's a lot of libs. Is that when they go outside of their party, when they try to say, "Hey, yo, guys, I think we need to do something different," what we're doing is not helping Americans. They get ostracized, they get pushed out, kicked out of their social groups. I mean, you can lose friends and family alike going outside of your liberal bubble. Outside that liberal echo chamber y'all live in. At a certain point, I'm not even mad at y'all. I can see why y'all get mad at us. I mean, we're allowed to disagree with our inner group and still be included. Y'all can't. I can see why y'all hate us. I mean, let's be real. Y'all kind of show more cultish behavior than we do. All right. Main example. Now, I'm not pro-Palestinian, but I do disagree with the way Israel has carried out this war. A lot of conservatives and MAGA disagree with me on that stance, but they still hear me out and they still accept me as, "Hey, yo, Set, you still MAGA." I'm like, all right, shoot, I like that. Now, I could never do that on the left. I could never do that on the left. I tried doing it on the left, and that's why I'm here. I try to come to the left and just be like, all right, guys, don't you think we're kind of being a little bit outrageous with this man Trump? Like, don't you think what he's speaking on, like, maybe if we disagree on it, we do got to highlight at least that it's a problem. And that's what I got kicked out for. I was like, damn. So just to highlight problem that the man is talking about is a problem? That's why I learned. I was like, okay, cool. Well, it was never meant for me. There's no freedom of thought. At least on the MAGA side, I wouldn't say all the way on conservative, but at least there's freedom of thought.
Called Fight the Oligarchy. Now there's a civil war brewing between the radical and the super.
Shout out Fox. He said this one's for Zoloff. Hey, shout out my man coming through. Hey, appreciate the support, guys.
Super radical sides of the Democratic Party, but there's no moderates left. Take a look.
Let me ask you about something that your colleague, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, said. She said Democrats should stop using the term oligarchy because it's a phrase that doesn't resonate with all Americans. Are you missing a chance to speak to a wider audience, Senator?
Well, geez, we had 36.
I mean, here's the thing. Y'all want to talk about fighting the oligarchy, and the oligarchy are the ones who've been subverting the American middle class and shipping their jobs out to places like China, India, etc. But Trump hits the oligarchy right in their fucking rib, right in the rib, right with a rib shot, and you guys are crying for them. You guys are going like, no, stop the tariffs. Let the oligarchy continue to ship out jobs. Let them continue to take advantage of us. Let them continue to be able to not give us jobs, but get into our consumer market. Let it keep happening. That's what you guys were arguing when you guys were also against tariffs. That's what you guys were defending when you were also against Donald Trump's economic plan. Do you not understand that you guys are cheerleading for the oligarchy while saying fight the oligarchy? It's comical. It's comical, guys, and everybody see it but you. And I'm talking to the libs out here. Everybody sees how you guys are cheerleading for the oligarchy, but then also saying that we want to fight the oligarchy. I mean, you might want to put the pom-poms down first.
1,000 people out in Los Angeles, 34,000 people in Colorado. We had 30,000 people in Folsom, California, which is kind of a rural area. I think the American people are not quite as dumb as Ms. Slotkin thinks they are.
President Trump has totally broken the Democratic Party in 100 days. And as of now, there is no one capable of picking up the pieces. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
And all right, guys. Now, don't worry, though. We are going to go into the other side. But in the meantime, let's get into my man, Jesse Waters.
Donald Trump got some brotherly love at the White House today. Super Bowl champs, the Eagles, were in town and stopped by to say hi to their.
Like, how ironic that this man Trump wins an election and then, I mean, the Super Bowl is won by the Eagles. Hey, man, I mean, signs, right? Signs from above.
Favorite guy.
The season started off slow, but you soon caught fire with your great coach inspiring you, and you got the ball to your superstar running back who I met yesterday. And I want to tell you, he's a handsome guy, but I wouldn't want to tackle him. Saquon Barkley. I offered him a ride on Air Force One because I was coming down. And usually they say, no, I don't think so. He said, I'll take it, sir. And he loved it. We love being together. He's a great young guy.
Running back Saquon Barkley spent the weekend golfing at Bedminster. Democrats.
Hold on. Is Trump chilling with a black guy? Oh, come on, guys. Come on. You got to give it to my man. Like, come on, Trump. That's a token, right? I mean, come on, sir. He's a token. Now, that's racist. Do you see? Now, come on. Now, you got to see where y'all playing into this whole racism that you kind of claim that MAGA has. Bro could be chilling with a whole black man on just a personal side. Like, hey, yo, I just vibe with you. Yo, this black guy's a sellout. He's a token. And I'm like, for what? Chilling with the president? Like, bro, take the skin color out, and he's just chilling with the president. But I mean, come on, guys, come on. You can no longer say that Trump is racist at this point. I'm not saying because he's out here chilling with black guys publicly, because he's been doing that. He been did that already. But because he's also willing to be seen well on camera. And so there was a funny story that y'all like to tell about Trump, how he would make all of his black staff scatter at one of his casinos back in the day, which proven to be a lie.
When black stars like Saquon chill out with Trump, and they threw a fit.
I'm sorry, it's just him chilling with a black guy just reminds me of all the racist stories they told me about Trump that turned out to be a lie. But yeah, it just reminds me of all of that. I'm just like, now if I was a racist white man and I was a white supremacist and I just think of myself as just the best in the world and everybody else is below me, why would I walk next to a black guy? I mean, I'm just saying, guys, like, it doesn't line up. Like, come on, guys. Y'all racist claims just don't line up.
But none of that matters anymore. Saquon said some people are really upset because they played in golf and flew to the White House with the president. Maybe I just respect the office. Not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago and look forward to finishing my round with Trump.
Yeah.
We're living in a different world. In 2018, the Eagles boycotted their White House visit, and now they're visiting and getting in a round. The culture is embracing Donald Trump because just like in sports.
I mean, yeah, that's how you get Donald Trump, though. Low key is like, bro, I bet I can get you in a round of golf. Trump probably put down the whole, like, bro, drop the itinerary, bro. This guy is talking crazy about golf. I mean, shout out.
Trump's about results. Doesn't matter what you say. It's how you play. Your opponent and your critics, they can say whatever they want. But the only thing that matters is the score at the end of the game.
Scoreboard,
there's a lot
baby.
of people who talk trash on the field, but can't back it up. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the game isn't even close to over. It's just getting started.
There was bro, we're still in my opinion, we're still in the first quarter. It's still the first quarter, but the Dems are calling it like we're in the fourth. So, yeah, it is a bit funny how they are acting right now. I mean, like I said, jump into conclusions just to look stupid at the end.
Story 10 days ago that said this is the worst April for the stock market since the Great Depression. 10 days later, The NASDAQ is now up on the month of April, and I haven't seen a story that says, oh, stock market has biggest bounce back ever.
The White House has a lot of momentum. IBM's investing $150 billion into American tech manufacturing. And Trump's tackling the border invasion all day, every day.
So I know IBM, 150 billion, Apple, 500 billion, and the list goes on. What was it? SoftBank, 200 billion. I mean, there's been a lot of investments made into the U.S. I mean, and those are just the ones that I know off the top of my head. There are more.
In Colorado Springs this weekend, an MS-13 nightclub got iced. Over 100 illegal gangsters were arrested with their girlfriends. Hope their wives weren't watching. Think about how...
I mean...
going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Brazen these migrants were. They had their own nightclub in the middle of Colorado. And Biden knew about it and let it thrive.
During the Biden administration, they received 170 911 calls to that club alone. That club we were just watching, 170 calls. Wouldn't you think that would have been a red flag? Nothing happened. Guns, shootings, ag batteries, nothing happened. So under Donald Trump, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, ATF, ICE, everyone went in together. DEA led this investigation, went in, got 115 illegal immigrants, aliens in our country, arrested them.
In Florida, Operation Tidal Wave is in full swing. Biden migrants are having nightmares about Tom Homan.
We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation.
Oh God, though, it's like everywhere in every illegal immigrant's head is a picture of Tom Homan just popping up in his scary ass mug. Just like damn, I thought ICE was at the door, guys. I get it. And yes, he's coming for all y'all. Y'all really need to self-deport yourselves so y'all can come back. I mean, it kind of just shows the character of these illegals who don't want to self-deport on the promise that we'll let them back in if they just come in the regular way. It kind of shows that some of these guys, subverted that because they know they wouldn't pass that background check.
Campaign in American history. Over this past weekend, it was announced that through Operation Tidal Wave, a joint effort between ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies, nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days alone.
But some of these bad hombres aren't too slick. One illegal got busted for stealing $3,000 in cash from Kristi Noem's purse at a burger joint in D.C.
I mean,
the guy pickpocketed the wrong kind of secretary. The feds found him passed out, blowing his haul on cocktails in an Italian restaurant.
Hey, yo.
And that's a lot of cash for Kristi Noem to be carrying around in her purse.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say the same thing too. I'm like, damn, Kristi, you out here walking with like a nice little stack on you? I don't know about that, especially if like you important like that. I'd be like, you might want to keep that on the debit card. Like you a nice little target, unless Kristi Noem about to turn around and start flashing some bands or something, which would be absolutely hilarious.
Maybe the Easter Bunny left it for her. So whenever I ask my wife if she has any cash, she never does. Trump planted 100 illegal.
I mean, shoot, what you mean? You give your girl cash, man, she come back with accessories and furniture. Accessories and furniture, goddamn it. Know from experience.
Alien mugshots right on the White House lawn. So every time a reporter does a live shot from their position outside the White House, the mugshots are in the background. And there's nothing they can do.
Oh, shoot, and shout out to my man Fox Chase. Sorry, missed that. He's like, where's the effing juggernaut? Making money equals voters in 2 years. Appreciate the support, my man Daniel Castro. I almost said Fox Chase. Yeah, but where are the fucking juggernauts? Well, actually, we're the fucking juggernaut. Shout out. Hey, yo, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. All right, guys. But yeah, shout out to my man Castro. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I be getting confused between Castro and Fox Chase's picture every time. It kills me. I see the picture and I just get confused. One of y'all got to change your picture.
Do about it.
Coin flip on it.
He's forcing the media to cover the crime wave they just covered up. And these are the worst of the worst. Illegals convicted of murder to child rape. The media wanted to see Trump's mugshot, and he was like, take these instead. And the press is flabbergasted at how they keep getting outfoxed.
The White House has put up about 100 posters of what they say are unauthorized immigrants who have been arrested for violent crimes. You can see them there. They put them up on the driveway of the White House. But what's particularly noteworthy about this location is it is right directly behind the positions where TV correspondents do their hits from the White House lawn. So therefore, no matter what network you're on, that includes MSNBC, if you're doing a hit from the White House right now, those pictures will be behind you.
I would encourage those individuals that have that as a backshot to blur those people out. I would encourage, I recognize live shots are tough, but I would encourage folks to actually make sure that those shots are blurred.
All righty, let's get right back to it. All right, so to my man Castro, he says we are the fucking juggernaut, making money equals voters in 2 years. And I mean, that's true though. That is true. And these Trump tariffs is bringing in money. And shout out to our girl Fox Hunter Super Slayer, aka Kim. Hey sis, why are y'all okay with Trump violating civil rights? Wait, whose? Which ones? Like what? The illegals? Or are you talking about Garcia? Because he got due process twice. So they lied to you about that one, sis. Now, if you want to tell me whose civil rights we violated or why we're okay with violating them, I'd be happy to answer that. But civil rights, who civil rights got violated? Shoot, not ours.
The best of your abilities. We know
Well
better.
said.
MSNBC is demanding privacy for illegal aliens who rape kids. They have to protect the privacy rights of Honduran nationals convicted of murder. In this industry, we only blur faces of minors, and they want to blur faces of illegals who rape minors. They're coddling foreign third world criminals like children. Like MS-13 needs protection from us. America's Heartthrob says everyone's getting deported, whether they like it or not.
What percentage of the, let's just pick an even number of, say, 10 million illegal aliens, let's say that Biden released, what percentage do you think we should let stay here of those 10 million?
I'm not trying to do a game.
No, but I'm saying, no, but
you think that's the best use of?
Well, hold on, but is it your view that if a Democrat president releases 10, 15, 20 million illegals into the country, they all then should get to stay forever and for all of life?
Stephen, I don't have a view about what Democratic presidents do. I'm asking.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, Kim, deporting illegals to their home country is not punishment and no due process violated. Yeah, on God. Like, we did not violate their civil rights. Now, if they came here legally and we just sent them home, that's not really, violating their rights. I mean, and what rights do they really got under, U.S. law at that point? If you're willing to break our law, let's be real. I mean, and like I said, he got due process and they got him up out of here. Now, if you want to talk about the gang members and how they didn't get due process, that's through the Aliens Enemy Act and them being designated as terrorists. And as what Trump did within his, I think, first week in office is designate all these used to be Latin gangs to terrorist organizations. And I'm be real with you, they got the personnel and the money to be terrorist organizations. So this is why we're able to get these guys up out of here without due process. And we're talking about the gang members only, or the guys who are pretty much part of a terrorist organization.
Asking what the Republican president.
Yeah, so you don't want to answer the question because you know the answer is obvious. Everyone that Biden let in has to go home.
Tom Homan's going to be a busy man. In fact, he says he's going to do a third term too, maybe a fourth, maybe a fifth.
People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time?
No, I am not. I'm going to be honest with you, Kim. You got me there. I keep telling people to stick to Harvard because that'd probably be their best bet. I'm not okay with what happened to Harvard. Not enough information has been released on what he was talking about. I don't know if there was anti-Jewish enough to where he was getting students hurt or anything like that. All I know is we just took him out there. We said he had anti-Israeli rhetoric, and that was it. So, no, I don't agree with that one now. But, I mean, the way they're framing it is, if you're on a green card and you're having pro-terrorist rhetoric, then, well, here we are. And let's be real, his daughter is all on the Times. Because let's be real, if he was to start protesting anti-Israel stuff, I mean, before October 7th, it wouldn't really have mattered. But now that it's after, you hear me? I mean, like I said, I get you on there, though. Like I said, I will agree with you on that. But Kilmar Garcia, that's a losing point for y'all.
Time. I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country.
The media is protecting migrants, and so are the judges. They're ordering planes full of illegals to turn around mid-flight and fly back to America. One judge got caught harboring a member of Tren de Aragua. This judge gave him AK-47s and then smashed his phone with a hammer, Hillary style, when cops showed up at his door. This guy,
like, bro, literally chilling with the fam, a judge, illegals, gang members, chilling with the fam. Like, bro got like gang tattoos over here. The wife is over here kind of looking at this man a little crazy. Bro, what is that? Now, when I say there were swinger vibes involved, if I found out that there was something like that going on, bro, I swear to God, I'm be pissed because I don't want it to be. But when you look at this picture and how this guy's a gang member, he got the teardrop right here, bro. Got a teardrop right there with the gang tattoos right there on the knuckle, and the wife is over here side-eyeing him. Well, I mean, allegedly, right? Allegedly, this looks like some swinger type of activities are going on.
and smashed his phone with a hammer, Hillary style, when cops showed up at his door. This guy was so bad he had pictures of decapitated heads on his phone. That's why the judge hammered it. He knows a thing or two about evidence. And another was caught aiding and abetting a migrant escaping justice. This illegal was in court for allegedly beating a woman up.
Bruh.
And this judge, who happens to be a woman, heard ICE, was in the courthouse, stopped the proceeding and helped the illegal sneak out the back door. This judge swore an oath to the Constitution to faithfully administer the law, and she's breaking the law by helping a foreigner break the law. So the Justice Department said no one's above the law and arrested the judge. They told us that's what happens. They told us no matter who you were, no matter what you do, no one's above the law. You break the law, you pay the price. Now, the same people who told you that said judges should be above the law and should be able to break whatever law they want. And Trump, who's just enforcing the law, he should be in prison, not the illegal or the judge.
Wild.
Trump wants to be king. A king doesn't have a constitution. A king just does whatever he wants. This is a constitutional crisis.
Arresting a judge today. Are you kidding me? That is a sign of weakness, not strength.
I mean, like I said, though, when they refuse to actually tell us what that judge did, do you know why we arrested this judge? I mean, for those who are just tuning in, this judge tried to pretty much, let an illegal immigrant escape. An illegal immigrant, I mean, a non-citizen, if you want to frame it that way, who was in court for committing a crime against an American citizen by, I guess, punching him a whole lot of times and assaulting a woman. So he assaulted some guy and his woman, and this is what he was pretty much getting brought up on charges for. ICE shows up at the court. The judge has a bit of a panic attack, and he tries to pretty much help this man escape. Yeah, and they're pretty much saying that this judge, there might just be more cases of her letting people escape. I'm talking about Miss Dugan is her name.
Strikes me as maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic. People are sometimes called to do civil disobedience.
I mean, yeah, shout out to Hellbat. That's one thing y'all also refuse to drop is they also refuse to drop DEI and affirmative action, which is, I ain't gonna lie, like affirmative action is damn near like, what? DEI is the evolved form of affirmative action. If you want to talk like we're playing Pokemon or something, it's like they took out affirmative action so it can evolve to be DEI.
They're saying you can break the law to resist Trump. Not just you, judges, the military, politicians. This is why they didn't think Biden raiding Trump's house was that bad. This is why they don't care when psychos go to Ukraine and show up with a rifle at Trump's golf club.
They didn't. You know what's so crazy? When y'all are expecting the craziest amount of all right, well, I know. Shout out my man Cool, though. Shout out my man Cool. He said he didn't have a warrant set. He's like, come on now. It was an illegal arrest, another violation of the Constitution. They didn't have a warrant to arrest a guy who pretty much skirted who pretty much skirted his deportation order. Bro, really? Like, ICE didn't pull up there for no reason now, G. They pulled up there for a reason. It's like, bro, the fact that y'all think y'all know more than people who do these deep dive investigation is pretty damn arrogant of you guys. But I love it. I love it, though. Hey, keep that attitude. Why not? I mean, it just... it's not going to make you look the smartest in the end, though, my friend. You are a pretty educated guy. Don't let them do this to you.
This is why DAs let you vandalize a Tesla and then drop charges. If a judge lets an illegal accused of abusing women escape out of the back door to ditch ICE, they're giving the whole country a permission slip to do whatever's necessary to stop Trump's agenda. An agenda that won in a landslide and a mandate on border security. That was at the top of the list with voters, along with the economy. This is pre-Civil War style resistance. We're getting into traitorous territory.
Don't pull up unless you got a warrant.
Democrat politicians who could be back in power in just 2 years want to arrest the attorney.
And like, for my message, you read for free. Oh, man, come on, cool. You've been around here for a minute now. You've been here for a minute. I might as well. You're my favorite, I would guess, naysayer. I mean, the most reasonable one. Like, why not?
General and the FBI director on.
But for the rest of y'all, though, no, y'all gonna have to pay. Cool been around for a minute. He got some tenure in the game. The rest of y'all, though, I ain't got too much love for y'all. But like I said, I do have love for those who disagree with me. Like, why wouldn't I? You acting like I just hate the left. You know what? I think this would be a perfect time to play a video that's like, I guess is a word of wisdom. And I'm going to play it after this video right here.
Kidnapping charges.
On the logic of this arrest of Judge Dugan, all of the people in the Trump administration who participated in defying that order by Judge Boasberg themselves could be arrested for interfering with a legal proceeding and perhaps other criminal charges like kidnapping, as you were suggesting before.
This is the same thing they did with DEI and the same thing they did on trans. They are changing the language to justify their actions. Deporting criminals is now kidnapping Maryland dads. Democrats are telling us they're going to play dirty. They're going to chop block, spear, hit you in the family jewels. They'll do anything.
Okay, he says held back. He says other way. Affirmative action came from DEI. Man, I don't know. I feel like we had to take out affirmative action to get DEI. But all right, you're right. You're right, though. Trust me, they took out affirmative action. They put in DEI. The funny thing about affirmative action and DEI was just like, bro, it was kind of like the same thing. I was a bit confused. Like, we're getting rid of affirmative action. But then here comes DEI. I'm like, what? Like, isn't this the same thing? Except, I guess with affirmative action, it was kind of like a color thing. But I mean, with DEI, I mean, you're getting in with color, gender, sexuality. I mean, we don't got enough trans people at this position, guys. We're looking kind of transphobic here. It's like, bro, what type of arguments are y'all really having in that boardroom? You are talking about how many trans people y'all have working for you. Like, man.
They're already telling the country Trump's a failed president, that he's already a dictator, and hitting him with over 90% negative coverage, telling their audience that him doing what he was elected to do means he's Mussolini. They're brainwashing you into thinking we're in a recession and in a constitutional crisis. Is that how you feel?
Bruh.
I don't feel that way.
Me neither. Me neither. That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all fear mongering on a whole different level. Like, you got to remember, why don't y'all ask us? Like I said, you're willing to go to mainstream media and listen to them about us when we don't even watch these guys like that. Like, I do, but that's for research reasons. Most of us, like, we're talking about those who voted MAGA, do not watch mainstream media. So the fact that you guys are actually getting a critique of what we think, of what we feel from them, is hilarious. When you got channels like mine, you could just come through and ask and be like, hey, yo, Seth, can you go ahead and put that poll up and be like, how much you guys feel like y'all regretting MAGA? And bro, there's about 300 of them who could possibly take that vote on. I'm pretty sure we're going to come to the conclusion that none of us have no regrets about this. And it's a bit too early to call for us to have regrets. I mean, like, damn, can my man get a year in? Bro, we're dealing with 4 years of him. You guys are crying in like what? It's about to be the fourth month. About to be the end of the fourth month that you guys are crying. But we got 4 years left. And you're crying about 4 months. Hilarious. Like I said, like, cry harder, please. Because we do not care.
People I talk to, they don't feel that way. JP Morgan's CEO says younger people in this country are on track towards having an unbelievable life. And Trump says, as serious as his job is, he's having fun. Who wouldn't when you're golfing with Saquon?
I mean, for real.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
I mean, who wouldn't have fun, bro? I have fun doing this. It's like, dog, when y'all damn near do my job for me, I have fun. Okay. When the libs cook themselves for me, I have a hell of fun. I'm like, oh, thank God. Today was an easy day for me because the libs spent the whole time making themselves look stupid. But all right, guys, let's get to this little quick little word of wisdom. Shout out. All right. Shout out to that TikTok channel. But yes, that is pretty much my stance when I low-key listen to other people's opinions. Like, I don't hate y'all. If anything, I always look to disagree with my own side. I look more to disagree with my own side than to disagree with you guys. I'll be quite honest with you. But all right, though, let's get to the next video.
All the president, especially on the 18 important trading partners. We're doing bespoke deals, and he's going to be intimately involved in every one. 2 weeks ago, when we had the Japanese delegation come in, he started it in the Oval, and then we took them into the negotiating room. So he laid the groundwork.
It looks like the tariffs don't work crowd owes President Trump a big apology.
I mean, they won't apologize, but they definitely do.
Tariff revenue just smashed records. $15.9 billion collected so far this month alone. The White House says it's close to a trade deal, but in the
$15.9 billion in a month. I mean, okay, I like them numbers. Let's keep that up.
meantime, the money is starting to roll in. Hello, everyone. I'm Jackie DeAngelis. Joining me are my co-hosts, Taylor Riggs, Dagan McDowell, Brian Brenberg, and with us for both hours today, O'Leary Ventures Chairman Kevin O'Leary. Great to have you, as always. And the president could be putting all that tariff money to work. He says Americans making under $200,000 a year could see their income taxes slashed or even wiped out. Imagine that. Washington politicians funding tax cuts without borrowing from China. And while doomsdayers scream about trade wars, companies like IBM are responding by announcing 150.
And shout out to Kim, aka Fox Hunter Super Slayer, which is hilarious, sis. But she says, DEI, a volunteer program, y'all not law. Well, wait, a volunteer program? DEI, a volunteer program? I mean, hold on. Wait, what? What did the volunteer guys got to do with this? Wait, what did they do? I'm confused now. He's like, DEI, a volunteer program, y'all not the law. I mean, what do you mean by that, sis?
$50 billion investment right here at home. We're talking about jobs, technology, manufacturing, all in America. And grocery chains like Albertsons are telling suppliers don't even think of.
Wait, is there DEI and volunteer programs that I'm missing or something? It's like, hey, yo, we got too much y'all Mexicans up here and volunteering, bro. We need to let in some blacks and Asians up in here. Like, what's going on with this? Like is that what's going on? Like, you saying there isn't enough, like, what? Like, black people or what, transgenders in volunteer work? I don't know. Let me know, sis.
About jacking prices up. They're holding the line for consumers. Investors wait for progress on the big fish. That's China. Kevin, you say it is time to level the playing field. So I want to get your take.
Yeah, China's a different stack than all the other countries listed there because there's many issues beyond just tariffs. I've been saying consistently now for weeks, and I'm happy to see this is getting some traction. I'm not the only voice on this. IP theft, we got to deal with that. World Trade Organization's disputes, we have to start clearing the backlog there because many of them are U.S. disputes and they've never been answered. Access to their courts, got to deal with that. They have access to ours. The one that's really starting to look interesting that we should be focusing on, this issue around NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. There are hundreds of Chinese companies that are no longer compliant. And with the new sheriff in town, with Paul Atkins, he's a China hawk. He's going to go line item by line item through those listings. If they are breaching the rules of the exchanges by not being compliant with GAAP, delistorama, right off the exchange. And once you get delisted off a U.S. exchange, it's not so easy to go anywhere else in the world and say, hey, I broke the law in the U.S. Please list me on the London exchange. They say, no, thanks. No, thanks. So they got to.
Bro, if you get kicked off the U.S. exchange, I mean, bro, we're the most fair market in the world. We don't pull no shady stuff. We treat your business well, and we protect your intellectual property. If you get kicked out of here, bro, everybody's looking at you crazy, bro. It's like, bro, you got kicked out of the fairest market in the world. Yeah, we're good on you, G. If you got kicked out of there, we're good.
Resolve these issues el pronto. Otherwise, they're going to lose billions of market cap just erased off the U.S. exchanges. And I'm good with all of it. Let's get to the table and start talking every one of these issues and the tariffs. This time, China, you don't get away with the IP theft.
Yeah. And this morning, Scott Bess and Brian talking about the potential for deals with different countries that have come to the table. We've got a full screen: Taiwan, Israel, Argentina, UK, EU, Japan, Vietnam, South Korea. The big one is India. We're going to probably start to hear some announcements pretty soon, it sounds like.
I would love to hear an announcement on India fast. I think that would send a huge shot across the bow for China, basically saying the U.S. wants to shift the center of gravity to India, away from China. That's why we're cutting a deal with them soon. But I like the sound of these other countries on the screen. Last week, at the end of the week, the Trump administration said, we've got a new kind of system for doing the tariff deals. Every week, we're going to bring in 6 countries for talks, then go to 6 the next week, then go to 6 a week after on kind of a rotating basis. I wish that would have been in place, like a month ago, but I love the fact that they've got a system. They're identifying the things that they want to work on. So right now, Kevin wants to ramp it up with China, and that's fine because Bessent said China's in a different bucket. I want to see progress, and I think they're making progress. And if India's the first one done, and South Korea's the second one done, and Japan's the third one done, I think that's very good news.
I'm challenged on what to ask you, Taylor, because there's a bunch of things I want to ask. But I heard you sort of commenting when Kevin was talking about the notion of delisting potentially Chinese companies here.
Yeah.
We've always talked about access to this market as a privilege, one that doesn't belong to people who violate the rules in such a flagrant way.
I was joking because I just wrote one of my law school thesis, and I was thinking about you, Jackie, on Shein suing Temu here in the U.S. to take advantage of our Digital Markets Competition Authority under a copyright law. So again, you have 2 foreign Chinese companies here in the U.S. suing each other because they don't like the way the other one is doing copyright in the U.S. and the way
I'm like, bro, y'all both breaking the law, though. I mean, Temu and Shein are both kind of breaking trade laws, and they're suing each other over copyright is absolutely hilarious. I mean, bro, it's like 2 gangsters taking each other for court for shooting at each other. It's like, really, guys? Really?
the way the U.S. started buying consumers. So again, shows how integrated we all are and the way that they do have access to our laws and our technology. And Kevin, you talked about forced IP tech transfer and how if you want to go over to China, you were almost forced to do a joint venture with the government. If you're JP Morgan, you can't just go and open up a branch in China. You have to negotiate with the Chinese government. They have to be involved. That's the stuff that I think Americans, when we think about China, is different.
It's like, and shout out to Kim. She says, wasn't the most people benefited from DEI was white people? No, actually, DEI kept out white people and Asians. I know, right? Asians for some reason, but they threw Asians in there as well. And it was mainly used in like school, like white people and Asians have to score this high, but minorities only have to score like this, like below them. You feel me? That's DEI pretty much. We're lowering the bar for minorities, and that's just disrespectful towards us and them at the same time. You're pretty much patting us on the head saying that, oh, you can never be like the white man or the Asian guy. You can never score as high as them. So we'll lower the bar so we can let you in. Yeah, it's downright disrespectful. So no, it didn't help. It didn't help white people. I think you got that confused with like, I don't know, like the welfare programs or something. That's I believe what mostly helped white people. But DEI, no, that mainly helped people of color and of different sexuality, of course, and gender. I mean, that's how we got the whole pilot situation. The girl flying the pilot, even though she was told, like, warned maybe 3 or 4 times that, hey, yo, if you don't change the way you fly, if you don't lower your altitude or whatever, you're going to crash this mug. And she ignored it and it crashed. And then when you do a deeper investigation into that female pilot, you find out that she was a Biden supporter. She was pro LGBTQ and other stuff. So it's kind of the reason why they were trying to kind of hide that. That was one of the main parts of DEI was that lady crashing that helicopter.
So understand and can wrap their heads around when they just feel like they're playing a different game. We've talked about devaluing their currency, which is in a way not playing fair. I think my only concern, Jackie, is when we think about raising revenue from tariffs, this comes back to me where then we can't think of it as zero tariffs and full fair trade. I mean, I don't think China ever plays fair. So we can't just go to the world and say everyone do 0% tariffs, because we've talked about those non-tariff barriers. But if that's the end goal, then you can't raise revenue from it, because revenue from it means that we're keeping 20, 30%, whatever it is, tariffs. So I think I'm still trying to figure out what's the goal and where do we end up in all of this?
Yeah. I've said this before. I think I brought it up Friday. If you've read what President Trump has said in the past, and I'm not talking about that speech he gave in 2018 in Charleroi, Canada, he wants to keep a tariff in place on every nation with which we trade. And so he said, just to put let's do the math on the numbers and put them in perspective. He made a comment about revenue from the tariffs, with it coming in, income taxes for Americans who make under $200,000 a year will be substantially reduced, maybe even completely eliminated.
Damn.
He has said things like that in the past. So this is rough math. The cutoff for the top 10%, so the bottom 90% of taxpayers in this country, that is roughly $180,000. So let's use that as the cutoff point. They pay, the top 10% pay 72% of the taxes. So you've got to come up.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't like that, though. Yeah, the top 10% pays 72. The 1% pay like 40, 43, 47%. So when y'all ask these guys to pay more, I'm damn near looking at y'all crazy. It's like, bro, they're already kind of shooting out a lot, G. I mean, compared to what, bro, some of y'all get tax refunds. We're talking about people who have to pay the IRS. Y'all are, bro, what? We're talking about people who are getting tax refunds, asking people who actually pay taxes to pay more. Disrespectful as hell, and you guys need to sit the hell down.
Up with at least.
Like, how about this? Get your money up and then talk to these guys about, oh, I want you to pay more taxes, because you're probably going to be right on their side. Most likely.
28% of the total income, individual income tax revenue as an offset through tariff revenue. If you're going to have the bottom 90% pay no income taxes, you're just make the assumption we're not going to get a nickel from any of those taxpayers. We're talking about, we're going to need annually $600 billion in revenue. So based on the math of, oh boy, we're making $16 billion in April in tariff revenue, that works out annualized to $192 billion per year. We as a nation will need more than 3 times that amount. If you need $600 billion in revenue, you're going to need an across-the-board tariff on every dollar of goods imported into the United States of 18%. So is that what the president is talking about?
Right.
Well, he had my understanding.
That is not sustainable. That will never happen.
But my understanding is,
you know, so crazy, this like crazy logic. Oh, they're all gonna say, like, all gonna be run by robots and all that good stuff. I'm like, bro. First off, do you know how expensive these these robots are? First off, how expensive they would be, the repair costs, how long you can keep them around, is all yet to be tested. But we got for a fact the biological mechanism, which is the human body. So yeah, I mean, you guys want to talk about robots. I mean, like, gee, I've seen some technical advancements in some of these factories, and it ain't robots. If anything, I mean, the wildest thing I've seen was, I mean, they brought into this job, right? It was like an exoskeleton suit. It was wild as hell. But they was putting it on one of the guys, and he was supposed to be able to, I guess, lift things easier. Now, it was out of my department, but I kind of went into it because I was like, hey, I ain't gonna lie. Like, y'all bringing in this exoskeleton, and one of my dudes is telling me, bro, you might want to see this. And I go in there, and this guy's able to lift, like, boxes a whole lot easier with an exoskeleton suit. Like, it's all like tied around his arms and his back and all that crazy stuff. And I'm just like, trust me, guys, they're doing that. That's the advancements I've seen in factories. I have not seen the robots, these iRobots that y'all think are about to come out in the next 2 to 3 years. Like, we are still be using human labor, guys. But for some reason, you guys are thinking Will Smith iRobot for some reason.
that
18%?
he does envision having in place a tariff. And broadly speaking, from an economic perspective, it encourages work if you tax consumption. And let's just say it, this is a consumption tax. It is a tax on things that we consume that are bought overseas. And it encourages work. And it encourages us to work to make things here in the U.S. But I didn't mean to
I'm
interrupt you.
concerned about what I would call class warfare. When you take a huge segment of society.
I'm weak. She says Elon should pay his half or pay half his income in tax. God damn. Hey, yo. How much is that? To be quite honest with you, I'd have to actually look that up. That's a lot of money, but that's not fair. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not fair, because Elon has other things. Like, Kim, what you guys asked for is class control. That's what you guys are pretty much asking for. You're asking for class control. You're making sure that people never reach a certain level of wealth, or else they'll just start working for the government. And I'm gonna tell you how you're going through that. Because, like, all right, if he pays half his income, well, what the hell is he supposed to reinvest with? He still got to fund, his space operations. Still got to fund, I don't know, trying to make advancements on Tesla. Still got to fund Starlink and all that good stuff. It's like a lot of profits are reinvested. So when you say take half of his profits, I mean, you're damn near, or half of his income, you're damn near saying stall all of his investments. Like, not allow this man to reinvest into his, companies or whatever else you want to reinvest in. Nah, I mean, at a certain point, I don't think anybody just want to work for the government. And the fact that you guys wouldn't want that, I mean, would you want to work long hours just for the government to take half of it? No. Then why are you asking that of other people as if they didn't work hard for their money as well? Like, it's wild how you just see them as rich. And let's be real, Elon didn't come from no rich beginnings. I mean, Trump did, but let's be honest, even if you come from a rich beginning, there's no amount of money you can't fuck up. So it does take a certain amount of discipline to keep that money going. So I do not get y'all hatred for rich people, be honest with you guys, because you don't really see the hard work in that. Well, it took them to get there. You guys have an Instagram mentality when it comes to rich people. You just see them online and you hate on them because they got what you don't. But what you didn't see was them years of grinding that took them to get there.
I didn't say you don't have to pay tax. We're going to put that burden on either tariffs or the rest of the population here. Very uncool, because all of a sudden you're not contributing. You're not helping anybody out. You're not paying any tax whatsoever. I'd rather just see a flat tax of 19% or whatever it's got to be, and everybody pays it. It's not right. And tariffs, by the way, should be strategic. Not every country should we tariff. We may want to say to ourselves, China is the enemy, and they are. I don't care what anybody says. We need to spend billions defending the northern border of North America. That's actually Canada. We shouldn't tariff anything in Canada because they have all the stuff the Chinese have, the minerals, the precious metals, the resources, all that crap that we're buying from China. We don't need to if we got to deal with Canada. Why would we tariff that? Potash. Why do we want to tariff potash? Saskatchewan has all the potash. So I say zero tariffs on the strategic. And if you're not playing ball with us like India, okay, whack them with tariffs. But now when I hear India, and I love your idea, you know why the Indian deal's best first? You get to sell a Ford 150 into the rural area of India that you've never been able to sell in 20 years.
Yeah.
110% tariffs. I love that deal. So I
mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, these companies opening up their market to us creates a higher demand for our product. So I'm gonna be honest with you, if you're in business right now and you have a product that you feel can be sold internationally, you should want these tariffs. You should want these deals to get worked out, because that means your product will be opened up to billions of people. Billions. I'm gonna talk about across the world. So you should be happy. Especially if you're a business owner with a product and you want to sell it internationally. This should be like what's best. But somehow I don't see that. I mean, the car guys see it. The car guys is loving it. They're like, hold on, bro. I've been trying to sell a Ford into India for decades. Couldn't be able to do it because they hold strong on their tariffs. Couldn't do it. 70% tariffs. You ain't selling no car in there. But now that you can lower their tariff. We're getting to lower them. Hey, you might see a Ford out there driving through India. You just might see it, guys. You just might. Maybe a Camaro's next.
say let's get more strategic, because Bessett said the same thing. Let's look at everyone on a bespoke basis. I like that. Now we're starting to fine tune this tariff stuff. And that's why the market's already gained back 50% of what it lost on April 3rd. Today, we're 50% back.
I still believe that on the table, that what they're trying to negotiate away are the egregious tariffs on the side of the trading partners and non-tariff barriers and currency manipulation. I still believe there will be some small tariff in place with every trading
I think you're
partner.
right. It has to be if their model is going to work. Otherwise,
And all right, comedic interlude real quick as we watch this hilarious little video that Trump posted. I mean, it was absolutely funny. Like, come on, guys. Let's take the time to sit here and laugh, okay?
This is my son. He's someone special. Please treat him well.
Get him! It's better to die standing than live on your knees.
And the results are in for the presidential election in Russia. Vladimir Putin has won with 53.44% of the votes.
It's an embarrassing result.
What would have been the satisfactory result, Mr. President?
100.
Volodya, what will you do in this brave new world?
I can work as a cabbie. What kind of driving is that, you idiot? She's my new wife. I am erasing you from the history books.
We are living in strange times when we can stuff our faces with delicacies. But there's no toilet paper in Russia?
Where did he get that? He forgot to ask what I want in return. Anyone who does not accept the deal must leave.
Let's start this party!
Ready, set, go.
You'll be the most powerful man in the world.
What's your strategy?
Our plan is to bring them back to the Stone Age.
How can his kingdom last? Hand your power over to me. Only I can save you.
I mean, shit, I'll go watch it. Why not? It looks action-packed. I love a good action movie. But on all serious, though, let's get right back to the show. All right, guys, let's get into our man Steve Miller cooking the media.
As they say, it would help keep foreign-born priests at their local ministries in the United States. The problem right now is a 2023 change to U.S. visa rules.
Hold on. Shout out to my man Fox. He says, Kim, no one takes you serious. You're out of your league. Oh, man. I know, but she's asking honest questions. I give her that one. At least you don't assume that all of us think the same. It's just that Kim is kind of stuck in that, oh, the white man is evil and all this good stuff. And Kim, trust me, you might want to lose the white man evil concept. It's not going to get you anywhere. It'd be a lot better if we work with these guys and try to, well, I'm gonna be real with you. They're Americans. We share the American flag. I don't get this whole divisiveness on where we got to bring up their color every single time. I mean, it's race baiting. Let's be real. As soon as we start talking about the white man and then any argument, they kind of start tuning us out. And rightfully so, because they're getting tired of it. If you want to talk your message to the white people, you got to leave race out of it, or they're just going to tune you out as soon as they hear, oh, but the white man. As soon as you say that, white women, white dudes are just like, nope, I'm good. I'm tired of this.
Called the backlog, and long story short,
I have to take a look at that and get you a more complete answer. I'm not in a position to answer that right now. I apologize.
The bottom line is, can the administration do anything right now?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at that and give you a fully informed answer.
The lawyer for the woman who has 2 U.S. citizen children who was deported, he said that once she was put on a plane within 24 hours after she was gone. Is this case being rushed to avoid the process?
To the cameras, please. Are you familiar with the case in question?
To the extent that yes, I am. Right? I'm sure you are.
So this person has had years of due process. In other words, the case that you're referring to are individuals who have already received all of their due process, including a final adjudication of their claims and an order to be removed from the country. In other words, they've been in the system for years. We've been told for years that individuals who have been freed. So remember, the Biden administration freed illegal aliens at the border, and then instead created a system where they're supposed to go through what's called the non-detained docket. That's when your case is heard for relief while you are living free. We've been told for years and years and years, no, it's not catch and release. It's not catch and release. They're going to show up to get their hearings. They're going to show up to ICE. They're going to go through the process, and when they lose, they're going to go home. Well, we get the go home part. They lost the case. It's been fully adjudicated. They have a lawful removal order, and so they've been sent home. That's literally the process the previous guys told us and Congress, that Mayorkas told Congress was going to happen, that when you lose the case, you go home. If people who lose their cases get to stay, that's not due process. That's just the complete suspension of all of our immigration laws and national sovereignty. And of course, by the way, we're going to respect parental rights. When you're deporting an illegal alien and they want to bring their kids with them when they leave, of course, we're not going to stand in the way of that. Now, I would say as a separate note, it's absurd as a country that we have a policy of declaring the children of illegal aliens to be automatic citizens. That doesn't even come up in this case because it's not relevant to the point that the mother wanted to bring her children with her. And of course, we will honor and respect them.
Okay, so where does the administration stand on its consideration of travel bans at this point? And then following up on the previous question, can you guarantee that migrants who are held in detention facilities have access to legal counsel as you're enacting these immigration policies?
Well, on the first point, it's still under consideration. We'll have an update when we have an update. And on the second point, illegal aliens will be given access to exactly what they're entitled to under current laws and court rulings, no more and no less. Obviously, it's this administration's view that illegal aliens should be able to be deported swiftly and quickly, and it should be as simple as, are you lawfully in the United States? No. If you are not, then you should go home. Like in a sane country, that would be the system. If you know that a person trespassed illegally in your property, you send them out of your property that quickly. Now, there are a lot of court rulings and other systems that have been put into place that slow things down, but we're going to move as fast as we possibly can to get illegal aliens out of our country.
Mr. Mayor, regarding the raid in Colorado Springs,
and the Aliens Enemy Act was probably the nicest way to do it. I mean, like I said, we're getting gang members up out of it. We're getting the worst of the worst. And then we're going to give the non-citizens, the regular ones, their day in court. Like, if you're not a criminal and you just came in here illegally, great, you'll get that due process. But if you are a member of a terrorist organization or what used to be Latin gangs, then yeah, no due process for you. You're gone. And that's like I said, through the Aliens Enemies Act, Trump had a right to do that.
And do you have the nationalities? Because, I mean, against PDA and MS-13, but do you know if there were Colombians around? They found a really popular drug in Colombia, which is called 2C, the pink cocaine. Do you know if there were Colombians?
It's a great question. I don't have the nationalities available for you right now.
Are you pleased with Steven?
The number of Africans involved in all of this is a lot, or there is no Africans?
With respect to which question?
The deportation of illegal people.
Well, I mean, it includes everyone who came illegally in the last number of years.
But in terms of percentage, is a lot of Africans?
I don't.
You know what's funny though? When people, the Aliens Enemy Act, if you read it honestly, it does. There are other stipulations to it. It's not just at a time of war, and y'all know that. I mean, it could be an invasion, an incursion. It could be those two right there. It don't gotta be while we're at war. And if you're honest with yourself, you read the Aliens Enemy Act, you know what this is about. It's not about being at war. It's pretty much about an invasion or an incursion done by a foreign entity, or like I said, by a terrorist group. And let's be real, guys, he's standing on solid ground with that.
I don't have the exact percentage in terms of the breakdown, but it's certainly true that the flows of illegal immigration that came in the last 4 years included many from not only Central America, not only Mexico, but all of Latin America, and of course Africa, Asia, Middle East, basically everywhere but Antarctica.
Negotiations with Iran.
I don't have any update for you.
Can you give us an update on how the president's meeting with Speaker Johnson went? The two judges, for the media outrage of these judges and their arresting, some of the outrage from Democrat lawmakers.
Yes, if you commit a federal obstruction crime, you will go to jail.
As you should.
There are explicit. It's amazing to me how the left defines democracy as that Congress passes a law
Hey, and shout out to my man Fox Shape. He said a fine is for doing something wrong. A tax is for doing something right. I mean, damn, ain't that the truth? I mean, shoot, like a property tax. Yeah, you paid off your house. Congratulations. Now you got to pay a property tax. Like, oh, I know, right? And then, fine. Oh, speeding ticket. You got to pay this fine. And you got to show up to court. Yeah, I know, man. Both is kind of, it's a bit tricky how that works, huh?
And then local officials should religiously violate those laws with no consequences. Congress passed a series of laws over the years making it a crime to harbor, to smuggle, to evade, to obstruct, particularly and specifically in the context of immigration enforcement. So when you have a federal judge who engages in plain, direct, overt, intentional, and willful violation of those federal laws, of course they'll be arrested and of course they belong in jail.
Stephen, you guys ran on targeting violent criminals, worst of the worst. I'm not disputing any of the facts around the cases of these women who were deported, removed with their kids. But given you're looking for more money from Congress, ICE says they need more beds, they need more money. Is it the best use of the administration's resources to be going after moms of young kids, basically?
Oh, boy, that's fucked up. The way he framed it. Like, bro, really? Really? We're going after the moms of young kids? If their moms are illegal, yeah, they gotta go. They broke a law. Look, if you don't think that we feel some type of way about this, it sucks. But we won't skirt the law for them, and we won't go easy on them for breaking our laws. So they gotta go. You could either leave the kid here, or you could take the kid with you. We're not for ripping families apart, but we gotta stand on our laws here. So what you gonna do, mom? You gonna go try to leave the kid here in an orphanage or with a U.S. family member, or are you gonna take the kid back with you? Now you gotta make that choice there.
Do you yourself have an opinion on the subject?
I'm more interested in yours.
Well, what percentage of the, let's just pick an even number of, say, 10 million illegal aliens. Let's say that Biden released, I think it's closer to 20 million. Let's say he released 10 million illegal aliens into the country over the last 4 years. What percentage do you think we should let stay here of those 10 million?
I'm not trying to do a game show.
No, but I'm saying,
I'm just curious if you think that's the best use of your limited dollars.
Is it your view that if a Democrat president releases 10, 15, 20 million illegals into the country, they all then should get to stay forever and for all of life?
Stephen, I don't have a view about what Democratic...
You know what? I'm just going to say it. Because apparently y'all just need to hear it flat out. And I'm just going to say it as brutally as possible. Yes. I'm okay with a cancer-stricken child being sent with his mother. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Why? Because usually the mom knows best for these children. And if the mom, let's be real. What, are you against the mother taking their child? Like, really think about what you guys are arguing for. Because I'm okay with, yes, a kid who has cancer being taken by his mother, by his or her mother. It doesn't have anything to do with us. Let that mom decide what's best for their child. That's what we do here in America most of the time. So what's up with this? What's up with this example, guys? Like, what? Oh, the kid has cancer. So what? We can't send it with his mother back home? Well, what if that country don't got the resources? Well, then why the fuck did she take the kid? Man, look, you got to put it on them and stop trying to put it back on us. It's like, what happened to, why don't y'all give them this moral bullshit? They're the ones who put themselves here. You're asking us to be like, well, what about this? What about that? Well, ask them that. Like, we're being as nice as possible by pretty much saying she could let the kid here and let it get that treatment. Left it with a relative. That's a U.S. citizen. But if she don't got that, then the only option she do have is to take her and her cancer kid with her. Sorry, but this is the brutal reality. No pulling heartstrings about it, my man.
Like presidents do. I'm asking what the Republican president you work for and how he wants to.
So you don't want to answer the question because you know the answer is obvious. Everyone that Biden let in has to go home. Of course. I mean, it's a crazy thing to even ask. You think we should give administrative amnesty to some subset?
I'm asking how you're prioritizing the work that
here's how we're prioritizing.
Doing.
ICE is going to continue to focus on raids against high-threat criminal aliens. We're going to use the entire force and power of the federal government to get them all home. Many will choose also to leave voluntarily and take advantage of the CBP Home app. But we are not going to ask taxpayers to subsidize the presence of a single illegal alien in this country. Here's another thing. Do you think that we have some sort of magic 8-ball to see which particular illegal aliens who skip their hearings, which particular gotaways are going to go on to commit a rape or a murder? How do you explain to a parent in this country if you chose to release an illegal alien and they committed some heinous crime, why you chose to make that release. From a public safety standpoint alone, you cannot justify setting free a removable and deportable alien. Like in these recent cases, these were all illegal aliens who showed up at an ICE facility for a scheduled appointment. We'd be spending extra resources to set them free. They're already inside of the ICE facility. And think about that. Illegal aliens walked. No, it's a very important point. Illegal aliens walked into an ICE facility and were taken into custody. Could you imagine telling ICE officers to release illegal aliens who announce and present themselves at an ICE facility? Would any other law enforcement agency do that? If a wanted fugitive went into an FBI facility and announced themselves, would they be allowed to walk out the door that very afternoon? I mean, the whole thing's preposterous.
What do you think people showing up in a nice facility? And all these people who lost their lives at the hands of illegal migrants. And then you also have fentanyl, which is ravaging our communities. Friends of mine have died from fentanyl. Okay. So do you blame the Biden administration? Do they have blood on their hands?
Well, of course they do, but not just the Biden administration. Of course the Biden administration does, but also all of their enablers do, right? All of the radical left immigration groups and attorneys and NGOs who aided and abetted and supported the invasion. All the Democrat politicians in Congress, like Hakeem Jeffries, who aided, abetted, and supported the invasion, and Chris Murphy, and everyone in the media who knowingly lied and covered up about that invasion for 4 years. They all share in the atrocity, in the calamity.
I mean, yeah, they said the border's not open, then ended the election. Oh, man, we have a report of 5 to 10 million illegals crossing the border. But y'all was telling us for 4 years straight that wasn't going on. What happened?
All have blood on their hands and on their conscience and on their souls. And nothing they ever say or do will ever earn them forgiveness for that, because of just how severe those violations were and how many people have died and suffered as a result. That's between them and their maker. But they'll be getting no forgiveness from me, I can promise you.
Resistance to Trump's agenda, and what can the administration do to overcome these challenges?
Well, that is simply put, it's a war on democracy. President Trump is elected on a mandate to secure the border, to stop the invasion, to send illegal aliens home. You cannot have a situation where one district court judge or a cabal of 10 or 15 district court judges who are radical left, sitting in strictly regional courtrooms, can conspire with each other to shut down the operations of the federal law enforcement function. That is not only antithetical to democracy, it is a direct form of tyranny, in which the people of this country are being told that you cannot have the thing that you voted for, even when the thing that you voted for is required by law. All those individuals by law have no right to be here and must be sent home. None of the people that Biden let in have a legitimate asylum claim, have a legitimate claim to relief, have any right or basis to be inside the United States. And now we see a move by the media to say that some subset of the 10, 15, 20 million illegals that Biden let in, who, knowing they're here illegally, choose to stay here, choose to have children, that then we should take the view, oh, you beat the system, you trespass in our country, you failed to leave, you failed to comply with our laws, and now you've had a child, and now what, you get amnesty for life?
That's what I'm saying. Is like, you had a kid here, so you and the dad are now citizens. I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Everybody here is gonna rush the United States trying to pop a baby out here. If that's the precedence that you're setting. You guys get that, right? So yeah, no, we gotta let them. I'm gonna be real with you. We gotta have gruesome situations like these to let them know. It's like, damn, you tell me even if I have a kid there, you'll accept the kid as an American citizen, but not me. Yeah, that's exactly what we're on. I mean, congrats, you had the kid on American soil. You got you an American right there, but you are not an American. Like, yeah, you're gonna go, and if you want to take your kid with you, cool. If you want to leave him here to the orphanage system, I would not advise it, but that's up to you.
And what we should ask, what a laid-off worker in Ohio to now pay for welfare for your entire life. We should ask somebody who lost their job under a factory that closed down under Joe Biden to provide you with free education and free healthcare. You should wait an extra hour or 2 hours when your kid is sick in the emergency room because you have hundreds of illegals getting frontline care at an ER because they don't have health insurance, they don't have a job, they don't have any savings. They're here to live off of us. But we should ask struggling Americans to pay for all of that. The whole thing is obscene and it's absurd.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, y'all pay for this shit too. It's like y'all pay for this too, but y'all championing it. Like that's be the craziest part about this. It's like, we all pay into this atrocity, yet there's one side who's against it and there's one side who just champions it. It's kind of crazy. I think we should all see this immigration problem as a huge problem, and we shouldn't just sit there and nitpick at everything that Trump does, because every time y'all do that, y'all get proven wrong. Except for the Harvard student. That's probably the only case y'all got good on. But everybody else, y'all might want to shut up.
I can't even imagine how much time we spend debating how much generosity, how many billions of taxpayer dollars, how much amnesty, how many reprieves we should give to people who chose to come here illegally and take from us and our people. The whole conversation is absurd and offensive.
How important is it to have public opinion?
Not right now, yes.
How important is it to you to have public opinion on your side? Do you risk losing hearts and
Well,
minds?
even a
of the public?
CBS poll showed overwhelming public support for mass deportation. Support for deporting illegal aliens is overwhelmingly popular, as is shutting down welfare, as is removing criminal threats, as is dismantling foreign criminal gangs. This whole thing is just amazing to me. We have an entire media ecosystem, an entire political party devoted singularly to the defense and protection of illegal aliens in general and illegal alien criminals in particular.
How satisfied are you of how the Mexican government dealt with illegal immigration? Is this what is done enough in your mind?
Well,
or do you think
thanks
we
to
can
President
do
Trump's
more?
leadership, the Mexican government's done more than it's ever done. But it's not even close to what we need and what the president expects. There's much more that we expect from Mexico, particularly in regard to the fentanyl threat.
President Trump had previously suggested there could be stipends for people who leave the country on their own.
Yes.
Is that still in the works?
Oh,
Is there a
absolutely.
cost
Oh, for
estimate
sure.
for how much that will cost? Will you need Congress to act on
But
that?
it'll actually save us hundreds of billions of dollars. So a single illegal alien family over the course of its lifetime may cost the U.S. taxpayers over $1 million. So when you give an illegal immigrant a check for, say, $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it may be, $3,000 to leave the country, you're saving taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's also saves money relative to us having to go out and find that illegal alien and physically arrest them and deport them, which of course we will still do. So the plan that President Trump has put into place is very simple. If you choose to stay here unlawfully, you will be fined. And by law, that fine, by the law Congress has passed, is $1,000 each day you've stayed past your removal order. That's the law that Congress passed, the law that we're being told we should ignore. That's democracy. Apparently, as the media says, we should ignore the laws Congress has passed, but Congress is clear on this. You face arrest for illegal work. You face arrest for document theft. You face arrest for failure to register as required by law. You face arrest for evading or obstructing your removal. And you also face deportation at a time and place of our choosing, including the total confiscation and forfeiture of all of your assets and income. Or you can choose to book a free flight and get a check and go home on your own terms with your possessions very happily and live your life.
I'm weak. He's like, bro, we'll give you a check. Give you a check to leave. Like, what? He said, did he say 2,000? Like, we'll give you $2,000. Just pack up all your stuff and head on out and then reapply. And then hopefully that $2,000 to $3,000 will get your ass back here. But money, wild.
In your home country. I have time for 2 more questions.
I don't think I agree with that one, but I mean, hey, if we're talking about is for the guys who self-deport, that's a very few guys, so why not?
Frustrated or mad at the Supreme Court for keeping the TDA deportation stay in effect?
Well, the FBI released an assessment, as I'm sure you've seen, that not only is Trinidad Aragua acting.
Hey, and shout out Michelle Glass. She says, what happened to Key? My apologies. Don't mean to pry. You're doing a great show. Appreciate it. My man Key, he went on to better things. Better things. He had different opportunities out there that he wanted to chase, and you gotta let him chase it. It's how it is out here in life. But hey, though, me and my man still cool. Still my brother.
Is an arm of the Maduro regime, but they're actively planning assassination plots on U.S. soil. This is horrifying and it's harrowing. This is a foreign terrorist organization operating in the direction and control of an adversarial foreign regime, and we hope and expect that we'll be allowed to remove these terrorists from our soil as quickly and expeditiously as possible. One last question.
Stephen, as a follow to that, though,
Oh, hold on. And appreciate that, Michelle, for the super chat in. Appreciate you, all the supporters. It's been a great show. Let's keep it going. I got a lot more lined up for tonight.
keep talking about your dissatisfaction with federal district court judges. You've been asked about the Supreme Court. At what point will the administration accept a decision of the courts, even if it's not in its favor?
I don't understand what you're asking.
At what
Like
point?
what? No, what is
Well,
it?
would you only accept a decision of a court if it's in the administration?
Well, but look at the example that was just given. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling, right, the administration, right, is operating under a TRO, a temporary restraining order, on the Alien Enemies Act for illegal alien foreign terrorists who are plotting on U.S. soil. Right, so that was a ruling that was issued. That's in effect. I don't understand the question. I'll take one more because that question didn't make sense.
Question on a million deportations this year. You only had 139,000 so far.
I'll take these two. Yes.
Can you
Oh,
comment
do you,
on
then
a
you.
Planned Parenthood sponsored today's playbook? I'm just curious how you feel about that.
Well, I'm not shocked or surprised.
You want to hit a million deportations this year at least. You're at 139,000, and you still hit a million this year.
Well, the rate of deportation is increasing every single day. Remember, we inherited a system that was completely shut down. It was completely broke. And now President Trump is working with the overwhelming backing and support of the American public to get that system operating at full speed and efficiency. And once we clear away some of these rogue district court injunctions, we'll be able to operate with an even greater degree of force and speed. And so I think we will vastly exceed that number, in addition to all of the self-deportations that are occurring and will continue to occur. And once we're able to begin applying these increasingly significant consequences financially and criminally for illegal aliens who choose to remain, we will see even faster and quicker voluntary departures from the United States.
And all right, now let's get into this Pierce Morgan panel. I know, right? I know it's been a minute, but here we are, guys. We're at a Pierce Morgan panel. This should be a good one because, hey, it's always a good panel when there's at least two people that show up, and it's Vinny, and this guy right here. I mean, this guy was working for Kamala Harris, and ever since he stopped working, he's been looking healthier. I mean, shout out to this guy, because when he was working for Kamala Harris, every day this man popped on Pierce Morgan, it looked like an everyday struggle. I mean, he was looking effed up. And then ever since he had to stop defending the indefensible, his life then turned around. All right, let's get serious and get right back into it.
That 2-year-old was here with an illegal alien mother. And if the mother gets deported, Piers, the kids go with the mother.
2 years old. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, what do y'all want? Like, what do y'all want from us at a certain point? Like, if the kid's 6 months, 2 years old, 0 to 2 years old, it don't matter. The mom still has overlining authority. And this is how it's just been in American custody battles. Now, if your guys want to talk about, a father written a letter, I mean, when the hell did we start caring about what fathers want when it came to custody battles? Please tell me. I mean, trust me, I'm an advocate for fathers in the custody battles. I want guys start having a bigger voice, but not because, of this illegals problem. Like, we should have been stood on this because it's an American problem, but now the left wants to bring it up because it affects an illegal. Like, disingenuous as hell.
That 2-year-old was here with an illegal alien mother. And if the mother gets deported, Piers, the kids go with the mother. So stop
She
that
is a
rhetoric.
2-year-old being
Concentration
treated
camp.
for
Excuse me.
She's a 2-year-old with cancer. Then where do we put her then? Like, bruh, give me something better than with the mother. Give me a better location than with the mother. You want to separate the kid from the mother and put her in what? An orphanage so she can get the cancer care? Like, what do y'all want?
Sticking up for MS-13 members. Have you ever encountered an MS-13 member?
We are conflating several different issues here. So, Tim, can you find it in yourself to say that what's happened on the southern border is a good thing?
I can't, and here's why. And I was happy to let my cousin Vinny over there go. I thought he was going to explode. He might have had a heart attack over there if we didn't give him a chance to talk. But
I'm good.
Here's the thing, Piers.
How did you guys meet?
I'm not talking about this.
No.
Watch this guy, whose reputation, one of the hardest, toughest, meanest, most successful coaches in the history of American football, getting bossed around by this girl about what he can and can't say. We're not talking about that. Well, they would just ask, when did you meet? The problem with obsessing over a president's first 100 days is the general sense that everything is now or never, boom or bust. 3 months to deliver a program that was 4 years in the making before a long slide down to the midterms, and then beginning the whole process again. Well, President Trump scored a volley of popular early wins on things like trans women in sport, sealing the US border, and rolling back DEI. But it's the tough stuff, namely tariffs and wars, that will really define his presidency. And it's going to take a lot longer than 100 days, methinks, to figure them out. Well, the funeral of Pope Francis brought Trump and Zelensky together for an extraordinary head-to-head this weekend. The first time they've met since the infamous Oval Office bust-up. Democrats are upset that Trump wore a blue suit to the funeral, as did Biden and the Prince of Wales.
I mean, yeah, like everybody was kind of complaining about the blue suit, and guess what? The libs done cropped out the picture, right? I mean, they're so disingenuous. They done cropped out the picture of Trump and acting like he was the only person wearing a blue suit. Then when you expand the picture, hella people are in a blue suit. So it wasn't just Trump. So like I said, the liberal media, like, bro, stop making fools of yourselves, bro. Complaining about a suit. A suit, bro. I mean, come on. But then again, you guys are talking about Zelensky and why wasn't he wearing a suit? I'm like, yeah, he's meeting with the president. Durr. But all right, though, let's get right back to it.
MAGA is upset that Zelensky didn't wear a suit at all, which, of course, the Pope never did either. A bit like 100 Days itself, it's a silly sideshow compared to a conversation that could have life or death consequences for thousands of people. And speaking of sideshows, the Democrats have now spent 100 days squabbling. DNC Vice Chair David Hogg is the latest to stir the pot. He says he wants to spend $20 million ousting Democrats deemed ineffective and out of touch. The president may be taking a whack in the polls, but so far the only alternative is none of the above. Well, to debate all of this and more, I'm joined by the PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Vinaya Shana, TikToker and Democratic congressional candidate, Kat Abu, host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller, and the Conservative commentator and former RNC spokesperson, Elizabeth Pipko. Well, welcome to all of you. Elizabeth, let me start with you, because you were one of the very, very rare Trumpers at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which had no president and no comedian, and looks to be an absolute crashing bore. The only highlight, it seemed to me, though, was an interesting admission by Alex Thompson, one of the journalists who won an award there.
One serious note. To my bones, I believe that reporting and the White House Correspondents Association is as necessary as ever. President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of party, is capable of deception.
What was it like to be there as a pro-Trumper? And has that event got any relevance anymore?
I actually don't think that it does. I'm sad that I finally got to go when it was no longer relevant. You mentioned there was no comedian. I want to point out the event was still very much a joke. It was very strange for me to be there. I have to admit, the program started a few minutes in. My jaw dropped because I see a room full of journalists basically applauding themselves, patting themselves on the back for admitting that they missed the story of Biden's cognitive decline and will never make that same mistake again. Meanwhile, I'm remembering how many times I was attacked for bringing it up, how many times countless people on the right, or even those completely unaffiliated with politics, were attacked for bringing it up. And now I'm watching journalists, which are supposed to be responsible for bringing that information to the
I mean, bro, I remember when I was calling it, I'm like, bro, what's up with Biden? I remember I made a whole video, and I mean, this was like beginning days of Satan King Media on what's happening with Biden. And I pointed out that, a mental decline is obvious because the man has had like, 3 brain aneurysms. So even then, Biden had brain problems. He had cognitive problems even in his earlier days. So yeah, him becoming a complete mess, like, it made sense. It made complete sense, especially if you looked into his history, his medical history at that. I know that actually required a little bit of deep diving, but yeah, our man has had definitely a couple of problems up here in the head.
People and actually holding the White House accountable, even when they don't agree with those in there. And the fact is, these journalists were very much upfront with the fact that they did what they were supposed to do. They made a really tiny mistake. They promised to never make it again, and they should still have all the trust and all the faith of the American people. I thought it was very strange. I didn't expect any of it, but I can only imagine if Donald Trump was in the room, it would have looked very different. But for me, I don't think Thompson's admission meant very much, and I actually thought it was pretty hypocritical to sit in there and watch all these people support their own work, their own mistakes, and the fact that they themselves are responsible for the fact that trust and faith in the media is at an all-time low.
A really interesting perspective. Tim Miller, I saw you raising your eyebrow there, but there is a truth there, because it was a bizarre spectacle of a liberal skewed mainstream media basically openly admitting we dropped the ball massively on Biden's ability to be president of the United States. But many would argue, particularly on the left, I would think, well, it was entirely self-defeating, this ball dropping, and probably deliberate. You didn't give it the same attention you would have given it if it had been, say, Trump. And the consequence of not...
Let Trump is messed up as much as Biden. Let him stumble up the stairs. Let him fumble the words. Let him forget who he's announcing for and all that good stuff. Yeah, trust me, y'all have been all over this man's ass. But the fact that y'all just let Biden skate on by and even the supporters didn't say nothing, this is what makes y'all, well, honestly, dishonest, guys. Because you didn't call out Biden, but you expect us to hear you guys when you call out everything about Trump. Like, sorry, but we see your bias. And even now, because of this bias that you guys have, even when you guys call out something factual about Trump, it's going to be it's like, bro, it's going to be fall on deaf ears because you guys were unwilling to cover what Biden was doing, what the left was doing. And if you want to talk about fair reporting, then yeah, if you'd have gave us that, we'd listen to you. But you couldn't even do that. So here we are. I mean, bro, you still won't talk about it, but you guys will write books about it, though. Like, funny.
Not holding Biden to proper account was that actually Donald Trump got reelected, which nobody would have expected. So there was a real-time consequence to this ball dropping. Do you think, though, that the mainstream media have learned any lessons from this or not?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think this is the one area maybe where I can agree with you and the co-panelist is I think that this dinner is pretty stupid. I think the last thing that we need is a self-congratulatory ball for political journalists. You couldn't have paid me to go this weekend. I was at Jazz Fest instead.
I'm weak. He said, shout out Castro. He said, drop the ball. It's like they threw the ball off our face. Like, no, for real. Because, bro, you're not lying. Right off our face, like they dropped it. What you mean? These guys, we wish they'd have did that one.
And so I agree that it's kind of silly. I do, though, bristle a little bit at, like, I'm not speaking about you, Piers, per se, but at right-wing commentators talking about how they think that the mainstream media is biased and unfair. And, you know, if you go to Fox or Steve Bannon's podcast or the Daily Wire, I mean, you see like North Korea-esque coverage of what's happening with the president of the United States as he's single-handedly tanking our economy for no good reason, just because he likes the word tariffs, I guess. He inherited an economy that was...
I mean, see, bro, and when people have this argument, this is why we lose. This is why you lose us. Because you actually honestly like have a disagreement with tariffs instead of just Trump is bad. You'd be like, all right, guys, I think I have a better way of bringing jobs back to America and rebooting the middle class because it's needed. I can get that point, but I have a different argument besides tariffs. That's respected. When you guys just pretty much talk about, oh, he don't even know what a tariff is. He just like the words tariffs and all that good stuff. I'm like, bro, you make yourself look intellectually dishonest. Because anybody can look up a tariff and see what the operation is. I mean, you can honestly look back at Trump's old speeches and he lays out his plans with the tariffs. So you guys who are talking like this, let's be real. You weren't paying attention and you don't know the plan. That's why you guys are lost on the field.
Getting better, that was improving, that wasn't perfect, but that was, on the right path. And in 3 months, he has put us on the brink of recession. And so, I think that the coverage on Fox and on other right-wing media outlets is, if anything, worse than the mainstream media's coverage of Democrats, which is not perfect by any means. And so, I just don't know if the right-wing media folks have a lot of great credibility when it comes to demanding unbiased coverage.
All right, Vinny, two things there. First of all, let's talk about the admission at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And by the way, I agree. If the president's not there and there's no comedian, there is no point to that event. Yeah. It's pure navel-gazing by the journalists. I went, it used to be the convention that if you were a news anchor, and I was at CNN for 4 years, you got to go with a celebrity. I got taken by Goldie Hawn to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We ended up partying at the Vanity Fair party. That is glamour, ladies and gentlemen. I had a great time. Then I went with Gerard Butler on a mandate the year after. So those days are clearly long gone. So I think the event has probably had its time. But the admission, Vinny, and welcome back to Uncensored. Always great to have you. The admission that the media dropped the ball on Joe Biden. From one of the award winners on the night saying, me included. Many will say, well, why did you drop the ball? Was it an accidental dropping of the ball, or was it a quite deliberate ignoring of the obvious fact that he was incompetent because they didn't want to help Trump in any way? And ironically, by not doing their job with Biden, many might argue that's how Trump got elected.
Yep. No, for sure. That's probably one of the reasons. Y'all could have found a better candidate. I mean, if you were just going to run Kamala Harris anyway, then yeah, you got met with the same results. But if you had a primary, have these guys debate, show everybody what the Democratic Party has to offer through these debates, yeah, y'all had a great stance. I mean, here's the problem, though. You probably got a populist or something. Y'all didn't want that. I'll tell you that right now. There is one movement that's grown in the Democratic Party that I am happy about, is the populism. So I will give you that. But, the populists is the guys that don't want speaking out for the liberals, even though you guys are the liberals with the best ideas. Sucks for y'all, though. Sucks for y'all. I guess the Marxist communist ones will be the loudest in the room every time.
Piers, the fact that, first of all, and I love you, Piers. Thank you again for having me all the time. It's a joke to me that we're trying to pretend all these people from just the left-wing media, period, pretending as if, we had no idea. How many days did it took, Piers, for him to actually address the nation or even have a press conference? They hid him during COVID. They put him in a basement to keep him away from everybody. Okay, we're not even going to get into that election. They kept him in the basement. Every time he spoke in front of a camera, it was a meme. It was a joke. Everybody knew, Piers, but they were told to shut up and they were told to play ball. Okay, because they had to do it because he was put in there to do whatever the hell that the left, the Chuck Schumers, the Nancy Pelosi's, and all of them wanted to do, and which they did, destroy the country, Piers. Because I made a list, Trump.
And kind of get us in, got that whole Ukraine war started. Yeah, the Ukraine-Russian war. You can kind of put that on Biden. And I've heard from a lot of sources that the Biden administration wanted Russia to be the main enemy. They wanted Russia to act into Ukraine, or else they. And here's to be real. And to be real with you, it makes sense because they could have stopped this at any point. They could have stopped NATO. They could have stopped Ukraine. They could have told Ukraine, "You're not going to NATO," and NATO stop trying to get Ukraine into y'all because Putin's gonna act. This has been told through many administrations. Yet, for some reason, Biden gets the same damn news and he just chooses to go, the exact opposite route that other administrations took when it came to this Ukraine and Russia situation.
Piers, of this first 100 days, since we're going to talk crap, border secure, mass deportation, the tariffs, which that gentleman doesn't like. I think the adjustment's going to happen and we're going to kick butt. Sign the, you said this, protect the women in sports, energy dependence, they're trying to drill, cut DEI and CRT and climate cult funding, designated the cartel terrorists. Piers, the list goes on, but the fact that the left-wing media is up there patting themselves on the back, and all of them, Piers, they're all making the adjustment. From Chris Cuomo to Stephen A. Smith, everybody now is like, oh, we messed up. Guys, we're not like the left. They're exactly like the left, Piers. I'm not going to give them any leeway. They all knew, but they kept their mouth shut because it's not Trump. And Piers, no matter what Trump does, they're going to complain. If Trump with the help of Elon Musk...
Let me jump in. So I don't disagree with some of what you said there. Here's just playing devil's advocate, though. Mm-hmm. What would you be saying if Joe Biden had suddenly unleashed a tariff war on the world that nobody had ever seen anything on this scale before?
And, bro, when I heard this, I was like, Pierce, I understand you trying to play devil's advocate, but let's play it accurately here. Yeah, Joe Biden sunk the economy and he didn't tell nobody. That's the problem. And anybody who pointed it out pretty much got criticized. So let's just stop that right there. We're not going to sit here and pretend like the stock markets weren't down in every way during 2022. Like, let's chill out. Okay, guys? Like, and here's the thing. At least Trump told us. At least the man was transparent enough to say, yeah, there might be a bit of a squeeze, might be a bit of a pinch point, but we'll be okay. Biden, bro, he pretty much just said, hey, yeah, here's hard economic times and don't tell me about it. Actually, as soon as you report about it, we're going to call you a liar and you don't know what an economic good time is, or you're lying to the people and you're fear mongering. It's like, no, we were telling the truth about the economy under Biden and y'all didn't want to be honest about it. So it is kind of funny how the man talking about, well, what about this tariff that dropped the stock market for a couple of days and then it shot back up? And nobody want to talk about that though. But okay, here we are complaining about Trump and his tariffs. Okay.
And the immediate consequence was a massive tanking of stock markets and the US economy. Wouldn't you be raging about it? Now, I happen to think that this will play out probably in a way that's nowhere near as alarming as it currently seems, but that remains to be seen. As things stand, there is no doubt that it's caused enormous short-term damage and volatility to the US economy and stock markets. Wouldn't you be the first raging about this if it was Biden?
I'm be honest with you. No, if Biden done laid out a plan and said, hey, look, I'm about to pop on these tariffs and we about to go ahead and get American manufacturing back, bro, I'd have been with the same shit. We're not biased about the plan. We on both sides, we admit that it's a good plan. The problem is, though, if Biden would have done it, everybody would have sat their ass down and wait patiently. The problem is that Trump is doing it and everybody's asking for day one results, next day results. That's the problem. So we could cut the bullshit right now. If Biden would have did this with full transparency, we'd all been like, all right, cool. I guess we're in it for the ride. But Trump does it and you guys are impatient. So yeah, that's where we're going to draw the line right there. Biden would have did this with full transparency like Trump did it. Everybody would have been sat their pretty ass down. But since Trump is doing it, there's a whole lot of impatience. Like, really, guys? Okay.
No. Well, yeah, Piers, you know why? Because Biden is not Donald Trump. He's not a master negotiator. You can't even put two in the same breath, Piers. What does Joe Biden or what Janet Yellen or any of those people know about anything with business and power moves, okay? I would be tripping out because I'd be like, who the hell is telling him? Donald Trump knows exactly what the hell he's doing. And Piers, all that fear-mongering of April was the worst month the stock market saw since the Great Depression. We had the biggest bounce back, but nobody from the left said shit.
Exactly. I mean, Scott Bessent said it too. We're talking about, bro, our Treasury Secretary, or pretty much the guy who runs the Treasury. And the problem is, he said the same thing. He said, bro, everybody was talking about this 4-day dip, and it was mass panic, and then it shot right back up, biggest bounce back in history, and nobody had anything to say about it. Everybody just shut the hell up. And, you know, I always like to bring up the Dow Jones average under Biden and show y'all how y'all was completely outraged for nothing. I mean, it was way worse under Biden. We had way lower numbers under Biden. We had way worse dips under Biden. And y'all fear-mongered, pretty much talking about we were in the worst state in the economy since the Great Depression. We had the worst April since the Great Depression, which was factually and historically a lie.
Sorry for my language, Piers. I would be astonished because I'd be like, where did this come from Biden? Trump knows what he's...
Man, shout out to my man Luke. He's like, liberals criticizing Trump on trade and tariffs is like Biden as an Olympian, as an Olympic judge. Like, bro, yeah, like what the hell is that man calling? What can y'all honestly call? And what do y'all know about business? Last time I checked, y'all hate the rich, aka y'all hate business people. Shouldn't y'all be for this? I'm so confused on you guys. Like, y'all are hilarious. I thought y'all hate the rich, but all of a sudden you're championing the rich to go ahead and, you know, subvert the American people out of jobs. Like, what's going on here, guys? Can y'all stick to the message just for once? Let go of that hatred of Trump and stick to the message.
He's doing, Piers. And like you said, it's 3 months, Piers. Everybody needs to calm the hell down. Everything is happening. The adjustment needs to happen. We're going to be fine, Piers. Give it a year. Give it 2 years. We are kicking ass. The rocket is taking off, Piers, but everybody's worried because it's shaking on the way up. Everybody needs to stop. And the last point I was trying to make, Piers, is no matter what he does, they're going to complain. If Trump, with the help of Elon Musk, stopped an asteroid that was about to hit Earth, the next day CNN and all these leftists would complain that he's polluting the world with asteroid debris. He can't win. He can't freaking win.
Okay.
So Piers, I'm tired of hearing all these soft people. I'm just tired. It's over. Nobody gives a shit anymore. And why would you go to a dinner where you know the left is all going to talk shit about you?
Well,
I mean, that's actually pretty, and they've been pretty damn divisive. So, you know, they're not going to pull no punches. They're going to get hella disrespectful. I mean, we've had somebody on the left come out again at this man's wife, called her a whore. And here's the thing, though, G, I'm just like, if you're going to do that in front of that man's face, I don't think we're going to be in for a good party. I mean, let's be real. If Donald Trump would have went to that dinner, that man would have took the mic and would have handed everybody a verbal lashing. And we don't need that. We don't need that right now.
So that part is, show up.
That part is certainly absolutely true. Kat, we're nearly 100 days in. It'll be 100 days on Wednesday. What is your overview of the Trump 3-month reign so far? And people call it a...
You know, it's so funny. When Vinny took that sip of water, the whiteness returned back to his face. I'm like, God damn. Bro, he be cooking, but he not lying. And I do say people like mistake, being passionate about what you're saying for being emotional, like being incoherent. Like, no. You mistake passion for, I don't know why y'all mistake passion for being overly emotional, but nah, it just means that there's honestly 10 toes down to their point. They're solidified, they're validated. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna say this. All the facts line up with Vinny. Okay. The facts line up with Vinny, and I'm gonna be real with you. I get his anger because when you sit there and you hear the left's talking points and all that, you're just like, bro, what? Me, I laugh. Vinny gets angry, I laugh about it. I mean, I guess there's just two ways we deal with it, but trust me, I feel his anger. Like the same amount of anger he has, damn near the laughter that I have, because it's that freaking ridiculous.
Because they think he's behaving like a monarch, which I'd have no problem with, but obviously Americans don't like that.
I mean, yeah, that's part of the reason that we're not a part of England anymore. I would say that it's been disastrous. I mean, yesterday I was at a veterans rally for people who had been laid off from their jobs because of Musk's Doge, for people that aren't able to get health care, who are exposed to tar pits overseas when they were serving, for people who are struggling with the care at the VA as Musk and Trump cut it. And this is in the only red part in the district that I'm running in. I talk to so many older people who are like, I don't have a 401k anymore. And as much as Vinny wants to say, like, wait a year, wait 2 years, people can't wait a year or 2 years right now.
Hold on. Did she just say you're walking into people who don't have a 401k? That's a goddamn lie. And I'm going to tell you why it's a lie, because you're telling me that there's a stock out there that just went to zero? Really? Like, please inform me of that. They're like, oh, I don't have a 401k right now. Like, did they give it up? Did you want to ask certain questions? Did it go to zero? What happened here? Like, bro, like the fear mongering. Oh, you're going to lose your 401k. It's like, bro, no, you're not. You're not losing your 401k. Okay, guys? I don't even know why y'all let them threaten you about that.
I talk to so many older people who are like, I don't have a 401k anymore.
And shout out to my man Green Bean. He said they never talk about wins. Bro, they can't. Bro. They just can't. They can't do it. It's gonna kill their image. And then think about it. Almost everything they say about Trump, they're gonna have to backtrack on as soon as they give one compliment.
And as much as Vinny wants to say, like, wait a year, wait 2 years, people can't wait a year or 2 years right now because most Americans can't afford an emergency $1,000 expense. And this isn't only limited to blue areas. This is also in red ones. Our allies can't trust us. We seem volatile. We seem weird. And we seem extreme. Just on the economic front. And that's not even counting how many people in this country are terrified for their very existence, for the existence of due process. I mean, you can say, well, criminals don't deserve due process. Well, due process is how we decide whether...
Whoa. Sis, get our point correct here. We're saying that terrorists do not deserve due process under the Alien Enemies Act. That is our argument. We're not saying that these criminals don't deserve due process. That was never the argument. So please get the argument straight here. The argument is that, all right, cool. I believe that through the Aliens Enemy Act, we can send terrorists, gang members out of here without due process. What is your argument to that? Don't frame it as, oh, you just don't like due process. You want to go and get criminals don't deserve due process. No, I didn't say that. Like, come on now, let's be real.
Whether or not you're a criminal. We absolutely need it. And the answer isn't deporting people to concentration camps overseas.
Okay. Do you see any successes for Trump so far?
Ooh, good question. I mean, he seems to be doing his vision as he wants.
He renamed a body of
Gulf
water.
of America seems like a really big win for him. I'm sure that he's...
No, it's a serious... Wow. That's what I'm saying. It's a serious question. This man just low-key locked up the border, and he's low-key, and he upgraded our national security. Y'all can at least give him that. When you want to sit there and be like, honestly, a dick, like, and just be, oh, well, the Gulf of America. Like, bro, are you serious? Okay. This is why you guys will never win. This is why. This is why, because you guys are crybabies and you guys are childish about your positions. It's like, bro, we need a new lib. We need new libs. That's what we need. We need new libs, guys. We need a new liberal party. Y'all just need to flush out all y'all influencers because they are not showing the best of y'all right now. Y'all need new representation. Because what? Like, what? Bruh, if you'd asked me this about Biden, I'd have been like, no, well, at least name one thing good thing that the Biden administration did. I'd have been like, shit. I mean, he stuck it out to the end, man. He stuck it out to the end. What can I say? He's a real one. He stuck in there to the end. Shout out Biden.
This question,
I personally don't.
I just want to know whether I want to know whether you can genuinely bring it into yourself to say, yes, he's done this really well.
I am genuinely thinking about this. I think that there is something to be said of, I personally don't like Project 2025, but they are accomplishing the goals in there. And I don't mean that in a snarky way. If that is what you want to do, then they are doing that well.
I mean, what's extraordinary to
Hey, no, go back. That was hilarious. Like, hold on, really?
But they are accomplishing the goals in there. And I don't mean that thinking about this. I think that there is something to be said of, I personally don't like Project 2025, but they are accomplishing the goals in there. And
I would ask Haxer. I'm like, all right, and this is why I hate when this is how you can catch any lib up on Project 2025, because I've shown Project 2025 here a lot of times. When I ask libs what's in there, every time it's wrong. They don't know what's in Project 2025, but they speak about it though. And I'd have to ask. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, what's happened in Project 2025 that you disagree with? Like, name one, because there are some that happen. I will not disagree with that, but I'm saying name it. If you can name it, please tell me. And I'll give you one off the rip. The dismantling of the Department of Education. That was something that Project 2025 said they wanted to do. I mean, actually, if you actually read Project 2025, they was cooking. They was cooking all through that document. It was not a bad one. They had some decent, I ain't gonna lie, some decent policies. And came from the Heritage Foundation. You know, so crazy. People don't tell you. You know, Obama got some ideas from the Heritage Foundation. I mean, the Heritage Foundation, all they try to do is bring conservative ideas to the other side. And that's really, it's a think tank. But hey, what do y'all know, man? Because if y'all ain't gonna go out there and really like read Project 2025, then who y'all to criticize it?
And I don't mean that in a snarky way. If that is what you want to do, then they are doing that well.
I mean, what's extraordinary to me? See,
I mean, yeah, Fox Chase. Oh, bro, I didn't want to be petty and make that point, but I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you making that point. He said, you ever see Democrats fight for vets this hard? I mean, like, yeah, I know, right? When these veterans are making all these complaints about the VA and their health care and all this good stuff, we didn't hear nothing from them. Nothing. Then Trump comes in, Elon comes in, cut people from the VA who weren't freaking doing their job, and then y'all want to talk about veterans now. Now you give a damn? Now. It's like, bro, like I said, cry me a river, bro. Cry harder, please. Because shoot, like I said, I got a mug with liberal tears that needs filling.
Would take everything you say a lot more seriously. If you said, you know what, Piers, what is indisputable is that on the southern border, there's been a 95% drop in the number of people coming over illegally. That is clearly, demonstrably, inarguably, and non-partisan, inarguably, a fact. And he should be celebrated and acknowledged for that. But it's being completely ignored by many on the mainstream media. And I get, this is my problem with it, is that the anti-Trump sentiment is always so intense that no one can even bring it upon themselves to give him credit for an obvious win for America.
Exactly. Like, bro, even when Pierce got to sit there and lecture y'all like, dog, this is an obvious win for America. We should all be okay with this, but you guys are sitting there pissing and moaning because it ain't you. This is why you guys will lose continuously if you want to act like children. If this is, bro, if this is the guys you wanted to represent you guys, they make you look like petulant children. I'm sorry. This is what it is.
That is an obvious win for the United States. There are many other things you could quibble with and question or feel enraged by. But you can't say that, Kat. You can't say on the southern border that's a big success.
No, I think that the way that Trump is treating immigrants, this is a country that's built by immigrants. My dad is an immigrant.
These
and
are
the way
people
that
pouring in illegally in their millions over the southern
there
border.
are people that are
He's talking
seeking
about
asylum, and we need
Well, they're not
to
all
have.
Nigga, there are people that, woman, you are not educated in this subject to be speaking so freely then. When you sat there and just pretty much said, well, some of them are just seeking asylum. This ain't the TPS program, bro. We're talking about 5 to 10 million people who just ran across the border. We're not talking about the TPS program that was, you know, for these asylum seekers. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about the 500,000 that Biden let in through the TPS program. We're not talking about them. That's what y'all don't get. Not everyone, bro. You really want to say that, oh, every one of them were asylum seekers. They just disrespected our law and crossed our borders? Yeah, you don't know about the 5-10 million. You're speaking to the 500,000 that Biden let in through the TPS program. Like, you missed the argument or you're not informed enough. Because if you truly think that we're talking about just 500,000 immigrants, you're tripping. You're tripping. We're talking about 5-10 million of these guys.
Seeking asylum, you know that, Kat.
No,
Come on. You don't
bullshit.
think you genuinely
Come on.
think
We
10 million?
literally just
Well, hang on, just
deported-
speaking of millions over the southern
There are
border.
people that are
He's talking
seeking
about
asylum, and we need
Well, they're not
to
all
have.
speaking asylum. You know that, Kat.
No,
Come on. You
bullshit.
don't think you genuinely
Come on.
think
We
10 million.
literally just
Well, hang on, just to be
deported
clear,
men
you
who
genuinely think
claimed
nearly 10
asylum
million.
in El Salvador
Hang on,
being
Kat.
shipped to a concentration in El Salvador.
Kat, we're not talking about the ones being shipped to prisons in El Salvador. We're talking about the reportedly 10 million people who came over the southern border in the Biden administration. You think they're all genuine asylum seekers?
I always do say, look, this girl shows how you can just gain a following just off spewing left talking points. She don't know nothing, but she has a big enough following to be on Piers Morgan. God bless her, man. Praise this girl for that achievement, but it just shows that, bro, when you just speak for the left, these guys just follow and support without ever asking you to back any of this up. And this shows the fact that she thought that 5 to 10 million were, oh, they're seeking asylum. These are dreamers. It's like, no, they broke our law. Like, if you want to talk about the TPS program through Biden, I mean, sure, like he got that one off legally. I disagree with it, but it's there. But the fact that you don't know about the 5 to 10 million and you're speaking so strongly against Trump's immigration policies is crazy. So you don't even know what's going on. And she looks like a pretty young lady. So I doubt she really knows what's going on in the world.
I think that we don't have a good enough asylum process, and there are plenty that are claiming asylum, and it doesn't matter whether someone is claiming asylum or not. Trump is treating them all the same. I mean, he just deported
I'm weak. Okay. Shout out my man James Foley. Like, do women have snatches or do snatches have women? Well,
2-year-old U.S. citizen back to Honduras who is being treated for cancer. And that's the problem here, is when it comes to our border issues, we are focusing on, it's treated so broadly and so angrily, so hatefully. And there's no difference between these people. The way that this administration is treating them is inhumane.
Okay, Tim, you wanted to jump in there. Hang on, Vinny. Hang on.
Go ahead, Vinny. I'll follow up, Vinny.
Yeah,
Go
Tim,
for it, bro.
Tim, and I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, and I appreciate it. First of all, that 2-year-old was here with an illegal alien mother, and if the mother gets deported, Piers, the kids go with the mother. So stop
She
that
is a
rhetoric.
2-year-old being
Concentration
treated
camp.
for
Excuse me.
cancer.
Excuse me. I let you speak. Please let me finish, okay? And you're talking about, well, you're talking about, first of all, let me back up. Americans can't afford $1,000 and they're struggling. That's because of the last administration. Trump just got here. That's number one. And are you truly, genuinely talking about illegal? You're talking about illegal immigrants, illegals that are here, that are in freaking gangs, that to join the gang, they have to kill people, that sell drugs, that beat the shit out of his wife. We get rid of him. Is that who you're sticking up for? Are you honestly going to sit here and say Trump is just doing a broad, any illegal? No, it's going after the illegals, all right? And you mentioned veterans. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. When I joined, I swore an oath to the Constitution to protect this country of enemies foreign and domestic. And I never knew, Piers, who was the domestic. You know what the domestic is? It's the people that flood this country.
All right, shout out Foley, man. He say not all abortions are bad. Obama became president. Yeah, shout out to Barry Soetoro.
With illegals, they don't give a shit about a law. They weaponize the justice system. They try to kill our freaking president, and then when he tries to kick these people out,
as a black man, I will sit here and admit that, bro, I don't even know if that guy was born in this fucking country, bro. I don't know. It's just a lot of things that just don't line up to me with Obama, okay? I mean, mom got with some guy in Kenya, and then she moved to, marry some rich oil guy in Indonesia, and then, that's Obama's stepdaddy, and that's where you get the Barry Soetoro from. And then all of a sudden he ends up with rich grandparents in Hawaii. Then where the fuck was this man born? Was he born in Kenya, like Indonesia? Hawaii? They said Hawaii, but that kind of don't line up because he said he came to Hawaii to visit his grandparents. No, let's not go down that trail. Let's not go down there, okay? Because all I can say is that, yeah, I'm not sure that man was born in this country. I'll be quite honest. And shout out to Fox. He said 80% of snatches got their wealth from divorces. Yeah. The richest woman in the world, what is it, like Bezos' ex-wife? She got $77 billion. Yeah, shout out to divorcing rich men. Like, hey man, women, you got him, didn't you?
oh, he's the mean one. I'm sorry. This is an argument that you are not going to win. Okay, there's absolutely no. He's talking about illegal gang members, and you're sticking up for MS-13 members. Have you ever encountered an MS-13 member? Have you ever spoken to one of them?
Well, I think the problem, Vinny, the problem, Vinny, hang on, I'm going to come to Tim.
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, Vinny, I ain't gonna lie, he went off. I ain't gonna lie, bro went off. I'll be like, hey, like, dog, look at this little white girl right here, G. Trust me, she ain't hearing you. She ain't hearing you right now. Actually, she don't even know the facts. I think we have aligned that. If I was to come at her, I'd just be like, all right, look, baby girl, it seems like you got some couple things confused. So let me educate you. Like, you're talking about 500K through TPS and not the 5-10 million that ran through the border. Those guys are not considered asylum seekers. No, they're not.
We are conflating several different issues here, because the issue of people being deported, many of whom are already on the deportation list and are convicted criminals, some of them for murder, rape, and so on. I don't think many Americans have any sympathy with, I assume, with those on a deportation list who've had the due process but haven't yet been deported, now being deported.
Hey, shout out Joshua Bennett. Ain't had too much to say. Just want to show some support. And shout out to the supporters tonight. I appreciate you guys. All right, let's keep it going.
Murder, rape, and so on. I don't think many Americans have any sympathy with, I assume, with those on a deportation list who've had the due process but haven't yet.
I'm weak. James Foley hitting us with, I love to get some other guys' wealth from snatches come into money. Bro, it would be a very beautiful world if there was just women willing to pick up broke guys so we can divorce their ass and take all their money. Yeah, I wish we had that option too, man. Me too. Tough. It's tough. I know us guys, we got to go out there, get it. But we don't got nobody to leech off of, man. We don't got no sugar mama. The fantasy of a sugar mama's out there, but it ain't obtainable. But we don't got no sugar mamas out here trying to take care of your boy. Like, it's tough out here for us guys. Shout out my man James. Oh man, what's that, James? Yeah, that was James.
Being deported, being deported. There is an issue about whether they should be put in prisons in El Salvador. I get that, but that's not to do with what's happened on the southern border. That's a different issue altogether. So, Tim, let me ask you the same question. Sure. You wouldn't naturally race to praise Trump or anything, but can you find it in yourself to say that what's happened on the southern border is a good thing? I may be about to shock you with this.
I would hope he wouldn't have that stance. Like I said, there's really no defense in what happened on the southern borders. When you ask Dems about it, they gotta low key flip it or just try to move the goalposts. And I don't even blame him. I don't blame him. If you got to defend your parties, go ahead and do it, G. But I could never.
Look, I used to be a Reagan Republican. All right, I believed that we were a shining city on a hill. I believe that we were a place where people should want to.
All right, and let's get into some of these super chats real quick. Don't want to get too far behind. All right, here he says, shout out Fox. Shout out James Foley. He said, Fox Hunter, thanks for pushing the algorithm. Care for a free membership? I'm weak. All right, shout out. And shout out Michelle Glass. We need men to be men, and they should have a choice when it comes to abortion. I did say abortion should be like a 2-signature system. if women had to make sure they had the male's permission, I know it's going to make the feminists mad, but if you had to get the male's permission to abort that baby, a lot of y'all would act a little bit more responsibly with your bodies. You know, you feel me? Because can you imagine if the abortion doctor said, yes, ma'am, you cannot just abort this baby on your own dime or your will. You have to have the father also sign over the kid's life too. Like, come on now. We just can't have a one-sided death certificate here. At least let both of y'all take blame.
Come if they're fleeing.
Oh, another one. He's like, shout out to my man Joshua Benny. He says the U.S. abortion started to control the U.S. abortion started to control the black population. Margaret Sanger is the person of the day or the night. And shout out to my man James ending off with that one. He says, if coat hanger fails, do I pay child support? Son of a bitch, bro. Damn it, James. You stupid. Bro. Coat hanger is crazy, G. Okay.
Being oppression. If we're talking about these Venezuelans in particular, they're in a communist country where they are being persecuted by a communist dictator. And I think that we should have an orderly process where people should be able to come from Venezuela.
And shout out to my man James for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate the support, my man. I'm not sure who got those 5, but we'll see. We will see. And all right.
To this country to be refugees like so many have before, like all of us have who came to America. That is what is unique about America. That's what makes America special, is that everyone except for the Native Americans came here because they were looking for opportunity, because they were fleeing someplace else. And we created a system that was obviously totally out of control. And so bringing some control to that system is fine. But that doesn't mean 0 people come in. I'm not happy about that. I want Venezuelans freeing communism to be able to come here. We need to create a system where people can come here. And you're saying that these people who are coming illegally, we actually know for sure that at least a couple of the Venezuelans that were sent to El Salvador came through the legal process. You might not like that process, but they used the CB1 app. They said that they were refugees fleeing oppression. They had been.
Yeah, but that's a problem though. Like they kind of like subverted let's say this, the process of that. They're supposed to get an interview. We talk to them personally, and then we go check their references. Not you just get in through the app, it can make up whatever story you want and then ship yourself here. That is not how it was meant to be. And you guys know, excuse me, but you guys know that. So please do not mislead the American people by thinking that, oh, these immigrants were just allowed to just hop on this app and get in here. No, they were supposed to line up an interview, make their story, and lay out their story, we fact check it, and then we decide they come in or not.
They went to a third country. In one case, a guy went to Colombia, just like you're supposed to, and then he was brought to Florida, and that man has been sent to El Salvador. Maybe he's trying to Aragua. We don't know.
Hey, yo, shout out to Fox Chase, man. He said they say microorganism on another planet is life, but conception is not. Make it make sense. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, hey, we're talking about you guys are the trust the science community, so yeah, what is up with that? I mean, we can claim the smallest forms of life, but I mean that little life inside a mother's stomach is what? Now all of a sudden it's a parasite and it's a clump of cells. Y'all just need to stop dehumanizing, just stop dehumanizing the birth cycle, okay? Because I don't want to get into that debate, but it's not actually a kid, it's this, is that's in this stage. And I'm just like, look, in my belief, as soon as a girl's pregnant, that's a life. In my belief. Now, this is just set speaking, but in my belief, day one, it's a life. And yeah, if I was to have things my way, I would give you a good month. You got a good month to decide what you're gonna do, and that should be all you need. Anything outside of that, baby girl, your mother now. Congratulations, clap it up for you.
Oh, because there wasn't a court hearing. I've talked a lot about the gay makeup artist Andre. I'm sorry, Pierce, but I
hear you. I hear you. I believe
it's not good to be zero. We're America.
Tim, I agree with you.
We're not China.
Listen, I don't disagree with you about the due process issue. And Elizabeth, what I would say, I think against the pro-Trump argument on this is that if you start to play loose with due process, what happens, as Donald Trump is now realizing, I think, is that the stories become the stories which are about due process not what's happened on the southern border. There is a clear, demonstrable big success on the southern border, but I'm not reading or seeing anything about that. All I'm hearing about are these one or two isolated people who have not been afforded due process and where it looks unfair. And my point about that is that it's almost handing a victory to the jaws of defeat if you abandon due process. What do you think of that argument?
I mean, I have a lot to say in general, but can I just ask you, Pierce, do you genuinely believe that the mainstream media that we've talked a bit about now for the last 15 minutes would have given Donald Trump the win and actually written about the victory at the border, regardless of what else was happening in the country?
Probably not.
Do you believe that?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that's part of the problem. I think part of the problem, with
There you
Donald
go.
Trump, well, part of the problem with Donald Trump from day one, in terms of the way the media have treated him, is that they have failed to understand why he got elected. He got elected because he's not a conventional politician. He doesn't behave like a conventional politician. So the Trump hysteria raged away for 4 years the first time. This time round, we were told it's going to be different. Everyone's learned their lessons, and they haven't. The hysteria has blown up again about absolutely everything.
I'm weak. Hey, yo, okay, then that's quite the point. He says, were the aborted babies due process, Kim? I mean, like, damn. Well, I mean, let's be real, G. We're supposed to give a 2-year-old due process for the mother, I guess. We're supposed to sit that 2-year-old down and pretty much be like, all right, we want to go. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are pretty insane with the whole due process stance right now. And shout out to my man, James Foley. He says, Fox Hunter, need a man, a real man. Any takers? Real men take that free woman, poor value ethic right away. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I would say this. Kim. Whatever guy might get you pregnant, I would fear for that child. I ain't gonna lie, the way you talking. Yeah, man. I'm not sure if I heard you right, but you said it's a life. It can be terminated. Woo. That's a cold statement, sweetheart. I don't know if you really mean that, but hey, let's keep it going.
Now, I've just been in America for a month. It's sort of every morning's like a jungle of everyone going bonkers about everything Trump says and does. When actually, as with all things Trump, it's better to take a bit of time and see how things play out, because I think that's what he does. I think he throws stuff up against the wall. He sees what sticks and what works and what doesn't work, what needs changing and so on. But the problem with the kind of...
And shout out to my man James Foley coming in again. He says, Kim, why don't you like me? You think I'm ugly, don't you? This man Foley, bro. At this point, this man has all the jokes. Bro. Like, be warned, bro. Be warned. You go back and forth with Foley, you're going to get trolled the entire stream.
Controlled chaos strategy that Trump deploys is that he does allow his opponents, his enemies, and I include quite a lot of people in the media who really do want to take him down. Even now, you can see it. It gives them a chance and an excuse to do that. And it takes away from the...
And shout out to my man Luke. He said, I want to shout out the chat, man. He said, I'm actually impressed with the wealth of free thinkers. Hey, man. Shout out. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it.
Successes. And I think on tariffs and stuff like that, you know, I can see the big picture. I think most people understand the big argument and don't disagree with it. It's the way he's gone about this. He has to get some wins on the board, because otherwise, if in 6 months' time or a year's time, or as you head towards the midterms, the US economy is still in the doldrums and the stock market is still tanking, then you're going to lose the House in the midterms and the environment will change completely. So I do think there's, you know, he's playing with fire here with this.
I don't know, man. I feel like guys who talk bad about Trump's tariffs plan, you don't know what's going on in China. So like I said, if you knew what was going on in China and how this affects the Chinese economy, y'all would hush up and y'all would just be like, you know what? Let's keep it going. And then, damn, y'all want the commies to win? Like, bro, whose side are y'all on? Like, whose side are y'all on, bro? It's us versus China right now. Do you want what? The land of the free or the land of the commies to win? Choose. And if you think we're going to lose, then take your ass over there to China since you think they're going to win, and be okay with being a nurse getting paid $400 a month. Be okay with that, because that's what they're on. Go ahead. Go ahead and go over there with a college degree and be okay with getting paid $3,000 a month. Be okay with that.
This stuff where he's got to get wins on the board. Do you accept that?
I accept that, but I would argue that Donald Trump, obviously, as you know, is fully aware that midterms are coming up and maybe is acting like a president and not a politician worried about midterms. Not everyone can be Joe Biden and try to erase student loan debt a couple of weeks before the midterms to try to score themselves a win, for example, right? Maybe that's not what Donald Trump is trying to do. I think the fact is we're talking here and no one is being honest. That's why I brought up the dinner to begin with, and the fact that they sat there and applauded themselves and lied again. My fellow panelist here said that, whatever Steve Bannon does is the same. Number one, I don't agree. But Steve Bannon goes out and says, I am a Trump supporter. No one at NBC or Axios.
I'm done. Fox, he joined in on the troll. Well, he been on it. Shout out my man Fox. He says, Kim, get my name Fox Slayer tattooed. Like, yo, y'all are wild. You and James.
Or Politico or anywhere else goes out and says I'm a Biden supporter. I saw Jake Tapper a few weeks ago say I'm not on the left. And I sat there with my jaw on the ground. The fact is, they believe that they are actually moderates. They believe they're telling the American people the truth, and they believe they're getting away with murder because they continue to throw their own bias into everything else that they report. The American people are not stupid. What is sad is that the journalists in our country believe that they are. They believe they can tell them how to vote and how to feel, and they will not be able to do the research for themselves. Donald Trump is not worried about victories in the media because he knows the American people not only elected him to do what he's doing, but can figure out what he's doing without, reading through a couple of headlines in the mainstream media. So no, I don't think he's worried about scoring a few wins because he believes he's scoring the exact wins he was elected to score.
Okay, Kat, the interesting sort of sideshow at the moment to all this is the battle for the heart and soul of the Democrat Party, who have got record low polling at the moment. You're seeing a number of people like Gavin Newsom, governor of California, steaming very fast to the middle ground, abandoning a lot of the more progressive woke ideology as he goes, pretending he had nothing to do with it. You're also seeing people like AOC, who are out there getting more and more support, but of course belong entirely to the progressive left. You've also got people like David Hogg, who says we've got to get rid of all these old timers. We've got to ripple up and get some new, young, fresh blood and thinking into the party, which I would completely concur with.
I mean, yeah, but if this fresh blood right here is her, then y'all just gonna lose again. I mean, actually, you're gonna lose even worse if the new gen is thinking like this young lady right here, or AOC, or Jasmine Crockett. I mean, at this point, bro, you Dems need to pull a Donald Trump at this point. You need your own Donald Trump. I don't know who it's gonna be. You might want to pick up Stephen A. Smith or something, but you guys need something here.
When you see the likes of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and these others, you just think you've got to move on now, and you've got to find a new coherent voice that's going to get people to vote for it and have a view for America. But it can't be the progressive left, can it? Haven't we just seen with the last election an utter repudiation of a lot of what the progressive left stands for? So if you end up with AOC as the standard bearer going forward, I think you end up losing again.
Yeah.
Frankly, I disagree. I mean, Harris, especially after the DNC, was campaigning with Liz Cheney, trying to present herself as like this moderate Nikki Haley, Kamala Harris voter that obviously didn't really exist, or at least not in huge numbers. I think what a lot of us call progressivism is really just common sense. I mean, my big vision for the world is that every American should afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. And that doesn't seem like a very high bar, and it's not for any of our.
I mean, sweetheart, we agree with you on that. The problem is how you guys want to get there. That's the problem. We agree with you on, oh yeah, we agree with you on all that, but how do we get there? And the problem is that you guys, honestly, kind of, your policies walk us away from the vision that you want. Yeah, okay, you want everybody to be able to afford housing, healthcare, and all that. We'll still have enough money in their pockets to do whatever. We want that too. Here's the problem, though. I mean, the way y'all policies work, you're going to walk everybody away from it. Like I said, taxing the rich. I mean, you can only abuse the rich so much. I mean, the rich already proved that they won't deal with the abuse in certain states, and they've moved in high numbers, took a whole lot of wealth with them too. So let's just say you guys get what y'all want and we tax the rich on a massive scale, something ridiculous. What's going to keep them from taking their jobs and themselves somewhere else? So not only do we lose that income tax revenue from them, we lose the corporate tax revenue and we lose jobs. Like, and let's be real, you guys don't believe in tariffs, so we have nothing to protect our domestic economy. Come on, guys. Don't you see where this failed logic here of being so anti-tariff, but being so, tax the rich kind of falls back on what y'all say y'all want? I don't know about that, man. I think you guys are kind of just double speaking. You say you want prosperity, but you're kind of leading us towards communism.
Peer countries, but it is here. And neither party is truly messaging on that. I mean, you have on the right now, having tax cuts that benefit the super rich, but not the average American. And these tariffs will cost the average American, I think, about $4,000 every year. And as for Democrats, there are a lot of them that are more interested in their, corporate donors and trying to always cater to this very like milquetoast vision when both parties should be going towards that idea. Housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and take your kid to the zoo or go to the movies.
But you know the
I don't
reason,
think anyone here would disagree.
the reason people don't focus on those things or talk about.
And here's the thing, though. I mean, like, if that's what y'all really wanted, then why wasn't it y'all plan to rebuild the middle class? Why didn't y'all think of that? I mean, instead, Biden tried to do the CHIPS Act, and that was just a monopoly maker. And now that's what China does. China has these government subsidized businesses that dominate their domestic markets. It's a monopoly at the end of the day, guys. And that's what Biden was setting up with the CHIPS Act. That's why Trump had to tear it down, because we don't want more monopolies being built. Like, you already see what that man, Zuckerberg's going through. They're trying to break his company up. And trust me, the rest of them are shaking in their boots over that.
Is that on the progressive left, you'll also have people at high levels of the party come out and say with a straight face, we think biological men should be in women's sport. And the moment most average Americans hear that, they do what you just did. They roll their eyes and go, you lot are insane. And you're doing it for a different reason. You're doing it because you think I'm insane for saying that. But I can tell you, as somebody who's always been pretty liberal, I think that strategy was completely insane. Yeah. The idea that you would let your leaders go out and propagate such bullshit, which most Americans with any vein of common sense, as you call it, know is bullshit, that then allows exactly what happened. The Republicans to run with that and say, look at these people, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Democratic Party has a messaging issue, but I think this is less about the Democratic Party and more about right-wing media, which I watch and analyze for a living, or at least before I started running for Congress. There's been plenty of research talking about when people transition, how it doesn't really impact their effects in sports. This is a very, very, very tiny percent.
No, it's complete bullshit. Sorry,
What? You're saying, when people transition and don't affect how they perform in sports? Yeah, I'm sorry. Bullshit. Like I said, we're not going for that. We're not hearing it, sis. Like, stop saying it. Stop trying to defend trans women in women's sports. Stop trying to defend men in women's sports. Stop it. You cannot win this position. It's just unwinnable. And just shows the complete disrespect you guys have for female athletes.
In sports.
But you're for women, though.
This is a very, very...
Oh, wait. I now remember. Yeah, y'all hate the female athletes, but you're for the fat and scrawny women who don't do shit with their lives. Okay. Just like the fat and scrawny guys who are liberals. Yeah. Because it always is crazy how they talk to women about this whole trans women in sports, and usually talk to fat girls, as if fat girls have any respect for female athletes. And I'd have to ask this girl right here, have you ever been an athlete? Because I feel like only a female athlete can understand the disrespect that's being displayed right now.
Very tiny percent.
No, it's complete bullshit. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Can I please finish
by the way,
this?
I'm not right-wing media.
Nope.
In any shape or
I'm
form.
not saying you are.
But I'm just telling you, I'm not, and I think it's bullshit. The idea that it's a small thing, it's not. You're seeing it more and more and more and more and more. There are millions of people, young people in America identifying as trans. This problem is going to get worse and worse and worse. And the issue is about women's rights to equality and to fairness and to safety. Nothing more than that. It's not about trans people. I want the same. Just to be clear, I want the same. Hang on, Kat. I want the same.
It shouldn't even be happening. That is also where y'all lose the point. It shouldn't even be happening. Oh, it's so small. There shouldn't even be one case. What are you talking about? It's like what y'all did with the whole Venezuelan guys taking over the apartment complexes. The lady was like, well, just a handful of apartments. Bro, it shouldn't even be one. What are you talking about?
For trans people, but not at the expense of women's rights. That's what it's about. And if you can't have a Democrat Party that stands up completely rock solid for women's rights, because it's far too concerned with promoting a trans agenda where it erodes women's rights, you're never going to get re-elected as a party, ever.
Nope.
Okay, this is the thing. Trans people's existence and even like the 40 people that are in sports isn't the big issue with women's rights. It isn't a women's rights issue.
But it becomes one when you
Can I please
support
finish?
obvious.
Dog, trans women in sports is a women's issue, and it is a problem for women. Well, and it's also a problem with sports integrity, of course, as well, but that's a whole nother point. But yeah, like I said, like, are you a female athlete? Do you know any? Because I'm pretty sure most female athletes would disagree with this whole men and women's sports. And I'm pretty sure they're pretty fearful of it because they don't know when their sport is next or their division is next.
Unfairness. That's the point.
Can I please finish?
Sure.
Thank you. The thing here is you have Republicans right now in the state at the federal level that are saying we need to check children's genitals to make sure they're the right ones before they play. That's a harm to children and women. The SAVE Act, which is going to stop millions of marriages.
Nobody said that, actually. One, we can tell who's a male and who's a female just by the eyeball test. Trust me, we've been doing it for a while now. And here's the thing. It's pretty obvious to tell who's the trans women between just the regular women. It's pretty effing obvious. And if you have a problem as a liberal telling the difference, my man, I mean, you've been brainwashed to a whole nother degree here. But yeah, we don't gotta sit there and look at all their genitals. We just, if anything, we just take a testosterone test, if anything. Like, I don't see the reason why they gotta strip naked. No, but you do gotta low-key submit a blood test real quick for me.
Married women from being able to vote if they don't have their birth certificate and proof of their name change. That's an actual harm to women. Trans people existing, and in like one state that did a law against.
Stop treating them like, bro, they're not women. They're dudes who put a fucking wig on. Stop treating them like they're women. I'm sorry. We're just gonna just say what it is. Just because they want to be women, bro, we're just not gonna just make them women because they put a wig on. What it means to be a woman is way more sacred than just putting on a wig and nail polish. It's almost disrespectful that y'all even think that it's that easy to be a woman. Like, what? We're just going to take away the whole thing about them having a period? I mean, isn't it offensive to women that these guys don't got to go through a period, but they can get called women? It's like, oh, so you can take all the good of being a woman and leaving out all the bad. Like, what type of disrespectful shit is that? It's like, nah, you ain't a woman to me unless you got the good and the bads of being a woman. Period, point blank.
Trans kids being in sports. There was literally one trans child that was in any sport who was supported by their own team. This is lawmakers at the state level, people that are being paid, that are full-ass adults, that are bullying children.
So just to be clear, so just to be clear, you would personally like it to continue. You think it's perfectly okay for biological men to compete in women's sport. Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't mind trans women being in sports.
Okay. Then this is the problem. Then, Kat, with respect to you,
and I beat them.
Kat, with great respect to you, I'm very glad you're not running this issue in America because it is grotesquely unfair to women. Vinny, final word to you, then I'll come to Tim for his final word.
Well, she just said it. I don't like you're spitting out these numbers. If one man tries to take away a scholarship from a female, that's anti-woman. And for you to sit there and act like it's not a freaking problem, it's happening more and more, like Pierce said, every single day. And that's the problem, is this low number talk. If one girl is being affected, and if there's men and women's bathrooms, you guys make it seem like we're just coming out of thin air. And that's the problem, Pierce, with the Democratic Party. You heard it here first. No vision, no plan. They're totally fine with a male with testicles beating the shit out of women, spiking volleyballs in their freaking faces, sending them to the hospital. It's no. It's unbelievable.
Bro, and that's the most dishonest way of looking at it. Oh, you guys are obsessed with people's junks. Bro, we don't need to look there. We just got to give you a blood test, G. We can eyeball it as well and just call you out for what you guys are if you want to be disrespectful about it. But if you want to be scientific about it, then sure, just hand in the blood test. We're good. But and that is the most wildest way to escape the argument. You guys are just obsessed with their nuts. No, we care about the integrity of female sports more than you guys do. That's the problem. But you're for women. You guys can put this off on, genitalia all y'all want. This is about sports integrity. This is about protecting women. Something that you guys don't want to bring up for some reason, though. Like, let's be real. Like, it's not about transgenders in their nuts and their for JJs. I don't care. What we do care is about women's spaces and, well, sports integrity and not letting, well, cowardly men take advantage of women. I mean, when the hell have, well, really feminists? I mean, there's a lot of feminists on the left. So the fact that y'all are for men putting on wigs just to go beat up on women is amazing to me. The fact that you guys are okay with that is hilarious. And it's sad to us, but I could find the funniness in it because it's just like, oh, okay, so you're such champions for women. You guys hate the patriarchy so much, but any guy with a wig can just go, well, any guy with a wig can just boom, put one on and just go ahead and take all y'all achievements, break all y'all records. But you care about women? Are y'all sure? Are y'all sure y'all care about women the way y'all say y'all do?
That I'm happy you're exposing yourself because he nailed it. This is why your party is going to keep losing over and over and over because you guys are standing on issues that it's so common sense. Men should play with men. Women should play with women. And if you don't think it's affecting women, go ask all these girls that are losing scholarships to men with free.
This is the scariest thing. And cool, I'm gonna have to hit you with this one. The fact that you guys honestly think that you can subvert Mother Nature or like is crazy. Like, this is really, you're challenging God, and God is old, and Mother Nature always wins. If you don't believe in God, then cool. Let's leave it to Mother Nature. Mother Nature has a way of self-correcting. So when you say this is factually incorrect. There's been major like things that came up. Like puberty is either they just never become a male. And let's be real, that's a serious side effect. There's like nothing for them, and they're castrated. So if you're talking about before puberty, and this is what's crazy that you're talking about transitioning before puberty, which is wild, my G, because I thought y'all didn't support kids getting, transgender surgeries. I thought that was the position there. I thought it was just for 18-year-olds. So what are we talking about before puberty transitioning, my man? Sorry about that. It's like, I just don't get it, bro. It's like, pick a side. Like, what are y'all honestly for? Like, it sounds like you're for kids getting transgender surgeries. And then let's be real. Like, Mother Nature has a way of biting y'all in the ass. And trust me, it has a way to self-correct. So give it a couple years, and I guarantee you'll be hearing different studies.
Freaking testicles that are beating the shit out of them in sports.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that you think like that.
Okay, Tim, I mean, I think, Tim, the wider part, I don't want to, read it again, the whole trans thing, but...
Bro, cool, that is crazy that you think that, though. And I just keep reading it over. I'm like, bro, there's no way that you honestly think that. There's virtually no developed difference between a trans and a regular woman. Bro, you've disrespected everything that it means to be a woman with that statement. And I know that you're for women, and I know that you're for protecting women, but you just disrespected everything that a woman is within that statement.
I think the point is, as the Democrats try and find a new voice, a new way to compete, and a new way to win, I just feel they have to go down the Gavin Newsom route of abandoning just propagating all this progressive, far left stuff. Otherwise, they're just unelectable.
Yeah, so just two thoughts on this. Just one really quick on the moral bankruptcy of Vinny's position. I have a more nuanced view than Kat does on trans women in sports, but the idea that having one trans woman in a swimming meet is unacceptable, but I don't care if I wrongly sent, but but I don't care, but you don't care apparently if we wrongly sent one person to a concentration camp in Venice,
Bruh. Are you see, when they can't defend the position, they gotta skip to something else. No, defend the position that you low-key disrespect women. Defend the position that you low-key don't care about sports integrity. Defend that. No, don't try to talk about Kilmar Garcia, because we'll cook you on that too. But no, don't move the point. Stick to that, because that's the point. They never can win that trans debate. They always got to go to something else, and they know because it's a losing point.
El Salvador. If we you don't care about due process. Wrongly, no. You said you don't care about due process.
Two different points.
Bro, watch the masterful skirting of that question. Like, it was masterful, low key.
A new way to compete and a new way to win. I just feel they have to go down the Gavin Newsom route of abandoning just propagating all this progressive, far left stuff. Otherwise, they're just unelectable.
Yeah, so just two thoughts on this. Just one really quick on the moral bankruptcy of Vinny's position. I have a more nuanced view than Kat does on trans women in sports, but the idea that having one trans woman in a swimming meet is unacceptable.
Okay.
But I don't care if I wrongly sent, but but I don't care. But you don't care, apparently, if we wrongly sent one person to a concentration.
I mean, he got due process. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was investigated by a gang unit and the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, 2 judges gave a whole verdict on this man. So I'm just like, what are you talking about? Kilmar Garcia got due process. Sorry, guys, that's not the argument. The main thing with him is that, well, we sent him to El Salvador and he made a complaint saying that there's a gang that wants his head over there. And El Salvador did their investigation. The gang no longer exists. And there you go. They sent them right over there. And then here you guys are complaining, well, we promised them that we wouldn't send them there. Well, he is an El Salvadorian citizen, is he not? He is an MS-13 gang member for sure. And trust me, guys, those there was no Photoshop about those tattoos, the knuckle tattoos. You're talking about the MS-13? Like, are you serious? They were decoding what his tattoos meant. Like, really? You don't know how that works? Like, but you know what? I'll let that be. Because if you don't know, when they show gang tattoos, they like to add little typings above it to decode it for you.
Camp in El Salvador. If we you don't care about due process. Wrongly, no. You said you don't care about due process.
Two different points. You're conflating 2 different points.
No, I'm not.
2 different points.
And
you're using the word concentration camp. Tim, you're using the word concentration camp. So you're one of those people that's like, Trump is Hitler. Again, your dumbass party has watered down the name Hitler. The name Hitler isn't even strong anymore. Because you know what? You compare him with Trump, people go, oh, if Hitler's like Trump, then he's not bad. Stop saying that, guys. That's stupid rhetoric. Concentration camp. You're in a league.
Low key, though. Low key. Like, when y'all just compare Trump to Hitler, you do build that rhetoric of, well, shit, man, Hitler must not been that bad. I'm like, bro, yes, he was. Like, but then when you compare a guy who's killed 6 million people to a guy who just deported 100K people, it's weird. It's like, you guys look stupid.
Gang member, get the fuck out of my country. Period. You don't have that. Stop saying that, guys. That's stupid rhetoric. Concentration camp. You're an illegal gang member. Get the fuck out of my country. Period. You don't belong here. You have deportation orders. You're not supposed to be here. You beat your wife.
Okay,
Bye.
Listen. We've got. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it there. All I would say is, Tim, in relation to your point, Tim, I actually think it.
No. Shout out to my man Vinny.
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it. I feel it. I can. He's cooking.
That boy is cooking.
It is wrong to deport people to prisons in El Salvador without proper due process.
But he did get due process. Like, so we agree, but that man got due process. And here's the thing: he didn't even deserve due process. We didn't have to give it to him, but he did get due process because through the Aliens Enemy Act and the fact that he's part of a terrorist organization, we can get his ass up out of here. No due process.
Well, Vinny, I have not seen yet enough evidence for my liking that this guy was a member of that gang. If there is, why would you?
Hang on, bro. Hold on, bro. There is evidence. A whole gang unit did evidence into him. There was Department of Homeland Security investigated this man. Yes, there is evidence. You guys just ain't looking for it. And I don't blame Pierce because he got other things. He got other things to worry about. But you guys here on the Homeland, come on now. Prince George County Police Department, they ran a whole investigation on him. And then even when you want to bring up the informant, here comes the left with, oh, this is a discredited informant and he's no longer. I'm like, are you serious? The man was working with, the man is in the MS-13 gang as an informant, and he pointed out Garcia. Like, well, oh no, he's been fired. That don't matter. It don't matter, okay? It doesn't. Actually, the fact that a gang unit did an investigation into him says enough. The fact that, which y'all also don't know, that he was caught up in a gang sweep for a murder investigation with MS-13 gang members, you can go look that up. That's also true. Kilmar Garcia got stopped on the highway by State Patrol and was found hanging out with a bunch of, non-citizens. And one of these non-citizens happened to be a human trafficker, admitted. Admitted. So yeah, y'all might want to leave that boy Kilmar Garcia alone because y'all don't have a strong point. And if I'm going to you, if you keep letting the right-wing media drop more and more information about this, guys, you guys are gonna look more dumb and dumb. So leave it alone.
Hang on. If there
Why do they
is,
have to show you?
if there is,
Why do
put
they
it
have to
out
show
there.
you?
If there is, put it out there, and then I may change my mind. But until I see it, I'm afraid I'm not satisfied. And I also think, I also think the trans issue
you guys think
is
that they're
important.
lying?
Well, let's wait and see.
Are they lying, Pierce?
Let's wait and see.
You think that the Department of Homeland Security, Prince George Police County Department, is lying about about Kilmar Garcia? Investigators, people who did their due diligence to investigate this man, caught him up in gang sweeps and all this crazy stuff. They're lying. Really? Where's your investigation on this man? Where's your deep dive of his history? Please. And I mean, any Dem, I dare you to go look up this man's history, and I guarantee you, you'll be a Trump supporter at the end of that. Go ahead. I dare any of you Dems to actually look into Kilmar Garcia, and you'll honestly be a MAGA supporter at the end of the night.
They're not, you
Initially,
guys think they're lying.
Well, no, Vinny, but initially, and just to be clear, the initial, the administration initially said it was a mistake. Their words, not mine. Anyway, we got to leave it there. Great panel. Thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to move on to other subjects.
Take a breath, Vinny.
Well, moving away from politics now into some eye-catching stories in the world of entertainment.
Nah, bro, and him got to go to one-on-one for that one. Take a breath, Vinny. I'm like, nah, you guys, I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even know why Pierce be giving it to them. Because Pierce even admitted, he's like, well, I don't know, and I ain't seen nothing. I'm like, bro, Pierce, you telling me you didn't look at the police reports? You didn't look at the Department of Homeland Security? So Pierce don't even know that exists. And even Vinny had to say, you think they're lying? They said, yes. Wow. Okay. Prove it that they're lying. You're talking about people who did investigation work on this man. Real police work. And what have you done? You've been listening to what? Left-wing media? Mainstream media? And you tell me you know more about Kilmar Garcia than the Department of Homeland Security. More than Prince George Police Department, who ran a whole investigation into this man, gang unit. Y'all know more than them? Y'all are arrogant as hell, bro. Y'all real narcissism at its best. Arrogance at its best right here, man. Really? Hilarious.
NFL star Shannon Sharpe is stepping back from his role at ESPN after a civil lawsuit accused him of rape. Diddy's trial is to begin in Manhattan next week, with new details emerging about proceedings. And 73-year-old American football legend Bill Belichick is in the spotlight after his 24-year-old girlfriend bizarrely crashed a major television interview. Well, joining me now, rapper and commentator Lord Jamar, the host of Determined Society, Sean French, the producer and director, Choke No Joke, and criminal defense attorney, Stacey Schneider. Welcome to all of you. Well, let's start, Stacey, with you on the legality. How much trouble do you think he's in?
Well, he's in civil trouble, not criminal trouble, because the new lawsuit by the 20-year-old, at the time she met him, who the woman who alleges that she was in a relationship with him and that she alleges there were two incidents of rape, actually, one last year in January, I believe, of this year, in her lawsuit. She never went to the police, apparently. I mean, there are no criminal.
Oh, okay. This is talking about Shannon Sharpe and how he got caught up with that one girl. Man, you know what? To be quite honest with you, I looked over everything. It just sounded like some freaky talk, to be honest with you. Like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm going to choke you when I see you now. Like, yeah, you know how it's going to look. A big black man choking a white lady now. I mean, hilarious. I know. I listened to it, and it was kind of funny. He's like, you know how that's going to look. A big black man choking a white lady. I'm like, yo, it sounds like some kinky stuff going on. But all right, guys, let's get into this. Israel just launched a devastating attack on Iran's ports. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Let's get into the silent war. Let's talk about what's happening with Iran, and we're going to get to what's happening in Europe in just moments. But let's start here. It's being called a silent war. At the same time, right now, the United States is negotiating a nuclear deal with Iran. Talks were apparently excellent, according to U.S. officials. Israel has been busy attacking Iranian targets like the Bandar Abbas port. And we now have multiple confirmations of that from different sources that, yes, It was the Israelis attacking this port.
Bro.
What is going on here? Why this port?
Like, bro, calm y'all asses down. Like, can we just get any type of, like, can we be cool with any group of Muslims? Like Israel. A personal question. Can we be cool with any Muslims? Is it okay? Like, and I don't even know why the fuck we even got to ask Israel, is it okay to be cool with Muslims? Because it doesn't sound like they want us to be. We're in the middle of negotiations with these people over them having a nuclear bomb, which they don't have. They say, and you bomb them? Like, bro, what do y'all really want here?
What special materials are in this port? What sort of a signal is this sending to the Trump administration as the Iranian-U.S. talks were happening almost simultaneously? Harrison Berger is an independent journalist, Dropsite News contributor. He's been covering this extensively, and we wanted to invite Harrison on the show. Great to have you back on the show. Welcome back.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thank you so much.
So just at a 30,000 foot level, why do you think this is happening, and who do you think is specifically responsible?
Well, let me just give some context. I remember when the Nord Stream pipeline, which was a key economic link between Russia and Europe, just suddenly exploded. Do you remember that? We were all told that Russia was responsible. They blew up their own pipeline. Yeah, and that didn't make much sense at all. And then it was later revealed by people like Cy Hirsch and later eyewitnesses that the U.S. government and Ukraine blew up that pipeline, which was the most obvious explanation at the time, which anyone who embraced was called a conspiracy theorist for even suggesting. And something similar seems to be happening here. You have a major explosion in Iran at a port which handles about 55% of that country's imports and exports. So the fact that they had to halt all of their operations is extremely consequential. This is a country that has been under suffocating sanctions regime for many years. So the economy already wasn't in great shape to begin with. And of course, the thing that we're told is that Iran did it, that it was the fault of Iran's military who improperly stored materials for making ballistic missiles at their port. And it's too early to say whether.
Hey, shout out my man AJ. He said Michelle Obama says she lost sleep over Trump deporting 100K, but your husband deported 5.3 million. Like, did she ever sleep? Like, at a certain point? Nope. Can't be. I'm like, hey, if you couldn't sleep over every 100K, man, you had sleepless nights, sweetheart. I don't know what to tell her about that one. I'd have looked at her crazy too. Like, so what? Well, like, wait, did you lose sleep per 1,000 like 100K deportations? Like, it was a lost night of sleep. Like, let me know the math between that one right there, because I was confused. I seen the clip, and I was just like, really? Like, you losing sleep over deportations? Okay.
That's true or false, but there's definitely aspects which raise questions. And the first has to do with the locations of the blasts themselves. Several outlets inside of Iran have already reported that the port explosion appeared to occur in not just one, but 3 separate areas. And so there was this main blast, which everyone saw at the Sina warehouse, but there was a second explosion as well in the courtyard, and then a third explosion at another warehouse. And so having these multiple sites hit is all very suggestive of sabotage. But again, that's still speculation at this point. I'm very curious to see what this investigation turns up.
Who will investigate it?
Well, Iran is investigating it now. And of course, they claim no responsibility, which makes sense. Israel as well claims they had nothing to do with this. And it makes sense that they would want to deny responsibility, although I wouldn't put it past Israel at all to do this. They're certainly capable of it. They don't really have any regard for civilian life, as they demonstrated with their terror attack in Lebanon just a few months ago, where they randomly exploded all these pagers, killing and maiming hundreds of people. So that's, I think, the context for understanding who could have been behind this and who's capable of it.
I ain't gonna lie though. That was probably the coldest operation ever, though, because, like, bro, they said they put those in there like years in advance, and then waited to the right moment to like to blow those up, like years in advance. Man, that's some like high class intelligence work right there.
Intelligence sources I've spoken with said absolutely this was Israel. So I mean that's, and I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's coming from my side. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't, be surprised at all that that's actually 100% accurate. Makes sense. What were the materials at this port specifically, and why would that be a threat to Israel? Would it be a threat to the United States?
Well, of course, you have outlets like CNN who claim that there's ballistic missile material at these ports. Others said that there was ammonium nitrate, similar to what was in Beirut, Lebanon, when they had that explosion in 2020. But right now, there's still a lot of unknowns. Iran denies, of course, that they had any of those materials there. So we'll see what happens.
This all comes as President Trump and the Trump administration is actively holding talks with Iran.
Yeah.
But on Friday, President Trump said that the United States would lead the pack in attacking Iran if these nuclear talks fall apart, but they're still talking. So where do you think the Trump administration comes down on these attacks? While they're having discussions, Israel is hitting different ports around Iran.
It's kind of like we'd have to pull Israel to the side at some point and be like, hey, yo, what are y'all doing? Like, bro, are you trying to get us into a war? Like, you trying to get them to attack you, bro? So we're going to defend you? Like, what's the game here? Because we're trying to have peace negotiation talks with them, and you're attacking them. And this is getting out to the American people. So if you think that we're all just going to get pulled along into this, no. You're going to hear huge protests over getting into Iran if it's because Israel's out here just attacking them while we're trying to talk to them.
Iran, is it undermining or helping the Trump administration?
Right. It's all very hard to tell. And the timing that you point out is what suspects many people to think that Israel was behind these attacks. Because as you mentioned, right now, the Trump administration is negotiating this nuclear deal with Iran. It's being led by people like Steve Witkoff. But there's a lot of opposition to this deal. It's led by people like Mike Waltz, the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, and Mark Dubowitz, and their allies in the media like the Free Press. And they're pressuring Trump to coerce Iran to abandon all of their uranium, enriching any uranium at all, including for domestic purposes, which really Trump.
Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. That don't even make sense. It's like y'all being unreasonable. Like, damn, they can't have it for energy. He's like, no, they can't even use it for that. I'm like, nah, G. That's what I'm saying. You're asking too much of a nation that, I mean, we're adversaries in. So they're not going to be willing to listen to us. So the best thing we can do is, concede on, all right, cool. You can have your nuclear program, but you can't have a bomb. Cool. And they sounds like they was willing to agree with us on that. I think they're still willing to agree with us on this. But when Israel just attacks them like this, when we come to that negotiation table, they're going to be like, bro, if you can't check Israel, then we're going to make that bomb. And they have every right to say that to us.
Iran will never agree to. And so they've really been unsuccessful in their efforts to convince Trump to adopt that very firm position with Iran, which is why he's doing these talks. And I think because they've been so unsuccessful, remember, Trump doesn't want another endless war. Tulsi Gabbard, who's in the administration, also doesn't want another endless war. Yeah. Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, who are major thought leaders in MAGA, also do not want an endless war. And that's exactly what would happen if we engaged Iran, if we were to bomb Iran, which is exactly what these Israel lobbyists really, who are leading the charge, want us to do. Yeah. They don't really seem to understand that, you drop bombs on Iran, it's not just you drop them and then leave. American service members in the Middle East and diplomats overseas will be attacked in retaliation. This is exactly what happened in the Iraq War with the insurgency, and I don't think people remember that at all.
Facts. But all right, though, let's move on to the next video. Let's have a bit of a comedic, well, it's a bit of comedic interlude, but, it's Steven Crowder. The man's funny. He's just funny.
Don't believe the lies from the left. Don't believe the lies from the clickbait right. And certainly don't allow the psyop to work where you think that, all of your neighbors who voted Trump have turned against you. So the left, to go to your point, anything he does is wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Everything. Because they failed so abysmally, they really do have to focus on the negative of Trump, because it's pretty hard to do worse than the previous administration, and they have to provide some kind of a contrast. They can give him no credit. So the latest example of that is the Pope's funeral and what is now being referred to as Suitgate, Blue Suitgate.
Even Trump in his blue suit at the Pope's funeral, it was like, yikes. Why are you being the ugly American again? Couldn't you just show just a little respect?
Donald Trump is wearing a blue suit.
And once
Shut up,
again,
Snatch
it's
Patch.
just Donald Trump. He just does what the hell he wants.
How disrespectful. So how disrespectful that Trump is wearing a blue suit to a funeral. Madeline said, did he not have a black suit? At least a dark blue one. Well, the dress code was very... It was very, very specific.
Donald Trump in a blue suit when we know he has a black suit because he was wearing a black suit the last time he met the Pope. So why wasn't he wearing it this time?
You're dressed like Big Bird.
I was thinking bananas and cream.
So yes, a blue suit at a funeral. And of course, this is all the news that's fit to print. The New York Times was quick to criticize his fashion choice. This comes from the New York Times. Trump's blue suit at Pope's funeral draws attention because you want it to draw attention. The Vatican asked Pope Francis funeral attendees to wear all black. Trump wore a blue suit, which we'll get to. You know, this doesn't exist in a vacuum. See, the only person who wore a blue suit, is it actually considered disrespectful? Are people offended outside of the talking heads? But I will make this argument first. Considering that we are dealing with some members of the Vatican, not the whole Catholic Church, but some members of the Vatican who have at best checkered pasts, and some of the guests included, the blue suit should be the least of their concerns. Blue suit. Yep.
Yep. You don't wear white to a Pope's funeral?
No.
At least it's before Labor Day.
That is a good point.
So here's the New York Times photo, just so you can cropped. Okay, this is what you saw first. This is overlay B10. Okay. This is the cropped picture that was making the rounds everywhere, where it showed Donald Trump and then it showed only black suits around him. Okay. They used it. They cropped it, and some people even argue that some of the stuff that was circulated on social media, they used some blue saturation to try and, highlight his blue. Okay, here's the original.
I mean, they had one of those guys back there in the gray.
Uncropped picture, and it shows many, many people there
in blue, like dog. Try to make him seem like he's the odd man out. Like, really? I mean, bro, hey, man, that's why you always got to fact check these guys, man, because you never know. You never know what type of stuff they'll try to pull on you. Always being disrespectful to Catholics. And then the Catholic community go look out and be like, no, he wasn't. There was a lot. Like, actually, it seems like there was more blue suits. There was a hell of blue suits in there. Like, maybe they stick out because all the black suits. But I'm looking at the crowd, and there's a good number of blue suits. And then even in the back of Trump, like 2 rows up, you've seen the guy in a complete gray suit.
Wearing blue. Jeez. Many people wearing blue. Just to be clear, there's nothing. I don't own a black suit. Just to be clear, I own a navy blue and I own a charcoal suit. Many people who work in business don't own black suits because black suits you're wearing a tuxedo at that point, right? It's for a black tie affair or a funeral. Sometimes a funeral happens quickly, and so a lot of people don't own. I've worn a charcoal suit to a funeral. How about you? You can comment below. Was everyone offended? And what about all the
I wore
other people?
green to a funeral.
Really?
Well, I was in uniform.
Well, okay. I was gonna say, well, that's nice. Rebirth, springtime.
Well, this is also the Christian church. Shouldn't you be? This should be a celebration of life. This guy's in heaven right now. Do you understand what the Bible says about how much better heaven is than earth? We should be like, yeah, good job, you made it. What is this, a dirge?
Go to a black Southern Christian funeral. You'd be amazed at all the funny hats.
Yeah.
So here's some.
That's true. It's like it's a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes.
So we're going to celebrate his life by wearing a fruit basket. And here's the thing. That's enough, right? Okay. New York Times.
Whoops. My bad, guys. My bad. But all right, let me get back to this video. Something happened with that one. I know. Cut out randomly on that one. No. Whoopsies. Hold on. I got y'all.
There we go. People have very short memories when it comes to this. Well, just 1 million people dead.
See that coming.
For a boondoggle, fake weapons of mass destruction boondoggle, even more than 1 million people. It was reported in France 24 that, as you mentioned, Steve Witkoff, basically saying the United States is comfortable with Iran having a nuclear program, but some of the missile materials could be offloaded and sent to Russia. That was part of this sort of negotiating tactic here, that the United States would say, hey, you guys can develop your nuclear power, but anything beyond that, we want you to send it to Russia. Clearly, and the reporting is that Iran wouldn't go along with that. But that's kind of the thinking right now from the Trump administration, that it's kind of amazing to think about it, that your nuclear weapons material would be in better hands with our with the madman Putin that we like to call the madman Putin for so many years, but we'd rather have it.
All right, he's back.
On the right, there has been an altered picture showing a sea of blue suits that people are sharing. And this, of course, it's using the same tricks as the left, where it's incredibly oversaturated. So it looks like everyone's wearing a very bright blue, basically the color that Gerald is wearing right now.
It also looks very selective. Like they went in, selected people,
Yes.
saturated that area.
And my point to you is I don't want you guys to share the lie, right? This issue is already, use the truth. It's enough. Kind of like George Floyd. We talked about this last time where George Floyd he never pistol whipped a pregnant woman. He never held a pregnant woman at gunpoint. He did commit an armed robbery and hold a woman at gunpoint hostage while her 3 or 4-year-old toddler was in the house. The truth is enough. If you decide to go out with the lie, the left is going to make you look foolish. Right. Many people wore blue. The New York Times selectively cropped that picture. That is enough. Don't believe the lies from the left. Don't believe the lies from the clickbait right. And certainly don't allow the PSYOP to work where you think that, oh, all of your neighbors who voted Trump have turned against you. Right. Here's another example of media malpractice, and this one is kind of funny.
I'm so happy we don't got that here in Columbus because, I live around Kamala supporters, mostly Dems, and they're not like that, thank God. But yeah, there are people, even probably in my family, who like, you voted Trump, how could you go against us? And I'm like, whoa, what you mean go against us? I mean, U.S. citizens? Or like, what you mean by us?
But not really.
And usually they mean the black community. And I'm just like, dog, I don't even want to hear about the black community until black community can admit that it has problems and is willing to solve them.
This article came out in the New York Times again. And it actually had a whole briefing on what caused the January 29th. Remember that the Black Hawk crash in DC. So the article kind of places the blame on miscommunication, some congestion that was taking place, some systemic safety oversights. But if you go deep in the article, like at the bottom, they do mention briefly that the pilot was Rebecca Lobach. And that the pilot, who was a woman, because remember, we're going to get to the dialogue of Donald Trump saying DEI, and everyone got furious about it. This pilot got the altitude wrong, was flying too high despite warnings, and ignored direct instructions to change directions. So if she had followed any of the directions that she was given, this crash would have been avoided.
Yeah.
This person did not listen to the people she was supposed to listen to, and we're still looking into the level of experience and level of proficiency, the level of actually being capable in this. That's why we need a meritocracy. So let's do some time traveling here. We now know it was a woman. We have a little more information, by the way. Pretty cozy with the Biden administration, pretty cozy with the DEI policies. But back then, when Donald Trump came out and gave his press conference, and he spoke of this, he said, we're going to get rid of DEI with the FAA. We're going to get rid of DEI in the military because we have to have the best people acting as pilots. We have to have the best people acting as air traffic controllers. He didn't just single out one branch of the military or one branch of government. He said, we have to do away with DEI because it's a cancer and it's too important at this point. Now, either he was making a misstep because people were saying, how could you blame this on that? Or he knew something that we didn't. It turns out that he knew something here we didn't.
In his opening remarks in the White House briefing room today, President Trump said the midair collision over the Potomac River was a dark night in our nation's history. Moments later, he shifted blame with, as he later acknowledged, no evidence to support it, suggesting the Democrats, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives might somehow be to blame.
The president is making these unsubstantiated claims, blaming his predecessors' diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
President Trump and his allies continue to double down on the idea that diversity, equity, and inclusion programs had anything to do with this.
Your job.
But it did, though. But it did. She was a woman, she was a Biden supporter, and she was gay. And what is DEI? I mean, what I say, it goes for gender, sexuality, and politics at the same time, honestly. And race. You got to also include race in there. So trust me. Yeah, this looks like DEI to me.
And tragic collision that happened in D.C.
The president of the United States is acting like a kindergartner, just essentially making up stuff, making fun of people with disabilities, all kind of conjecture.
Well, come on. Don't say all women have disabilities. They just don't make the best pilots. This brings us to now. You just said, okay, Rebecca Lobach, so the female.
Nor drivers.
Directly disobeyed orders. A woman refused to listen to a man, people died. Let's be honest. Okay? That's what happened here. We know quite a bit more now.
A woman refused to listen to a man who got kicked out the Garden of Eden. So, shit, what's new? What's new? It is what it is, though.
All of this person's social media was scrubbed, to the best of our knowledge. As a matter of fact, including, by the way, some of her family's social media. So right when it happened, this information was, boom, private. Couldn't find it. Well, here's what we know. And we're still doing our due diligence, but you can check the references. This pilot, Lobach.
I wonder when men are just going to be man enough to tell women, y'all know when y'all don't listen to us, bad things happen. No, for real. I'm not trying to be an ass, but or sound sexist, but girls, ladies, every time y'all don't listen to us, bad things happen. Y'all ever notice that little pattern that just if you just listen to us, most of the things that you want in your life would happen. I'm talking about the men in your life instead of just calling them misogynist and sexist. And usually the ones that you would call misogynist and sexist, the ones who want the best for you. So yes, if you would just listen to us, come on now, come on. A lot of this shit wouldn't happen. No, let me not break down the list, but maybe the guys in the chat will do it, but I won't be so grimy to do so. I'll let y'all breathe on that note.
Worked for Biden as a social aide.
Oh.
Seemed to be a member of the LGBTQIA+. And remember, she was the last person in this Black Hawk crew who was named in the crash. Seems that someone probably told Donald Trump early on when he came out during this meeting and said, hey, yeah, by the way, it was this woman. She directly disobeyed orders, and it seems like she maybe got some favorable treatment because she was in cozy with the Biden administration, and she was kind of a social left activist. Okay, he went out and said we have to do away with DEI. Now, do we know for a fact that this means she was the least qualified pilot? No. Do we know for a fact that this means she wasn't a great pilot? No. That's the problem with DEI. For the same reason, I can't look at a black student at an Ivy League school and know whether he deserves to be there. That's the problem with affirmative action. Don't blame me for looking upon the female pilot with doubt, because naturally, men tend to make better pilots. You know it, I know it. Otherwise, men wouldn't smoke women in pool, for crying out loud. It's not just physical strength. It's also reflexes. It's also doing well in high pressure scenarios. That's what men were designed to do. And women are better in other scenarios. Putting someone in a high pressure scenario where adrenaline is coursing with required split-second reaction times typically doesn't lend itself best to the female skill set. Of course, there are exceptions. But there's a reason that people would be suspicious of this and go,
let's be real. Even when I talk about cars, bro, not all of y'all are supercar blondie. Let's be honest. Not all of y'all are like that. We can even go first tech. Not all of y'all are going to be Ada Lovelace and create a whole new program. Okay. That's not all women. We get that and we love y'all for it. But when y'all try to sit there and pretend like it's all women, bro, it's nah. Believe it or not, some women just want to become a housewife and not be that. Believe it or not. But like I said, though, hey, y'all refuse to listen to us, and then all of a sudden, BS happens, and then it's our fault. I know, right? They don't listen to us, but then we get the blame when the bad results happen. It's one girl, I didn't listen to my dad, but it's his fault why my life is failing. It's what? How's that fair?
How did she get in there? And by the way, we predicted how the media would spin Trump's words in real time while he was speaking about that crash.
I guarantee you what the left is going to say right now on social media. Trump blames air traffic controllers for last night's accident. I'm almost verbatim headline. I guarantee it's out there somewhere. It's not what he's saying. He's saying look, you should just have the most qualified people in these positions, period. There you go. Right there. I called it 20 seconds before it happened. Trump blames DEI for deadly plane Army chopper collision. No, he didn't. He said these policies are in place and I'm changing it. That's all he said.
He has to say, look, we don't know yet, but I'm going to say that as a baseline, okay, there is going to be a new approach and we are going to hire the best of the best. That is the only focus. It is the only criteria we will have, and we will compensate the best, most qualified workers for all of these positions, be it pilots, be it air traffic controllers. That's our priority going forward. It hasn't been the priority of the previous administration. That's what we're going to change. Outside of that, everything else remains to be seen pending the investigation.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Now, you could be more worried with this story about a witch hunt of female pilots because there's going to be a rash of qualified, world-class female pilots and foot soldiers and specialists who are going to be tarred and feathered because of the actions of a few. Or you could be more concerned for the families who lost their lives in the name of social engineering, because this was a crash here on our own soil. What do you think happens abroad? What do you think happens in war? What do you think happens when your entire military has become a social experiment? So I will say this, I don't know, but I'm going to assume that this person was there in part because of D.
I mean, and what type of sick experiment is, let's see if women can fight next to men in a brutal war. Like, what type of sick experiment is that?
Yeah, I'm going to assume that this person probably shouldn't have been in that position. I'm going to assume that this person got some favorable treatment. And again, I'm speculating here because of their relationship with the Biden administration, because of their social activism with LGBTQ, AIP.
I mean, okay, she's a woman, she's gay, and a Biden supporter. I mean, it sounds like DEI to me. I'm just saying. No, just my personal opinion, of course.
Because this was the right person as far as optics, and probably got that spot from someone who likely would have spared dozens of lives. That's my assumption. So, hey, the good news is it'd be really easy to make me look like a fool. Please make me eat my words and show us the qualifications. Show us the hours logged. Show us why this was the woman who should have been piloting that craft at that moment in time, and it was someone else's fault, as opposed to a broad with an ego who wasn't going to do what the man told her to do, which would have saved lives.
Yeah, and release the flight recorder. Like, give us all the data. Let us understand what.
I know, for real. Like, it kind of makes it sound like, can you imagine what the flight recorder sounds like? You imagine if there was a guy. Let's just imagine that it was her and there's a guy on the side, and dude's just like, okay, can you like lower your, the altitude a little bit? No, like, what you mean? I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been flying long enough. Oh, okay. It's like, you don't see that plane, right? What you think, I'm blind? What, you think women can't see or something? Dude's over there like, okay. Like, I think we're about to crash into this plane. Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. And then boom, crash to the plane. Both of them die. And now we got the situation.
What happened in the communications with the tower, with the co-pilots, anybody else in this situation? Look, we have paid for air safety with thousands and thousands and thousands of lives throughout the history of aviation. That is literally the price that we've paid. We have an accident, we investigate, we try to make sure it never happens again, and we keep improving every single time. This is also one of the most controlled airspaces in the world, right? Reagan, around the White House and around very sensitive targets, potentially. This is one of those places where you don't...
Let's see here. Shout out to First Post. Canada election results. Mike Carnegie wins Canada election. All right. I mean, shout out. All right. Mark Carnegie.
Put anybody but the very best people. So I'm just saying, find out for sure. I never want to have this conversation again. I never want to think when an aircraft crashes and something bad happens, was that person the very best person for this job? Never, ever again. Nobody ever does. You would not put your safety on the line if they said, hey, check this box that says it's okay if maybe not the best people available were selected for this program.
And they will never make a biopic about this bitch.
No.
They should release that.
In a world dominated by men. Don't tell me what to do. She killed dozens of people. It's never going to do it. It's always a strong woman who comes in and shows the man what's what. Well, the man was saying, hey, lower your altitude, turn left. Oh, why? Because I'm a woman. You think I need your help? I heard a story. I don't remember if it was Pops Crowder can tell me. I don't remember if it was my grandfather. He was a person who taught all the pilots in the Air Force there. He was a colonel, and he was logging hours every day. He was up in a plane every single day. I remember hearing a story of someone who was, teaching a trainee where you can take the controls over, and gave one command, said, all right, I need to change your altitude and let's say veer left. And the trainee asked one question, why? Boom, assumed controls. That person didn't get in the air again for a week and was dressed down on the ground.
Yeah.
It was, you do as your superior says at that moment, especially when you're a trainee or a novice, period.
This for why
doesn't happen. Exactly. Yeah. There's no room for why.
When you need to do something. When you get on the ground, ask all the whys you can. After action report. I know that this pilot does after action report. It's an AAR. It's a typical thing for everybody to do in the Army for every operation, practice, or real world. So they know what an AAR is. They should have done that afterwards. Not instead of exactly what you just said, reducing altitude and veering to the left.
And all right, now let's get into our quick little segment here at Set and Key Media for the The entire duration of the trade war, we've been keeping our American-made boots on China's neck. And we're going to keep on doing that. All right, let's get right into the next video, guys. And then we're going to head over into Conspiracy Hour. Man, appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right into it. Boot on China's neck.
Just received a call. The client who was supposed to order 100 tons of steel has canceled. The reason? Vietnam and South Korea have imposed new tariffs, specifically targeting the steel industry. It seems this tariff storm is no joke. The bitter chill in the steel industry is already upon us.
I'm done.
Just 10.
The way I'm weak. I ain't gonna lie. The way you know, the way these Asian people talk is very haiku-like. It's like in the bitter winds are upon us in the steel industry. I'm like, well, okay, damn. Way to create a setting, my friend.
I just received a call. The client who was supposed to order 100 tons of steel has canceled. The reason? Vietnam and South Korea have imposed new tariffs, specifically targeting the steel industry. It seems this tariff storm is no joke. The bitter chill in the steel industry is already upon us.
Just 10 years ago, Chinese steel was in high demand around the world, but now it has become something everyone is avoiding. Over 20 countries across Asia, Europe, South America, and North America are simultaneously building trade barriers to block the flow of Chinese steel.
Well, that and you water down your steel as well, but that's a whole nother story.
Chinese steel exports are on the verge of collapse. Let's start with Vietnam, which used to be China's largest steel export destination. Due to pressure from local businesses, Vietnam's government began imposing a temporary tariff of up to 28% on Chinese hot.
Oh no, it was an AI translation. They broed and translated these guys' voices, So shout out to the China Observer.
Steel starting in February. By April, the tariff on galvanized steel was increased to 37%. The effects were immediate. Chinese steel exports dropped by 28% month on month, and the trade value shrank dramatically. Major companies like Bao Steel, An Steel, and Shougang were not spared. Their market share in Vietnam, which once accounted for 64 to 68% of imports, has rapidly declined. In March, Chinese steel factories saw their profits per ton of hot-rolled coil drop from $50 to a loss. Vietnam saw a wave of order cancellations. Bloomberg notes that while these measures are currently temporary, they're likely to become permanent tariffs in the future. Vu Tran, a former regional manager at Cargill, pointed out that when Chinese manufacturers can no longer dump steel at low prices, Vietnamese steel plants will finally be able to compete on cost. South Korea's response is even more targeted. In February 2025, South Korea's Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy imposed a temporary anti-dumping tax of up to 38% on Chinese steel plate products.
Damn, they like, bro, we make steel too. Can we eat too? Can we get some of this global market too, China? Y'all being like market hogs. Like, can we make some money too?
Products, which are mainly used in shipbuilding and construction. This tariff directly targeted China's largest steel exporter, Bao Steel at 28%, Xiaogang at 30%, and companies like Shantan Steel and Xiamen International Trade at 38%. After the tariff, China's thick plate exports to South Korea dropped by 14%. A month later, South Korea launched an anti-dumping investigation into hot-rolled steel from China and Japan, initiated by the South Korean giant Hyundai Steel. Vietnam and South Korea, the two largest markets for Chinese steel exports, together make up nearly 20% of total exports. With both of them now blocking imports, at least 6% of the 110 million tons in exports has vanished. India, the world's second largest steel producer, has also shown no mercy. On April 21st, India's Ministry of Finance announced a 12% safeguard duty on certain imported steel products. The duty is supposed to last 200 days. This decision comes at a time when India has become a net importer of finished steel for the second consecutive year, with imports reaching 9.5 million tons, the highest in 9 years.
Man.
The massive influx of Chinese steel has forced some Indian steel plants to cut production and even consider layoffs. India's steel minister Kumaraswamy stated that this measure will provide crucial breathing space for local steel plants, especially small and medium-sized enterprises. The European Union has also acted swiftly and decisively. On January 13, 2025, the European Commission imposed temporary anti-dumping duties ranging from 14.1% to 62.6%.
And that is what China is known for, dumping products. And when they dump them into your economy, trust me, it kind of F's up y'all prices. I mean, like they've done to us in Europe multiple times.
On Chinese tin plate and non-alloy steel products. In May 2023, the EU launched an anti-dumping investigation into Chinese tin plate, which led to an 18% drop in
I'm weak. Shout out my man Luke. He said liberal trolls are just practicing to be great defense lawyers. That is funny, yo. And Trump supporters are judges in training. Yeah, at this point, bro. At this point. Because if this is what the judges we get, bro, we need new judges. We need new judges, guys. Apparently, we got judges willing to help out, illegal immigrants instead of American citizens. Or, make sure these illegal immigrants who are committing crimes are locked up and sent home.
Exports. Between January and May last year, it fell another 7.25%. Now, Chinese steel manufacturers are turning to Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and other markets. On April.
But, to my man Luke's point, though, I mean, hey, y'all would make some of the great defense lawyers, though. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Y'all can defend the indefensible all day. Me and Luke are impressed.
First, the EU reduced steel import quotas by 15%, leaving only 10 million tons of duty-free imports. Products exceeding the quota will be taxed at 25%. In 2024, the EU imported 60 million tons of steel, with China accounting for 5.6 million tons. Now, 5 million tons will face a 25% tariff, squeezing profit margins. The U.S. has set up an even stronger defense. The Trump administration not only imposed a 25% tariff on imported steel, but also set new standards for North American steel, requiring imported steel products to be melted and poured in North America. This has caused Chinese steel exports to the U.S. to drop to almost zero in certain months. Latin America has also launched fierce retaliatory measures. On March 24th, Colombia imposed a 41.7% anti-dumping tax on Chinese galvanized steel and plain steel plate, with a Scotch.
And y'all say that we're being ostracized. Y'all saying that people are, dumping American dollar? Bro, everybody's dumping Chinese business. Trust me, we're not losing this trade war. That's why we've all been over here sitting pretty the whole time just watching y'all crash out over this. It's because we know what the Chinese market actually looks like. And honestly, I've been hearing about the crash of the Chinese market since 2022, since their housing bubble burst. So yeah, sorry guys, but we're a bit ahead of the game on this one. And we've been seeing China's economy failing, and we've been knew that they were going to hide it. Well, they've been hiding for like 2 years that their economy is failing by reporting a 5% growth in GDP. Yeah, China lie again.
High 94.64% on galvanized steel tiles, which will be in effect for 5 years. Mexico imposed a 50% tariff on steel. Chile imposed a 35.4% tariff on steel balls and 24.9% on steel rods. Brazil raised its.
Bro, and like I said, the mainstream media will frame this as, everybody's turning on America. Look what everybody's doing to China. And here's the thing. It's like, the left done forgot the villain, the trade villain that China is. Like, these guys are, bro, they haven't followed not one trade policy, not one trade law. They go out their way to break trade laws. I mean, they're in the World Trade Organization and they've broken every law in the World Trade Organization. These guys don't give a shit. So yeah, this is why the whole world is lining up with us against China. I mean, bro, it wasn't just the tariffs that brought these guys to the table, that brought all these countries to the table. It was the FU attitude towards China as well, because we're not the only economy or a country they're abusing.
This tariff from 10.8% to 25%. Standard & Poor's predicts that China's steel exports will experience a sharp decline of 15 to 20% in 2025, compared to last year's peak of 110 million tons. Bloomberg's industry research bluntly states that about 50% of China's steel exports are now blocked by trade barriers. Data shows that Chinese steel exports have been continuously declining, with April exports falling by 10 to 15% month on month. The month-on-month decline in March was mainly concentrated in Indonesia, India, Thailand, and Vietnam, resulting in a widespread market contraction. China's steel traders are now trapped in a deadlock, with an impossible trade guerrilla war unfolding around the world. In the past, Chinese steel could quietly be labeled as Vietnam-made or Thailand-made to easily bypass tariffs in Europe and the U.S. Now these countries,
which is illegal.
Countries have seen through the trick and set up nearly impossible to evade origin certification systems, tracking steel products with DNA level precision.
Damn.
Chinese steel now has no place.
Nah, what you mean by DNA level precision? Like what? Like you know that a Chinese man was the last person to was the first person to touch this steel or something? Like what? Did they leave their fingerprints on it and be like, yeah, these fingerprints come from Chinese Asian descent?
Place to hide. Chinese steel has been encircled from Asia to Europe and across the Americas. The defensive chain is nearly flawless, presenting an unprecedented challenge to China's steel exports. The global crackdown.
I mean, it's so bad that some of these things are rotting. Like you got your new stuff and then you got your stuff that's just going bad.
Flawless, presenting an unprecedented challenge to China's steel exports. The global crackdown on Chinese steel has dealt a heavy blow to the industry, while the domestic market has long been riddled with problems. In the first half of 2023, signs of a crisis in China's steel industry became clearly visible. Half of the listed steel companies fell into the red. According to the China Steel Industry Association, the average profit margin of large steel enterprises dropped sharply from 3.8% in 2022 to just 0.9% in 2023. By the second half of 2023, the situation worsened drastically. Ansteel posted a loss of 1.16 billion yuan. Benxi Steel lost 1.24 billion yuan. Chongqing Steel lost 980 million yuan. Anyang Steel lost 1.03 billion yuan. Ma'anshan Steel lost 890 million yuan. And Bayi Steel lost 1.07 billion yuan. Especially notable was Sansteel Minmetals, which saw a dramatic 578% drop in performance, losing 664 million yuan, setting a historic record. The company began freezing recruitment, canceling year-end bonuses, and even cutting back on basic equipment maintenance. At the start of 2024, the steel crisis fully erupted. In January of last year,
I mean, bro, we've hit China in every area, from their clothing, toys to steel. We've hit them in every area, and tech, and home appliances included. Like, we've hit them in every area. We've caused mass layoffs in every sector of their economy. This is the reality of the situation with China, and this is why they're crumbling. This is why, well, there's been rumors that they might just get, Xi might just get overthrown, and it'd be rightfully deserved. Like, look, it's either the CCP can work with us and we stop bringing the pain on their economy, or the Chinese people revolt and they take control of their country. And, you don't let yourselves be communist-led.
75 of the 201 steel production companies in the country, along
try Constitutional Republic. You'll love it. It's nice over here.
With 115 blast furnaces, had ceased production. The operating rate for small and medium-sized enterprises dropped to just 75.5%. By June, the reduction in construction steel production had reached 3.36 million tons in just 1 month, far exceeding the total reduction of any previous quarter. In July, an internal report from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology admitted that the steel industry was facing unprecedented overcapacity. National crude steel capacity had reached 1.26 billion tons, while domestic demand was only about 850 million tons, leaving an excess of over 400 million tons. This excess is equivalent to the total annual production of the second to the 10th largest steel producers in the world, enough.
And pretty much, like I said, we've just been, honestly, let's F it. We've just been pretty much kicking their teeth in, and every end of their market, every end of their economy, we've just been kicking their teeth in. And the most stupidest thing they did was put tariffs on us that they had to withdraw. I know, right? Because I guess the few products we send to them, they absolutely need, which was pretty damn funny. Them abandoning our dollar. You know what's so funny about that? They need the American dollar to trade. So it was just a fear tactic move, and it's nothing they really meant, because they kind of hindered their own trading, their own trading capacity. It's going to be a lot harder to trade with countries without using the dollar, my friend. So when you dump the dollar, it's a pretty stupid move on the Chinese president's part. Well, the Chinese, what's his name? Xi Jinping or whatever his name is. Yeah, it was a pretty stupid move on his part.
To build 300,000 Eiffel Towers or lay steel tracks around the Earth's equator 90 times. In August last year, Dongling Group, the leading steel company in China, announced bankruptcy and restructuring, leaving 18,000 employees without jobs. By September, panic spread throughout the market. The price of Chinese construction steel fell below 3,000 yuan per ton, a 6-year low. This was far below the previous average of 3,800 to 4,000 yuan per ton.
And yeah. But all right, we ain't going to lay into you about their whole steel economy. But all right, guys, let's get into conspiracy hour, guys. And then if y'all want, I guess we can tune into this what is it? Well, what was it again? Oh yeah, Canada's election result. We can also tune into my man Mark Carnegie's election speech. Sorry about that, guys. But let's see here. Yep. Mark Carnegie election speech. He wins the Canada election. Now, what I'm hoping is that this man don't try to threaten us with tariffs, because like I said, bro, it's like, how you going to threaten us and we damn near build y'all economy? Like, your economy is nothing without us. If anything, y'all should be bending the knee quicker than China is, but I see y'all both holding strong. I mean, look, these guys fighting us is going to make the 51st state of Canada a very more and more viable reality. Like, I could see it more and more every day they play hardball with us, because they're going to sink their economy doing this. And the only thing that's going to save them is them being a state. And y'all don't want to go through that. So y'all might just want to play nice with this man, Trump. Okay. I would suggest this highly, Canada, for we show you how much we don't need y'all.
The storm only lasted a few hours.
You don't want.
This episode of the Why Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. In 1989, a solar storm hit Quebec. The storm only lasted a few hours, but it knocked out power for 9 million people. And this was a blessing. Without the Earth's magnetic field, the damage would have been much worse. Our magnetic field protects us. It's been our shield for billions of years, stopping deadly radiation and keeping our planet survivable. But that shield isn't perfect, and sometimes it fails. Scientists recently found proof inside an old stalagmite from a cave in China. Earth's magnetic field can flip, not slowly over thousands of years, fast, sometimes in just 100 years. The last big flip happened 780,000 years ago, and we're overdue for a big one. But smaller shifts, they happen much more often. When the field flips, the shield weakens to about 10% strength. When that happens, our defenses fail quickly. Solar radiation hits the surface. Plasma from the sun floods the atmosphere. Our magnetic field is weakening right now. It's already 10% weaker since the 1800s. Over the South Atlantic, satellites have been disabled, and the North Magnetic Pole is moving 34 miles a year towards Siberia and moving faster every year. Something is happening. Our ancestors have legends about the last magnetic flip and danger from the sun. The stories are terrifying. They knew this was a cycle. They left warnings for future generations carved in stone. But those warnings are being ignored. Maybe we should start paying attention, because the cycle is about to repeat.
Yeah, human. I need cash fast.
I already don't like where this is going.
Listen, I got a real legal emergency, so if you could just hand over the company card.
I'm not handing anything over. You still owe me from the last time.
Oh, so now you have an issue with my ergonomic leather harness purchase?
I've always had a problem with that purchase.
I told you it's for my back problems. Look, I'm trying to get my record expunged from Folsom Prison.
Folsom Prison?
It's a medium security penitentiary in Northern California.
I know what it is.
I hear the train a-coming. It's rolling around the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm sick.
All right. I get it. What were you doing at Folsom?
I got in some trouble when I used to ride with the Hells Anglers.
The outlaw biker gang?
I had no choice. We were patched.
The Earth's magnetic field is
Like just
weather can be calm or chaotic. It's a cycle. The Earth's magnetic field is stable, then it flips. It's also a cycle. The danger isn't so much the flip of the poles, it's the time in between. When the poles flip, the Earth's magnetic field becomes twisted and tangled and very weak. That leaves us vulnerable to solar weather. In 1921, a big solar storm hit Earth. Telegraph stations caught fire. Railroad equipment melted. The sky turned deep red as far south as Texas.
Okay.
And that happened with our magnetic shield at full strength. Imagine that same storm hitting today with our weakened field. The damage would be huge. Plasma could fry every electronic device on Earth. Phones, TVs, computers, the entire internet, gone. Communities would be cut off. Power grids would fail. Modern life then breaks down in minutes. Think about New York City, Chicago, Beijing, in total darkness for weeks. Chaos is an understatement. That was 1921. September 1859 was worse. The Carrington
that's when the looting begins.
event. Telegraph operators got shocked from their own machines. Sparks flew everywhere. Paper caught fire. The northern lights moved so far south, they were seen in Cuba. People woke up at 2 a.m. and birds started singing. They thought it was morning. The sky was bright enough to read a newspaper outside. Frederick Drew was in Kashmir, India. He wrote in his journal, quote, "The whole northern hemisphere was as light as though the sun was beginning to rise." He described the sky, all crimson, a most vivid blood red color. Drew wasn't a scientist, he just wrote what he saw. Ships at sea were lost. Compasses spun wildly, useless. Sailors saw the ocean glow a strange blue-green light. This wasn't sunlight. It wasn't the ocean. It was plasma, pure energy from space, slipping through our weak magnetic shield. Scientists found proof of an even bigger event, 1770. Captain James Cook saw it near Indonesia. Chinese astronomers recorded a massive sunspot, twice the size of any seen before. Auroras lasted 9 straight days. Ancient myths talk about this. In Norse legend, Ragnarok, the sky opens, fire giants pour through. The Hopi, Maya, and other native people have similar stories of fire raining from the sky. These legends come from different cultures, different continents, but they all describe the same thing. The sky turns to fire, strange things appear, reality breaks down. Our ancestors weren't surprised by these events. They had warning systems, more advanced than we thought. Systems may be still working today. They knew the signs and carved them into stone, and we're seeing those signs right now. The ancients were prepared. They built monuments that we thought were for worship, but they were actually for protection. The ancients knew about the violent solar cycle. They built monuments and used rituals for protection. Look at winter solstice traditions. Almost every major culture has one. They all involve keeping a flame burning through the darkest days. The Yule log, the Festival of Lights, the Christmas candle. These weren't just celebrations, they were ancient protection rituals. Ancient Egyptians celebrated the Demon Days, a 5-day festival during the darkest time of year. They believed this is when the dark spirits could enter our world. Their protection? Keep flames burning constantly. Roman Saturnalia, Celtic winter solstice, Chinese Dongji festival, all featured continuous flames, light during the darkest days. The Persian Shab Yalda festival celebrated light over darkness by keeping candles burning all night long. And here's what's interesting. These rituals match periods of high solar activity and weakened magnetic fields. Ice core samples show proof of major solar events that line up with the timing of these ancient festivals. These cultures had no contact, yet they all shared the same fear, obsessed with keeping flames burning, and at the exact same time of year. They remembered something we forgot, something ancient, something dangerous. The Department of Defense knows what's coming. They have plans for the aftermath. The plasma hits, electronics stop, air pressure drops, people bleed from their ears, from their nose, and then creatures appear. The government calls them phanazoids, beings from another dimension. They slip through when reality weakens. They look like microscopic life blown up to a massive size. Think tardigrade the size of a building. This isn't science fiction. The DoD has Con-Plan 8888. It details different scenarios. When the magnetic field collapses, they expect temporary reanimation of recently deceased organic matter. In other words, zombies. The military has a guide on how to survive a zombie apocalypse. And most people think it's a joke. But the first line of the program, quote, "This plan was not actually designed as a joke." Former Marine Sergeant Jim Sparks says he was part of a classified exercise in 2009, codenamed Broken Mirror. It simulated a massive solar flare, triggering electromagnetic anomalies worldwide. Sparks says his unit trained to contain biological entities of unknown origin, entities appearing during the event. A declassified CIA document from 1976 is titled Electromagnetic Effects on Human Tissue. It discusses plasma's strange properties. The report says plasma can show almost intelligent behavior under certain conditions and appear to respond to consciousness. 3 pages.
Now, I will say this. They do call plasma, what was it? The fourth state of matter. So it is a bit crazy how they are talking about the relevance of plasma in this, but what are they getting to? Because I'm not liking how he's talking about, oh, it has an effect on human tissues. I'm like, all right, well, what type of effect are we talking?
Are still classified. The Russians studied this since the 1950s. Their name for phanozoids? Plasma ghosts. Soviet scientists believed these things were always here, but only visible during geomagnetic events. Many governments fear that if plasma makes it to the surface, it will look for organic vessels. And Earth has millions of organic vessels capable of using electricity all over the world. They're called human corpses. The ancient Egyptians seem to understand this energy. Researchers at Cairo University found that ancient Egyptian mummies have high levels of conductive metals, copper, gold, special salts. These materials form pathways through the bodies. This wasn't just symbolism, this was circuitry. So many governments of the world, including our own, fear that our weakening shield means the next storm won't just turn off the lights, it could turn on the dead.
Bro, what? Yo, what? Turn off the light and turn on the dead? Now you're saying something crazy. Hold on now. Rationalize that.
The ancient
zombie apocalypse? Sure, I got my crossbow. I'm good.
Ancients knew about plasma. They didn't just light candles, they built structures, massive structures, to channel the energy, or maybe contain it. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive drawings on the ground, you can only see them from high in the air. Some scientists think these patterns might be landing strips to attract plasma energy, channel it during geomagnetic events. The desert floor there conducts electricity well, an ideal material for plasma interaction. Giant stone structures like Stonehenge, the pyramids, sites across South America, they all share key electrical properties. They sit on limestone bedrock. Limestone conducts electricity. Many of these structures contain quartz. Quartz creates electrical charges under pressure. Their positions around the globe create a vast network, almost like a planetary circuit. After the Apollo missions ended, we pulled our space programs back. So why, in the past few years, is there sudden urgency to go to deep space? It makes sense if you're worried about the plasma apocalypse. They're not trying to reach other planets, they're trying to escape this one. We're already seeing the warning signs, strange sounds in the sky, like massive sheets of ice cracking. People call them sky trumpets or atmospheric groans, documented in over 40 countries. They happen most often in areas with unusual geomagnetic activity. The magnetic pole races towards Siberia faster than ever recorded. The South Atlantic anomaly is growing larger. Our electrical grid is weaker than ever. And the sun? It's entering a period of high activity. The storm is coming, and we are not prepared. We built our world on technology. That technology makes us feel powerful, but it's actually made us more vulnerable. It's just a matter of time before technology betrays us. And let's see how long our great civilization lasts once the lights go out.
Wow.
The plasma apocalypse is something that really scares me. But phanozoids, zombies, ancient warnings carved in stone, let's separate facts from the fiction. Earth's magnetic field is weakening. The North Magnetic Pole is shifting faster than before. That's confirmed. Scientists measure it. Since the 1800s, the field strength dropped about 10%. The European Space Agency's swarm satellites track these changes. It's real. The South Atlantic anomaly is real. It fluctuates, but it's steadily growing larger. It's not just causing problems with satellites either. It's affecting X-ray equipment on the surface. The big solar storms, those are real too. The Carrington event in 1859 happened. Telegraph systems failed. Operators got electrocuted. Auroras were seen near the equator. That's documented history. The 1921 storm, also real. Caused fires everywhere, disrupted communication. Could a storm like a Carrington hit us today? Yes. Solar scientists all agree. NASA, NOAA, FEMA, they all know it's possible. A big coronal mass ejection, or CME, aimed at Earth could knock out power grids for weeks, maybe months. Our modern world depends on electricity. Losing it would be bad, very bad.
I mean, our electricity consumption, our ability to produce energy solely depends if we move from a type 1 civilization to a type 2 to a type 3 and forward. So if our whole energy production is stalled, that means civilization has either been halted or reversed or sent back.
This is a real worry. But what about the other stuff? Interdimensional beings, phanazoids? There's no scientific proof for any of that. Conplan 8888, that's a real military document, but it was a training exercise. The military uses unrealistic scenarios for training all the time, so they don't get mistaken for actual plans. The document says it uses fictional zombies as a teaching tool, not because the Pentagon expects zombies, allegedly. But it's a pretty interesting document and really detailed. It's kind of suspicious, actually, so we're going to do a whole episode on that. Ancient
the Pentagon do make movies as well, so it's not too surprising.
solstice festivals, they do share themes, light, fire burning continuously, but experts usually link this to seasons. Shorter days, colder weather, makes sense to focus on fire and light. There's no direct proof connecting these festivals specifically to plasma events or magnetic field shifts. It's an interesting idea, but just an idea so far. But this threat is real. A major solar storm hitting a weakened magnetic field that could cause blackouts and communication failures for a long time. We need to prepare, and I'm worried we're moving too slowly. We see ourselves as masters of this planet. We split the atom, mapped our DNA, connected every corner of the world. Yet one solar hiccup could end it all. Our ancestors understood their place in this cosmic arrangement. They didn't try to conquer nature. They respected its cycles, built their lives around its rhythms, watched for its warnings. We've lost that humility. The ancients left us instructions for survival. We would be wise to learn from them. If we don't, and a major plasma storm hits, the sun will deliver a cruel irony. A planet covered with warnings carved in stone, but nobody alive to read them.
Oh, I never read this person's. Well, you know, so crazy. Shout out to Gloria Sabri. Thanks for needing details. You know, I did not catch that one. That one was sent a while back. But all right, guys. All right. It's been a long show, guys. But we are going to have to call it a night on this one. And don't worry, I'll be right back tomorrow with more, so you know what time it is. Yep, when you hear the jazz comes on, it is time to end the show. And all right, man, we appreciate you guys for pulling up here at S.E.T Media. And make sure you guys double tap the screen on your way out. If you have anything that you can send in before I close out, much appreciated. But other than that, like I said, double tap the screen on your way out and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. All right, guys, and go ahead and head out with this one, man. This is Set from S.E.T Media. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.